Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Marco Polo, a legendary explorer who disappeared beyond the edge of the known world and returned with a sprawling chronicle of the Far East, marvellous to the point of fabrication, yet too exact in its detail to be a work of pure invention. Our story begins in Venice, a city bustling with sailors, unloading barrels of fragrant spices and bolts of silk carried in from a land scarcely anyone could find on a map. But Marco Polo's father knew that land well, and when he set out for it again, he took his son Marco along with him. In China, this young Venetian encountered black stones that burned hotter and longer than any firewood, and money made not from gold or silver, but from paper. At the edge of the Gobi, he came across a peculiar cloth that was spun from a fiber dug out of the mountainside. When soiled, it was not washed, but went into the flames and came out clean again. Then at last, the court of the great Khan, where he passed the better part of 2 decades in the emperor's service. On the long voyage home, he happened upon a rhinoceros, and believing it to be the fabled unicorn, remarked with irritation that it was rather ugly and not at all as he had supposed. Upon his return from China, Polo recounted his travels, but nobody would believe a word of it. Today we know much of it was certainly true, and yet in all that time, it's curious he never mentioned their custom of drinking tea or the unique characters they wrote with. Still, the feeling is hard to shake that something in his account is still waiting to be discovered. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk alongside Marco Polo, over mountains, across deserts, and sail out onto a dark and unfamiliar sea. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The fog came in off the water before dawn that autumn and stayed as long as it pleased. The tide worked at the stone the way it always had, and each time a warehouse door swung open, there came pepper and cinnamon and ginger and the dry sweetness of cloth that had come a long way in the dark. A boy of 15 had breathed that air all his life. Of his mother, he had no memory. She had gone when he was very small. His father, he had never met at all, having gone to sea before the boy was born. So the raising fell to aunts and cousins in a crowded parish behind the Rialto, in a house belonging to a family that had traded for more generations than anyone had bothered to number. He was taught without anyone calling it teaching, to lift one end of a bale and know its weight, to reckon in the coin of Constantinople, Alexandria or Damascus, and keep it all in his head, to take a boat through a running current, or to give away nothing in his face while bargaining for a fair price. In place of a father, he had a word, and that word was East. East was where the silk came from, and the cloves, and every story worth hearing in that house. and somewhere far beyond all of it were two men of his own house, his father and his father's brother. They had sailed east with a purse of jewels and had not been heard of since. And then one ordinary afternoon, two men came up from the harbour. They were burnt dark and wore nothing that looked Venetian. When they stopped to speak briefly to a stranger, the words came out slow, as if it were a language they had not used in years. The boy watched them pass without any particular interest, not realizing he had just seen his father for the first time. What his father and his uncle had been doing all those years came out one piece at a time over the course of the winter. They had sold everything they owned in Constantinople and put the money into jewels. Then across the Black Sea and north, out onto grass that ran 3 weeks together without a wall or a hedge in it, to the camp of Vaca Khan on the Volga. They gave him the jewels. He housed them a year, asked them a great many questions, and sent them off with twice what the stones had been worth. Then a war closed the road behind them. The Khan had fallen out with a cousin of his, and the way home filled up with men riding the other direction. The only road still open ran further in, so they took it. 17 days of desert without a town or a well, and then Bukhara, where they sat for 3 years, unable to go on and unable to turn back. An ambassador got them out. He was going east on his master's business and stopped in the street to look at them, never having seen men of that kind. His master's master, he said, was the greatest lord alive, and had never in his life set eyes on a Latin, so too would be a marvel. The road was safe in his company, but the journey took a year. At the end of it, they came to Kublai Khan, who was as glad to see them as the ambassador had said he would be. The Khan kept them at his court long enough to ask a great many questions about the Pope, the Church, and the way the Latins lived. He had found the answers worth hearing, so he sent the two of them back with a request for 100 men, learned men, versed in the learning of the West, able to stand in front of his own priests and astrologers and show by plain reasoning that the Christian faith was the better one. If they managed it to his satisfaction, he said, then he and all his lords would take it up. He asked for one thing more, a little oil from the lamp that burned over the tomb of Christ in Jerusalem. And so that no one along the road would trouble them, he gave them a tablet of gold with writing on it, saying that the bearers were to be given lodging, horses, and escort wherever they went, and that any man who failed in this would answer for it. They came to Acre, carrying all of that, and found the Pope was dead. Clement IV had been in his grave a year. The cardinals had gone into conclave and had not come out again. Weeks passed, then months, then the seasons came round and started over, and still there was no name. The waiting stretched on past anything the church had known. 2 years of that proved enough for the brothers. They decided to go back without the 100 wise men and to take the boy along. They stopped first for holy oil and for letters from a legate of the church, setting down why they were returning late and without what had been asked for. They had sailed a long way down the coast when a rider came after them with news no merchant would have dared invent. The legate who had wished them well had been elected pope. The citizens of Viterbo had lost patience at last, locked the cardinals in, cut their meals to bread and water, and taken the roof off the building over their heads. It had worked. They turned round. He was Gregory X now, and he gave them letters under his own seal, gifts of fine crystal for the Khan and the men they had been sent for. 2 of them, 2 preaching friars, carrying authority to ordain priests and consecrate bishops, which was a considerable weight of power to rest on so small a delegation. The friars lasted as far as Armenia. The Sultan of Egypt was in that country burning his way through it, and the war grew close enough to be discussed at every stop along the road. The 2 men looked ahead at the country they were being asked to cross, then back at the Templar house behind them, and they came to a decision. They handed over the letters, the papal privileges, and the gifts, and went home. The road they handed back ran on for another 4,000 miles. So the party that carried on east numbered 3, a father, an uncle, and a boy of 17, who had known his father for 2 years. 24 more would pass before any of them saw the lagoon again. The road took its own pace. Pack animals decided how far a day went, water decided where it ended, and a caravan moved at the speed of its slowest camel. Days unspooled slowly. There was time on that road to look at things properly, and Marco looked at everything. In Greater Armenia, they passed a mountain so high and so thickly covered with snow that no man had ever climbed it, and the snow never melted off it from one year to the next. The people there said the ark had come to rest on the summit after the flood. Nobody had been up to check. Further along, near the shore of a great salt sea, there was a spring that gave out oil. It came up through the ground of its own accord, and in such quantity that 100 camels could be loaded from it at one time. It was no good at all with food, though it burned beautifully. He kept some of it and moved on. Then Persia opened out in front of them, and the road went south. Tabriz first, full of merchants from Genoa, Venice, and every country in between, where pearls and precious stones changed hands in a walled garden of a bazaar, and a man could lose a fortune in an afternoon. Then dry country, and salt flats, where the water ran green and undrinkable. Then towns that had stood on that road long before the Latins had heard of any of it, where the 3 Venetians were shown the tombs of the kings who followed the star, and told the whole story as though it were local news. In the hills above that road, men still pointed north to a valley, and told him about the old man of the mountain. There had been a lord in the high country, in a valley shut between 2 peaks, who had made a garden there. Streams ran through it, carrying wine, milk, honey, and clear water. There were pavilions gilded and painted, fruit of every kind, and young women who sang and played and lacked for nothing. No one was allowed to see it. The only way in lay through a fortress no one had ever taken by force. The Lord chose young men out of the hill villages, boys of 12 and upward, and gave them a drink that put them to sleep where they stood. They were carried in sleeping. They woke in the garden and spent 4 days there in the belief that they had died and arrived. Then the drink again, and they woke a second time on the wrong side of the wall, in an ordinary room, with an ordinary man telling them that paradise was real, that he held the key to it, and that there was a way back for anyone who served him properly. After that, they would go anywhere and do anything he asked. For 100 years or so it worked. Then a grandson of Genghis Khan came into that country with an army, sat down in front of the fortress for 3 years, and starved it out. The walls came down, the garden went back to grass. By the time the 3 of them rode through, all that remained of it was the telling, offered at the roadside to anyone slow enough to listen. After Persia, the country began to climb, and it did not stop. The air thinned, the nights sharpened, villages came further apart, and the people in them grew harder and less curious. The mountains closed in properly, and the party came into a country that had always been poor and had always sat on top of remarkable things. Rubies were dug there, out of one mountain and one mountain only, and no man could put a pick into it except by the king's order and on the king's behalf. The stones were kept scarce on purpose so that the price would hold. Out of another hill came the finest blue in the world, ground down and carried west to end up in the robes of painted saints in churches whose builders had no notion where it came from. There were horses in those valleys, said to descend from the horse of Alexander himself, bearing his own horse's mark upon the brow. The strain had belonged to one family, and by the time the Venetians arrived, it had lately died out altogether, which was explained locally by a quarrel of the sort that families have and horses pay for. And in that high country, Marco fell ill. Whatever took hold of him took hold hard, and it kept him for the better part of a year. He was carried up into the hills to recover, because the people there held that the mountain air would do what nothing else could, and by his own account, that was exactly what happened. He came back down thin, older, and with more of the road's languages in his head, learned flat on his back, with nothing else to do. Then they went higher again, up onto a plain that took 12 days to cross, and lay above every other thing in the world. There was grass up there in the summer, and grass of an extraordinary kind. The leanest, sorriest beast in a caravan could be turned loose on it, and would be fat inside 10 days. Wild sheep grazed the slopes with horns as long as a man's arm, curled round twice, and the shepherds made bowls and platters out of them, and piled the rest into heaps beside the track to mark the way when the snow came down. But the thing he noticed most on that plain was the fire. It would not burn properly. The flames came up pale and low, and the wrong colour altogether, and they gave out far less heat than the same wood gave in the valleys. Food set over them would not cook however long it was left there. Water went to the boil and stayed stubborn, and meat came out of the pot much as it went in. He had no idea why. Coming down off the roof of the world took as long as going up. They came down at last into orchard country, into walled towns full of gardens, cotton and flax, where merchants lived, who travelled to every corner of the earth and were famously careful with money. Vines grew there. Water ran in channels. After the high plain, it must have seemed almost indecent. Further on lay a province where the rivers came down out of the hills, carrying stones, and among the ordinary gravel were pieces of jade, green and white, which men waded in to gather and sold east at prices that made the wade-in worthwhile. And then the towns gave out, and the road arrived at the town of Lop. Lop was the last place. Every caravan stopped there for a week, resting the animals and buying up food, because what lay beyond it ran 30 days across at the narrowest point, and was said by the people who lived nearest to run a full year from one end to the other. There was no crossing it at the wide part. They loaded a month of provisions and donkeys to eat if it came to that, and went in. It was sand and low barren hills, and nothing growing. Water came at about a day's march, sweet in some places and bitter in others, and in most of those places there was enough for 50 or 100 travellers with their beasts, and not one drop more. No army had ever come that way. There were no birds and no animals, since there was nothing out there to keep either of them alive. Before setting out, travellers were told the thing that had to be told. Keep close. A man who fell behind the column, whether from a broken saddle strap, a moment's sleep, or simply from letting his mind wander, would sooner or later hear voices out on the sand. They would be calling his name. They would sound exactly like people he knew. He would turn towards them and go off after them, and by morning he would not be with the caravan, and the caravan would not find him. At night, it was worse in a different way. Companies camped out there heard drums beating somewhere off in the dark, and instruments playing, and now and then a noise very like a body of armed men moving across their front. There was nobody out there at all. So they hung bells about the necks of the animals, so that the road itself always carried a sound, and a straggler had something to steer by. And before lying down, they set up a sign pointing the way they meant to travel in the morning, because a man half awake in that place could not be trusted to remember it. The nights were bitter, and the days were long, and every one of them looked much like the last. The bells went on ahead and behind. Now and then the sand made its noise off in the dark, and the drivers looked at one another and said nothing about it, and the column kept moving. 30 days later, they came out the other side, at a town on the desert's far edge, with the animals thinner and the bells still on them. Beyond the desert, the country softened, and the road that had been running for 3.5 years began at last to run out. Word had gone ahead of them. The Khan, hearing that 3 Latins were on his roads, sent riders 40 days out to meet them and bring them in, and from that point on, everything they needed was set in front of them before they thought to ask for it. They came to the summer city in the warm part of the year. It stood in grassland with a wall around it, and inside the wall lay a park 16 miles about, with meadows, springs, and streams running through them. Stags, roebuck, and fallow deer grazed in it, kept there to feed the hawks. Grooms rode out with hunting leopards sitting up behind them on the horse's back, and set them down at the sight of a deer. White falcons sat hooded on the wrist by the 100. Somewhere in that park ran a herd of white mares and stallions, 10,000 of them and more, whose milk no one on earth was permitted to drink, except the imperial family, and one clan that had earned the privilege in Genghis Khan's day for holding a line in a battle long ago. At the heart of the park stood a palace made of cane. The canes were thick as a man's leg, split down the length, gilded and varnished, and joined so cleverly that rain ran off them like tiles. More than 200 cords of silk held the whole thing steady against the wind. When the court moved on, the palace came down and went with it, whole, to be raised again wherever it was wanted. The three of them were brought before the emperor and knelt on the floor of that hall. He had them stand almost at once. He asked about the road, about the Pope, and about the errand he had sent them on 9 years before, and he took the letters and the little vessel of oil with every appearance of pleasure. Then he looked at the boy. Marco was 21 by then. He had left Venice at 17 and had spent the years between on horseback, and somewhere along the way he had picked up 4 of the languages of that empire. The Khan sent envoys out constantly to provinces 6 months distant, and they came back with the answer to the question they had carried, and nothing else at all, which wearied him. He said as much, more than once, and the men who heard him took no notice. But the young Venetian did take notice. His first errand carried him half a year's journey off, and he came home with the business concluded, and a great deal more besides. Customs of the towns along the way, what the people ate, wore, worshipped, and traded. What grew there, and what did not. What was strange enough to be worth the telling. After that, he was sent out for the pleasure of it, as much as anything, again and again, into provinces the court had ruled for years and never really looked at. And the Khan, who had a world to run and could not go and see it, sat and listened to the descriptions of it come back to him in the mouth of a foreigner who had not yet turned 25. The wonders came thick after that. First, there was the money. It was made in a mint in the capital, from the bark of the mulberry tree, the thin inner layer of it, soaked and beaten to a pulp and pressed out into black sheets. The sheets were cut into pieces of different sizes, stamped by a row of officials, and finished with the emperor's vermilion seal. And after that, they were worth exactly what he said they were worth. Nobody refused them anywhere in his dominions, on pain of his displeasure. Merchants came in from India with pearls, gems, gold and silver, handed them over, and walked out with paper, and went away content. When a note wore out, it was carried back to the mint and exchanged for a fresh one at a charge of 3 in the 100. This way, the Khan could make as much treasure as he pleased, out of tree pulp, and he did. Then there were the black stones. They were dug out of the hills, all over the north of China, and they burned even better than charcoal, holding their heat through the night, so that a fire set at bedtime was still alive at dawn. There was also a cloth that would not burn. It came from a province out on the road they had travelled, where a substance was quarried out of the mountainside in fibres, pounded, washed, spun, and woven into napkins. Once soiled, the cloth was thrown into the fire and left there a while, and it came out white. In a city on a lagoon in the south, he was told there were 12,000 bridges, most of them high enough for a ship to pass beneath. Along every high road, at 25 miles or so, stood a post house with beds, silk sheets, and 400 horses standing ready, and between the post houses ran barefoot messengers with bells at their belts, hearing each other coming and passing the packet on without slowing. News moved across that empire in days when it should have taken months. Potters in the south dug their earth and heaped it, and left the heap out in the weather 30 or 40 years before their grandsons made it into porcelain. But one thing he went and saw for himself. An errand ran southwest, 4 months in the saddle, out past the last of the settled country, and into hills where the empire's writ was a new thing, and not much loved. He came at length to a country the court called Gold Teeth, and found it named for precisely what it said. The men there covered their teeth in fine gold, moulded to fit over them, and took the covers off to eat, and put them back afterwards. Nothing in that country was written down. A debt was kept on a stick, notched across and split down the middle, 1/2 to each man, and when it was paid, the 2 halves were burned together. And when a woman there delivered a child, she washed it, wrapped it, got up, and went back to her work. The husband then took to the bed, and stayed there 40 days with the child beside him, receiving visitors and being congratulated. The South had not fallen yet when they arrived. It had been holding out for 40 years, and the thing holding it was a pair of walled cities on a river, sitting across the only road that mattered. The Khan's armies had been camped in front of them for years, without result. The place could be supplied by water from the south, and no engine in the imperial train could throw a stone heavy enough to matter. The book has all 3 of them standing among the carpenters when the answer was found. Engineers built the thing that was needed, and it threw stones of 300 pounds. The first of them came down through the roofs. The city sent out word that it would come to terms, and the terms were honourable, and the walls stayed standing afterwards with a new garrison inside them. After that, the road south lay open, and the last great kingdom of the old world went under in stages. The court in the southern capital gave up the imperial seals. The empress and the child on the throne were taken north and treated with courtesy, and given a household and a pension, and left to grow old in the north. What remained of the loyal fleet fought on down the coast for 3 more years, until it was pinned in a bay in the far south, and there a minister took the last boy emperor on his back and stepped off the side of a ship into the sea, and the dynasty ended in the water with him, and the years began to pile up. Marco went out on the Khan's business into Yunnan, into Burma, and down through the great cities of the south to the ports where the ships came in from India, and out of more than one of them by sea. He said afterwards that he governed one of those cities for 3 years, which was a large claim for a foreigner to make, and one nobody in Venice was in a position to check. Wealth came in steadily, so did honor. But the emperor was old. His favorite wife died. His finance minister was killed one night in the capital by men who had had enough of him, and the court was a long time quiet afterwards. Then the son he had raised up to follow him died too, and after that he grew heavy and gouty and stopped riding, and had himself carried to the hunt on a platform on the backs of 4 elephants. 3 foreigners in that court were rich because one man wished them to be. The father and the uncle had seen enough of the world to know what generally happened to such men when their protector died, and they began to ask leave to go home. Every time he found a reason. He was fond of them. He said that he valued them too highly to lose them, that the roads were dangerous, and that they wanted for nothing where they were. Years went by that way. The way out arrived dressed as somebody else's problem. Away in Persia, the lord of that country had lost his wife, and her last wish had been that no woman of any other house should take her place. So envoys came the whole way across Asia to the great Khan to ask for a bride of the proper lineage, and one was chosen. She was 17, and her name was Kokachin, and she was described as very beautiful and charming. The envoys started her overland, and got 8 months out before the wars in the middle of the continent turned them back. They came into the capital again, with the girl still on their hands, and there they fell in with 3 Venetians who had lately returned from the southern seas and knew something about ships. It suited everybody. The envoys asked for them by name, and the old emperor, cornered by his own courtesy, gave way at last. He gave them gold tablets again, the same kind that had carried them in, messages for the Pope and the kings of the West, and stores for 2 years. 14 ships were fitted out, 4 masts apiece, and 600 souls went aboard. They were 3 months to Java and its neighbours, and then the wind turned against them and held them 5 months on the coast of Sumatra. The company built a stockade of timber round the camp and stayed inside it, because the people of that shore had a reputation. Nothing came of it. They ate fish, drank the wine that ran out of the palm trees, and made bread out of the pith of a tree, and got along well enough. And on that coast, Marco went to look for a unicorn. Once he found the creature, he stood looking at it for some time. It was almost as large as an elephant, and its feet were much the same, but the hair was a buffalo's, and there was a single black horn in the middle of the forehead. It spent its days lying about in mud and water. It was, he said afterwards with some annoyance, an extremely ugly beast to look at, and nothing like the animal in the stories he had heard. They sailed on when the wind allowed. Ceylon, then the coast of India, then the long haul up the Persian Gulf. The sea took its share. Of the 600 who went aboard at the outset, 18 came off at the far end, and 2 of the 3 envoys were among the dead. The girl lived, and the 3 Venetians lived. And when they landed in Persia at last, the lord they had brought her for had been dead 2 years. She was given instead to his son, and she went to him. The parting was hard. They had been more than 2 years at sea together in the same danger, and she had come to look on the 3 of them as her own people, and she wept when they left her. They were on the road west when the news reached them that the old emperor had died in his capital, and after that there was nothing behind them to go back to. Customs men on the Black Sea coast took a good deal of their goods off them. Constantinople after that, then the sea, and then at last the lagoon of Venice. The house took them in, and the city looked at them sideways. Some 3 years passed, then a war with Genoa, a sea fight, and Marco in a prison cell in Genoa. There was a man in there with him from Pisa, a writer by trade, who had spent his working life turning out romances about King Arthur's knights for the courts of the West. The two of them fell to talking, and the talking went on for months, and the Pisan took it down. What came out was addressed to emperors and kings, to dukes and knights, and to all people who wished to know the various races of men and the peculiarities of the various regions of the world. It read, in places, rather more like a romance than a merchant's ledger, and the reason for that was sitting on the other side of the cell. Venice read it and laughed. They called him Il Milione, the million, and they meant 1,000,000 tall tales. The name stuck to him and to his house for the rest of his life and long after it. He came home, married a woman named Donata, had 3 daughters, went back into trade, and lived on into his 70th year. His will freed a servant he had brought back from the East, a man called Peter, and left him money to set up with, and it asked that God might absolve his own soul as fully as he had absolved Peter from all bondage. The story goes that on his last night, pressed by friends to take back some of what he had written for the good of his soul, he answered that he had not told the half of what he had seen. That came from a chronicler writing decades afterwards, so it is held lightly. The book was copied by hand, and then copied from the copies, and every copyist felt free to improve on what he had been given. No 2 versions that survive tell quite the same story. Something like 150 survive in a dozen languages, and they contradict one another about names, numbers, and whole countries. 2 centuries after the book was written, a sailor from Genoa sat with his own copy and filled the margins with notes in a small hand, and then went west across the Atlantic, looking for an island of gold roofs that Marco had heard about at second hand and never once laid eyes on. He did not bring pasta home, whatever is said. Italy had been eating it for generations before he was born, and the story itself is barely 100 years old. It has outrun every true thing in the book. And the siege in the south, where the book puts all 3 of them among the carpenters. The city had fallen some while before any Venetian reached that court. Somebody put them there. It may have been the man from Pisa, who knew what a good story wanted. So the argument has run for 700 years, and it has never quite settled. He puts the bridges of a southern city at 12,000, which is a great many more bridges than that city has ever had. He misses the tea. He misses the writing. He does not mention the wall, though there was less of it standing then than there is now. And then he tells you that the paper money is made from the inner bark of the mulberry, and that a worn note is changed for a fresh one at 3 in the 100. That the black stones are banked at night and still warm at dawn. That the cloth from the mountain is not made of magic, but from a stone. That on the high plain the fire burns pale, but he does not know why, which no liar would ever admit, and which is exactly what happens at that height, for reasons no one on earth would understand for another 400 years. A man inventing a world does not put in the things he cannot explain. 6 centuries after he died, a scholar working through the cathedral library at Toledo took down a manuscript that had belonged to a cardinal, and opened it, and found inside it passages no one had read in a very long while. There were passages on the land of Tibet, and on the far north, and details of the road that every other printed version had lost. If Marco Polo really said it, that he had not told the half of what he had seen, perhaps he was boasting. Perhaps, somewhere in the 150 copies that disagree with one another, or in a library nobody has finished reading, the other half is still waiting to be found. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the earliest natives of Japan. And it begins a very long way back indeed. We're traveling beyond emperors or castles, beyond even the samurai, to the Stone Age, when the first human footprints were pressed into that cold and empty shore. During that time, the great ice sheets had locked up so much of the world's water that the seas had drawn back, bearing a vast plain of dry land that would soon be lost beneath the waves. And it was across this wilderness that the first people came, trailing the great lumbering herds of long-forgotten beasts into a land of dark forests and icy rivers that ran on without end. Before long, they gave up their wandering and settled, but not in the way you might expect. Everywhere else, farming was the price of a permanent home, and hunter-gatherers were tethered to the moving seasons. Yet these islanders somehow settled without ever taking up the plough. While people elsewhere were still chipping their tools from flint, these early settlers were finishing theirs with glossy red lacquer, so well wrought that many survive to this very day. Then, most astonishing of all, despite living deep within the age of stone tools and animal hides, they mastered the open ocean, ferrying prized black glass from small islands across miles of frigid water, making them some of the world's earliest mariners. And on top of it all, they built a society so deeply peaceful and free from war that it endured, unbroken, for more than 10,000 years. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk among a people whose name and language are long lost to us. Yet we'll listen all the same, for what they may still be able to teach us. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The sea came in grey out of the east and broke along a shoreline that had never once been walked upon. Nothing stood above the high water mark but rock and grass and the beginning of the trees, and there was no track through any of it, and no smoke anywhere along that whole enormous coast. The islands had no name, because there was nobody at all to give them one. They lay in a long curve at the eastern edge of Asia, a chain of green ridges pushed up out of the water by the slow grinding of the earth below. Volcanoes stood among them, some smoking gently into the weather, others sleeping under their own soft mantle of trees. Rain came in off the ocean and ran down through 1,000 streams to the shore. Then the world turned cold. It happened by degrees, over ages rather than lifetimes. Far to the north and far to the south, great sheets of ice thickened and spread, and they drank up so much of the world's water that the oceans themselves began to shrink back from the land. Along that eastern edge of Asia, the sea drew away from its old shorelines, and where there had been shallow water, there was suddenly mud, and then sand, and then dry ground with grass upon it. The islands grew broad and heavy. In the far north, they reached out and touched the mainland altogether, so that a walker might have gone from the frozen interior of Siberia to those cold northern hills without ever wetting a foot. The forest changed with the cold. Where the old broadleaf woods had stood there came spruce and fir and larch, dark and resinous, running up the slopes in close ranks. Further south the oak and the beech and the chestnut held their ground, though they drew back a little from the higher land. Between the trees lay open country, grassy and windswept, and it was good country for grazing. And so the animals came. Great elephants moved through those valleys, smaller than the mammoths of the far north, but heavy enough to shake the ground as they went. Deer came too, and among them one kind so large that the span of its antlers would have reached wider than a person could stretch. Away in the north, where the mammoths were, bison grazed the open ground. Bears took the salmon from the rivers in season, and wolves worked the edges of the herds with the old patience of wolves. There was weather in those years that would be hard to imagine now. Winters came down long and hard from the north, and the wind off the ice carried a dryness with it, a cold that got into the bones of the land. Rivers froze at their edges and ran black in the middle. Snow lay in the high forests for half the year and more. The elephants moved down their old paths because their mothers had moved down them. The deer went where the grazing was. The sea broke against the dark rocks and drew back into the mist, and there was no one at all upon that shore to watch it happen, and no one to remember. The island simply waited, as land does, without impatience. They had a very long time to wait, and it passed. In a season long since forgotten, the first of them came walking. They came down out of the north. In through the country the falling sea had opened, and they came slowly, in the way that people move when they are following animals rather than heading anywhere in particular. A family group might drift a few miles in a year and think nothing of it. They followed the herds. That was the whole of it. Where the great elephants moved, there was meat and hide and bone and marrow, and where the deer went, there was the same. The people went behind them across the exposed plains, camping in the lee of ridges, working their way along the river valleys, moving on when the ground was eaten bare. What they carried with them was mostly stone. They knew that certain rocks would break in a certain way if struck at a certain angle, and would leave behind an edge finer and crueler than anything found in nature. They made blades no longer than a finger, and set them in rows along a wooden shaft, so that a spear became a thing with a dozen small teeth. They made scrapers for hides and points for hunting, and in those islands, remarkably early, some of them began grinding the edges of their stone axes, smooth against another stone, patiently, for hours, to make a working edge that would hold. Elsewhere in the world, that trick would not be widely known for many thousands of years to come. They left their camps behind in scatters of chipped stone, and the remnants are still there, all across the islands, thousands upon thousands of them. But the stone told something else besides. Among the ordinary greys and browns of the tools, there was sometimes another material altogether, a black volcanic glass that broke into edges so sharp they could split a hair. It was prized above all other stone, and it came only from certain places, and those places could be identified afterwards by the particular chemistry each one had locked inside it. Some of that black glass came from a small island called Kozushima, sitting well out in the open water south of the main islands. And that island had never been joined to anything, even when the seas were at their lowest, when the plains lay bare and the northern land bridge stood open. It had remained an island, ringed about by miles of deep and moving water. There was no walking to it. There never had been. Yet its glass was found on the mainland shore, in camps 30,000 years old and more, which left one possibility, and only one. Someone had gone out onto that water. Someone had built a craft of some kind, of bark or hide or hollowed wood, and had pushed off from a beach with the swell running under them, and the island a smudge on the horizon, and had crossed, and had found the glass, and had come back again with it. Nothing of the boat survived. Nothing of the crossing was recorded. Only the black stone remained, sitting in the ground on the wrong side of the sea, and saying nothing about how it got there. The cold loosened its grip slowly, and the world turned green again. The dark conifer forests drew back to the high ground and the far north. In their place came the broadleaf woods, spreading out across the hills and dropping their harvest every autumn. And the people of those islands, somewhere in the middle of all that changing, did a thing that almost nobody else on earth had thought of yet. They took the soft, wet earth in their hands and shaped it into a vessel, and they set it in the fire, but the fire did not destroy it. The clay hardened and held. What came out of the ashes was a pot, small and round-bottomed and thick-walled, and it would hold water without leaking, and sit over a flame without cracking, and it changed everything about what could be eaten. Fragments of those first pots have been found in the north of the country, and they are something in the order of 16,000 years old. There are few older anywhere on earth. The strangeness of that is easy to miss. Across most of the world, pottery arrived in the hands of farmers. It came after the fields, after the harvest, after there was grain to store and porridge to boil. It was the tool of a settled agricultural life, and it followed the plough the way a cart follows a horse. Here it came first. It came thousands of years before anyone in those islands broke ground for a field, into the hands of people who still lived entirely by hunting and gathering and fishing. The order was reversed, and they went on making their pots while the map of the world changed underneath them. The ice sheets at the top and the bottom of the world were melting still, and all that locked water went back into the oceans, and the oceans rose. Year upon year, the sea crept up the beaches and took back the plains it had lent out. The land bridge in the north narrowed and then broke. The broad shelves of grazing ground went under. What had been a thick limb of the continent became once more a chain of islands, cut off and alone in the water, with the warm current running up their eastern flank. The great elephants and the giant deer, whose whole world had been the cold, open plains, dwindled and then were gone. In time, the potters began to decorate what they made. They would take a length of cord, twisted from plant fiber, and roll it across the wet clay before firing, and it left behind a pattern of small braided impressions, running in bands around the belly of the pot. It was a simple thing to do, and it looked well, and generation after generation went on doing it, for so long that the habit became the signature of an entire age. Thousands of years later, when scholars came to sort through what had been left in the ground, it was that cord marking they seized upon. They named the whole long era after it and called it Jomon, the age of cord marks. The name was theirs, not the potter's, a description of a decoration rather than anything those people had ever called themselves. Whatever name they used for their own kind, and whatever tongue they spoke it in, went into the ground with them and stayed there. And with those first pots began an age so long the mind can barely hold it. 10,000 years and more lay ahead. There was an old rule for people who lived by hunting and gathering, and it had held nearly everywhere since the beginning. The rule was to keep moving. A place gave up what it had, and then it was empty, and staying meant hunger. So the camp came down, and the group went on, following the game and the ripening and the runs of fish, tethered to the turning of the year, carrying everything they owned. A house of any substance was a foolish thing to build, because it would have to be abandoned within the season. Heavy possessions were a burden. Nobody put down roots, because roots were not survivable. Almost everywhere else, that rule was only ever broken in one way. People stopped moving when they learned to farm. They broke the ground and sowed it and waited on the harvest, and because the harvest could not walk, neither could they. A permanent home had to be bought with the plough, and the cost was a steep one, paid in labour and in bad years and in the narrowing of the diet down to a few grasses. In those islands, the rule was set aside without the price ever being paid. The reason lay in the land itself, which had become extraordinarily generous. Every autumn, the broadleaf forest let fall their crop, chestnuts and acorns and walnuts, in quantities almost past believing, tons of it lying on the ground beneath the trees waiting to be gathered. The acorns needed work before they could be eaten, but it was work that could be done at home, and the pots made it possible. The rivers filled with salmon in their season. The shellfish beds along every inlet were there even in winter, when little else was. So there was food in the spring, and food in the summer, and food in the autumn, and food stored against the winter. And when a place will feed a family from one year to the next without ever emptying, there is no reason on earth to leave it. They began to build properly. They dug down into the earth to knee height, set posts in around the hollow, raised a frame, then thatched it over with reed or bark or grass. Sunk into the ground like that, a house held its warmth through the coldest months and stayed cool through the wet heat of summer. A hearth sat in the middle of the floor, and the smoke found its way out through the thatch, and the roof timbers grew black and hard with it over the years. Around the houses the ground filled up with the evidence of staying. Rubbish heaps grew, and among them the shell mounds, great pale banks of discarded shell, built up handful by handful across so many generations that they became landmarks in their own right. The people had stopped moving, and they had not needed a single field to do it. The year came round in the same order every time, and life came round with it. Spring arrived first at the shore and worked its way up into the hills. The cold went out of the water, and the shellfish beds were at their best, and the tide drew further out that month than at any other time of the year. Whole families went down onto the flats with baskets and dug for clams in the wet sand, working fast while the water stayed away, coming back up the beach as the water turned. The mounded shells behind the village grew a little higher that month than any other. In the woods, the new shoots came through, bracken and bamboo and 100 other green things, and the young leaves came out on the trees. Fish moved up into the rivers. The nets and the traps and the fish spears came out from wherever they had been stowed since autumn. Summer brought the heat and the wet. The rains came in and turned the paths to mud and kept the fires smoking sullenly under damp thatch, and it was a season for being out on the water. Boats went along the coast and out beyond the headlands after tuna and the other big fish of the open water, and the lines were weighted with stone and hooked with worked bone or antler. Some of those journeys ran out to the far islands, the way they had since the days of the black glass. Autumn was the great season, and everything depended on it. The nuts came down, chestnuts first in some places, then the walnuts, then the acorns falling thickly enough to be gathered by the basket load. The whole community turned out for it, because the harvest lasted only weeks and had to see them through months. The nuts were carried back and sorted, and the good ones went down into the storage pits, and the acorns went into water to have the bitterness leached out of them before pounding. Stone mortars wore smooth and hollow with the years of that work. The deer and the wild boar were fat in the autumn too, and that was the time for hunting them. Dogs went out with the hunters, and those dogs were valued, and when they died, they were often buried with the same care given to a person, laid in the ground curled as if asleep. Then the cold came, and the work of the year turned inward. Winter was for what had been put by. Fires burned low in the sunken houses, and outside the woods stood bare, and the sea ran grey and hard. That was the season for the making of things, for the mending of nets, and the working of stone, and the shaping and firing of pots. It was a season for sitting close in the warm dark of a pit house, with the wind going over the roof. And then the light came back, and the shellfish beds opened again, and the whole round began once more. It went on like that for a very long time. For all that long stillness, the people of those islands were never a simple people, and the things they left in the ground gave them away. It began with the pots, which had done their work over the fire for thousands of years without asking much notice. Then, somewhere in the middle stretch of that long age, the potters began to lose their restraint entirely. The rims came up first. A vessel that had been a simple bowl grew a crown, and the crown grew arms, and the arms curled and doubled back on themselves and reached for the sky. Clay was worked into ridges and hollows and rolling coils until the whole upper half of a pot seemed to be in motion, leaping the way flame leaps or turning the way water turns in a race. Some of them stood as tall as a forearm and could hardly have been easy to carry, let alone to cook in. Nobody knows what possessed them. The pots still held food, and still sat over fires, and still cracked, and were thrown away. But for a few centuries in the river valleys of the Central Hills, the making of a cooking vessel became something closer to sculpture, and the results are counted among the treasures of the country to this day. The clay went into other shapes too. They made small figures of it, a few inches to a foot in height, and they made them by the thousand. Most were female in form, with the swell of a belly or the fullness of a hip worked into the clay. The faces are the strange part. Some are little more than a suggestion, a pinch of clay and two holes. Others are elaborate beyond any need, with patterned bodies and heart-shaped heads, and in the later ones from the north, huge slitted eyes bulging out of the face, like the snow goggles that Arctic peoples cut from bone against the glare. A great many of them were found broken, and broken in ways that looked deliberate, a limb snapped away, or a head parted cleanly from the body. Some think of them as figures of birth and healing, the sickness of a living person passed into the clay, and then the clay destroyed. Others think of them differently. The figures themselves have kept their own counsel for thousands of years, and show no sign of giving it up. And then there was the lacquer, which was the finest trick of all. At some point, they learned that the sap of a particular tree cut and gathered and left to settle, could be brushed onto wood or clay or basketry in the thinnest of coats. Left in the damp and the warmth, it hardened into a skin that was glossy and tough and would not let water through. Mixed with red earth, it came out a deep and glowing crimson. The work was slow. The sap raised an angry rash on the skin of anyone careless with it. Coat had to be laid over coat, with drying between, and a single object might take weeks. They did it anyway, and they did it around 9,000 years ago, which is earlier than anywhere else in the world. Combs came out of that work, and bowls and beads and baskets, and hunting bows finished in red lacquer along their whole length. Most of the world at that time asked nothing more of a tool than that it should cut. These people asked that it should be beautiful as well. Some of those red objects are in the ground yet, and the color on them has not faded. Far up in the north of the main island, on a low terrace above a river where it ran out towards the sea, there stood a settlement unlike anything that ought to have existed. The place is now called Sanai Maruyama. They came to that terrace something like 5,500 years before the present day, and they did not leave for 1,500 years. At its fullest, the village held several hundred people. There were rows of pit houses sunk into the earth, their roofs weathered and settling, and there were long houses beside them, some of them 90 feet from end to end, big enough for a whole extended family, or for whatever gatherings such a place required. There were storage buildings raised up on posts to keep the damp and the vermin out of the winter stores. The dead were laid in pits along either side of a road running out from the settlement, so that anyone coming or going passed between the generations that had gone before. And at the heart of it stood the towers. 6 great holes were dug in 2 rows of 3, each one 4.5 feet across and nearly as deep, and into each went a chestnut trunk near enough 3 feet through. The posts were spaced with a precision that has not gone unremarked, the same measure repeated between each one. How high the structure rose above the ground cannot be known for certain, but timbers of that size, sunk that deep, were not put there for a small frame. It was several stories at least, standing over the roofs of the houses and visible a long way out across the water. No one has ever established what it was for. A lookout, perhaps, a marker for boats coming in, something to do with the turning of the sun through the year, or with whatever ceremonies filled that turning. The bottoms of the posts survived in the waterlogged ground, and the rest is gone. The other wonder of the place was quieter and took longer to notice. Chestnuts came out of the ground there in enormous quantities, and when the trees they had come from were examined closely, something odd emerged. Across the centuries, the variety in them narrowed. Wild woodland throws up chestnut trees of every kind and quality, all mixed together. The chestnuts of that terrace grew steadily more uniform, generation after generation, as though the good trees were being kept and encouraged, and the poor ones cleared away. The people there had been tending a forest, not sowing a field, and not breaking the soil, but working on the woodland around them across so many lifetimes that the woodland itself began to change to suit them. One tree gave them nearly everything. It framed their houses, it fed them through the autumn, and it stood in those great posts at the centre of the village. They also had gardens of a sort near the houses, patches of burdock and beans and gourd, and they gathered a small grain from the grasses. It was not farming, as the rest of the world would come to know it. It kept several hundred people fed in one place for 1,500 years. What the ground gave back was mostly the shape of ordinary lives, and there was more of it than might be expected. A child born into one of those villages came into a crowded, warm dark, a sunken room with a hearth at its center, and the smell of wood smoke in everything. If the child lived past the first hard years, and a great many did not, there was a long apprenticeship ahead in the gathering of shellfish, and the setting of traps, and the leaching of acorns, and the working of stone, learned by watching rather than by telling. Then, somewhere on the edge of adulthood, came the ceremony. The teeth were taken out, not teeth that had gone bad, and not teeth loosened by any injury, but sound, healthy ones, chosen deliberately and removed. Most often, it was the eye teeth and the front teeth of the upper jaw, sometimes a matching pair below. The jaw bones show it plainly, the sockets closed over and healed smooth in the years afterwards, which means whoever it was had lived a long time with the gap. Different regions did it in their own way, and the patterns meant something. Certain arrangements of missing teeth seem to have marked the passage into adult life, and others may have marked a marriage, or a coming into a family from outside it, or a bereavement. Anyone meeting a stranger on a path could read a good deal in a smile. It was done everywhere, for thousands of years, by people who had every reason to want their teeth. The living went about heavily ornamented. There were earrings of clay and of stone, some of them so large they must have stretched the lobe over years of gradual enlargement. There were bracelets cut from thick shell, and combs worked fine enough to have taken days, and beads of green jade, that hard, bright stone which came from one river valley on the western coast and was carried from there to the ends of the islands. They wore the marks of the living too. Some of the clay figures show patterning across the face and body in lines and swirls that look very much like tattooing, though skin does not survive to prove it. And when a life came to its end, the dead were laid in the earth with care. Often they were placed on their sides, with the knees drawn up towards the chest, the position of sleep. Around them went the things they had used, and the things they had been given, the beads and the shell bracelets, and sometimes one of the clay figures. Children who died very young were sometimes buried in pots beneath the floors of the houses, kept close. In one settlement after another, the graves lie in rings or in rows near the houses, so that the dead stayed among the living rather than being sent away somewhere else. What remains are the objects and the bones and the careful arrangements, and a strong sense of people who took considerable trouble over one another. Of everything those islands gave up out of the ground, the strangest thing was what was missing from it. Thousands of skeletons have come out of the burial pits and the shell mounds across the length of the islands, spanning that whole enormous stretch of time. When they were examined for the marks that violence leaves, the marks that any burial ground anywhere tends to carry, Hardly anything turned up. A little over 1 in 100 showed a wound that had come from another person. Set beside almost any other ancient population, that figure is remarkably low. The settlements told the same story. There were no ditches thrown up around the villages, and no walls of sharpened stakes. Nothing was built on a hilltop for the sake of the view down the valley. The weapons that were made for deer and boar and fish, and no one seems to have spent much effort improving them for other purposes. There was no arms race in those islands. It was not an easy life. There were hard winters and thin harvests, and a great deal of early death from illness and childbirth and accident. A cooling climate in the later centuries pressed the northern villages badly and shrank the population by a great deal. Quarrels there must have been. But for something on the order of 10,000 years, across an entire chain of islands, people worked out how to live alongside one another without organized killing. Nothing else in the human record runs like that. Then, slowly, it ended. It came from the west, across the strait from the mainland, and it came first to Kyushu, the southernmost of the big islands, something like 3,000 years ago. Small groups of newcomers landed and settled, and with them came a way of living that the islands had never known. They brought rice, not the scattered small grains of the old gardens, but rice grown in flooded paddy fields, laid out and banked and channeled, worked hard in the spring, and harvested in quantity in the autumn. It fed more people from less ground than anything the forests had ever managed. They brought bronze and then iron. They brought the loom and new kinds of pottery, plainer and thinner, and turned on a wheel. And they brought, in time, the things that come with fields. Because a paddy field is a made thing, and a made thing can be taken. Grain can be stored, and a store can be stolen, and land that has been banked and leveled and irrigated by one family is worth fighting another family for. Within a few centuries of the newcomers arriving, the settlements in the west had ditches around them, and then palisades, and then watchtowers, and the dead began to be buried with wounds in them that no animal had made. The old people did not vanish. In the west and the south, they mixed with the newcomers, generation after generation, until the two were one people who were neither. The old world did not disappear. It went north, and it went into the blood, and it stayed. In the far north, on the island of Hokkaido, and on the cold islands beyond it, the rice never really took. The summers were too short, and the ground too hard, and the people there went on much as their ancestors had, hunting and fishing and gathering, taking salmon from the rivers and deer from the woods and sea mammals from the water. The paddy field stopped at the strait, and the old way of living carried on above it for 2,000 years and more. Out of that northern continuation came the Ainu, the northern people of those islands, who were still living there when the rest of the country was building castles and fighting the wars of the samurai. They had their own language, unrelated to anything else on earth. They had their own gods in the bear and the owl and the fire. They had patterns they wore and patterns they carved, curling and doubling in ways that anyone who had looked closely at the old pottery would have found oddly familiar. When the bones and then the blood came to be studied, the northern connection showed up plainly. The Ainu carry more of that ancient inheritance than anyone else living, a larger share by far than the population of the main islands to the south, though something of it is there too, threaded through nearly everyone, strongest in the north and in the far southern islands, and thinnest through the center and the west. Some who study these things hold that the ancient islanders came in one great wave, and the newcomers in another, and the two simply blended in different measures in different places. Others suggest more waves and more complicated mixing, and point to the deep genetic strangeness of those first people, who had spent 10,000 years and more cut off from every other population in Asia. The question drifts on, unhurried and unresolved, and there is no great harm in that. What is certain is that nothing was entirely lost. The cord-marked pots are in museums now, and the flame-rimmed vessels stand in glass cases under careful lights, and the clay figures with their wide goggled eyes stare out at the people who come to see them. At the great village in the north, the posts have been raised again on the old foundations, and the terrace above the river is looked after now, and visitors walk between the reconstructed houses in the northern weather. And the shore is still there, unchanged in the ways that matter. The waves come in off the ocean, break against the dark rocks, and draw back into the mist. They broke against those same rocks when there was no one upon the beach to see them, and they will be breaking there for centuries more, long after everyone now living has gone. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the origins of the dragon. For some, the name conjures a fire-breathing reptile coiled upon its golden hoard. For others, it's a leviathan rising from the black of the sea. And for others still, the dragon is a celestial bringer of good fortune, drifting across the heavens into eternity. Of all the mythical creatures throughout history, the dragon stands alone as a singular obsession that has gripped the collective imagination of humankind for thousands of years. The people of ancient China imagined a vast, benevolent serpent, long and sinuous as a river, bearded and antlered, coursing through the clouds without a single beat of a wing. The Vikings carved theirs onto the very prows of their longships, their dragons riding out ahead of the oars, first over the horizon and first onto hostile shores. The Aztecs raised great temples to a feathered serpent who had given mankind the gift of knowledge and wisdom, while those who settled ancient Scotland carved twisting dragon runes into their standing stones. And all of this, remarkably, conjured by strangers isolated from one another by oceans and continents, ages and generations, languages, cultures, and religions. But why should a creature that never existed leave such a consistent impression? Or is it simply a case of mistaken identity? A crocodile in the shallows, a python in the underbrush? Or is it possible that an ancient beast, something like a dragon, once shared the earth with us? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander through flame and floodwater, earth and sky, to uncover the origins of the dragon. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Wherever people have gathered at the edge of the firelight, they have told their tales of ages past. Time and again, the same enigmatic vision has taken form in the darkness beyond and come gliding into the glow. Among the frozen fjords of the north, it lay heavy and cunning upon a deep bed of gold, a hoard no living hand had touched in an age. Far to the east, over the misted mountains of China, it wound bright and weightless through the clouds, trailing the soft grey rains behind it, gentle as a summer shower. And on the far side of the world, above the green forests of the Americas, it shook out a crown of shining feathers and climbed, slow and unhurried, into the open sky. The northern lands held it most strangely of all. There the Norse settlers came across the sea and made their homes among the standing stones of a people long gone. These newcomers loved to carve, and knotwork most of all, and so they set their runes winding down the long stone bodies of serpents. Some of those carved stones were standing yet, weathered and grey, and still legible after more than 1,000 years, across the north of Scotland and out among the low green islands of Orkney. Some of the beasts upon them had been cut by an older people still, long before the runes were ever added, so that 2 different hands and 2 different ages met upon the same grey stone. Then, in the mountains of Wales, there was a story told of a king and a hill that would not bear the weight of a castle. However high his men raised the walls by day, the whole of it lay tumbled by morning, again and again, until the king was near to despair. His wise men told him the remedy was a grim one. He must find a boy who had no father, and sprinkle that boy's blood upon the stones. So messengers went out across the land, and in time they found such a boy, fatherless and strange, and far too clever for his years, whom the old stories would later come to call Merlin. But the boy was not afraid, and he did not go meekly to his fate. Instead, he put to the king's wise men a question they could not answer. He asked what lay beneath the hill, and when they had no reply, he told them himself. Deep under the foundations, he said, there was a hidden pool, and in that pool 2 dragons slept, one of them red and one of them white. The king set his men to dig, and it was exactly as the boy had promised. The pool was there, and as the water drained away, the 2 great beasts woke and rose and fell upon one another, the red against the white, tearing at the roots of the hill. The white dragon had the better of it at first, but the red one gathered itself and drove the white one back, and that, the boy said, was the shape of things to come, for the red dragon was the people of Britain, and the white was the invader, and one day the red would prevail. And long afterward, the red dragon of that hillside was raised upon the banner of Wales, where it remains to this day. Long before any of these peoples had learned to write, a certain tale was already old. A hero went out alone against a great serpent, and the serpent was no common beast, but something far older and far worse, a coil of pure chaos, and the enemy of every living thing. And though there was little reason to hope, the hero won. In the hot river country of Babylon, they told of Marduk, a young god who rose against Tiamat, the vast saltwater serpent, out of whose body the whole world had first been shaped. She was the deep itself given form, and the mother of monsters besides. Marduk went out to meet her with the 4 winds at his back, and a great net in his hands, and when she reared up against him, he loosed the winds into her open mouth, and struck while she could not close it. When it was over, he split her body in 2, and made of one half the dome of the sky, and of the other the floor of the sea, and out of the ruin of the old dark he set the world in order. Far to the north, they told of Thor and the great worm that lay coiled about the whole of the world, down beneath the waves. It was a meeting long foretold and long dreaded. On the last day of all, when the world itself was burning, the 2 of them would come face to face at last. Thor would strike the serpent down and walk 9 steps and fall. In the old hymns of India, sung and kept in memory long before they were ever written, it was Indra who took up his thunderbolt against Vritra, a serpent who had wound himself about the mountains and swallowed all the waters of the world, so that the rivers stood still and the land cracked and dried. Indra struck him open, and the waters came roaring down out of the hills, and the people who had thirsted drank once again. Closer to our own age, a soldier on horseback rode toward a walled city in what is now Libya, where a dragon had held the people in terror for years. The people there had given up first their flocks and then their youth to keep the beast at bay, until at last the lot fell upon the king's own daughter, and she was led out in her turn. St. George came between her and the dragon, and freed her, and freed the whole town at a single stroke, and his name was carried afterward across half the world and painted onto 1,000 walls. Different lands, different weapons, and different gods, and yet the tale beneath them scarcely changed at all. It may be that all of them flowed from a single spring, that once, many thousands of years ago, before these peoples had scattered across the earth and lost all knowledge of one another, someone sat beside one fire and told, for the first time anywhere, of a hero and a serpent. And everything that came after, all the gods and all the weapons and all the long ages of the world, was the echo of that one night, carried outward and outward down the generations, changing its name at every telling and never once its heart. There was one dragon among all the rest that came to stand for the whole kind. It was enormous. It slept upon a deep bed of gold and jewels and old forgotten crowns. It breathed fire, and it was almost always undone in the end by the smallest and most human of things, which was that someone could not resist carrying off a little of its treasure. But not every guardian of a hoard was a fiery thing grown monstrous from its own greed. The Greeks kept dragons of a wholly different temper, set to their watch by the gods themselves, breathing no fire at all, and their whole virtue was that they never slept. At the far western edge of the world, where the evening sun went down, there grew a tree of golden apples, and coiled about its trunk lay a great serpent called Ladon, who guarded them without rest, and never once closed his eyes. Away in a dark grove beside a sacred spring, another such serpent lay wound about the golden fleece, sleepless season upon season, so that no hand might ever come near it. Yet these tireless watchers fared no better in the end than the hoarders of the north. For a hero came for the golden apples and carried them away, and another came for the fleece and carried that away too, and all their long years of watching were undone the moment someone reached out and took the treasure home. Greatest of them all, and best remembered, was the dragon of the north. There the storytellers told of Fafnir, who had not begun as a monster at all. He had begun as a son, until a great heap of cursed gold came into his family's keeping, and the gold began its slow work upon him. It hardened his heart and narrowed his mind, until he killed his own father to keep the whole of it, and crept away alone to a wild heath to brood upon his winnings. And there, little by little, the greed worked its way outward through his skin, and he grew and coiled and thickened into a vast serpent lying heavy upon the hoard, wanting nothing, giving nothing, and guarding gold he had no further use for. In the end, a young hero named Sigurd dug a pit across the path the beast had worn down to the water, and waited there in the dark, and struck upward as the great weight passed above him. The gold was won, but the curse upon it was not so easily unwound, and it went on to poison very nearly everyone who touched it afterward. Long years afterward, in the poem of Beowulf, the very same beast lay sleeping. This one guarded the treasure of a people long dead, in a barrow beneath the earth, and it had lain there in peace for 300 winters. Then one day, a wanderer, ragged and desperate, crept down into the dark and stole a single golden cup. Only the one, but it was enough. The dragon woke and found the cup gone, and its fury was a terrible thing, for it took to the air by night and rained fire down upon the halls and homesteads of the land. An old king, who had been a great hero in his younger days, took up his shield one last time and went out to meet it. He was old by then, and he must have known the fight might be the end of him, but he went out to it all the same. But the story did not end there. It travelled on down the centuries. When a scholar of that very poem came to write a tale of his own, he reached back and lifted the sleeping dragon from its barrow and gave it fresh life beneath a mountain. He called it Smaug. And when the moment came at last for that long rest to be broken, it was broken in the oldest way there was. A small and frightened burglar slipped into the mountain and carried off, of all things, a single golden cup. Smaug woke and counted over his hoard, and knew at once that he had been robbed, and the rage that came after had been waiting to be told for well over 1,000 years. On a dark hillside above the southern coast of Anatolia, there was a stretch of bare and broken rock from which the fire came. No one had lit it, and no one could put it out. It simply rose from the stone, a scatter of flames in the open air, flickering up out of the bare ground through rain and wind and the long turning of the seasons. Sailors far out at sea could mark it in the night. It had been burning so, without pause, for as long as anyone could remember, and then for as long again beyond that, back into the deep past where memory failed, and only the flame kept its record. In later days, people climbed up to it to kindle their own torches, for a flame that never died was a rare and a holy thing. The people of that coast called the place the Chimera, after the monster they said lay beneath it. She had been a fearful thing in her day, a creature stitched together wrongly, with the head of a lion at the front, and a serpent for a tail, and the head of a goat rising strangely from her back, and out of her throat she breathed a roaring fire that laid the whole country waste. No ordinary man could come near her, and so Bellerophon, mounted upon a winged horse, was sent out against her, that he might strike from above and keep clear of that dreadful breath. The way the tale was told, the hero did not trust to strength alone. He fixed a lump of lead upon the point of his spear, and drove it down into the creature's burning mouth, and the fire that was her only weapon melted the metal and choked her upon it, so that her own flame became the ending of her. Yet she was not, in the story, altogether destroyed. She was buried instead, driven down beneath the mountain, and the fire on the hillside was said to be her breath still leaking up through the rock, unquenched after all the long ages, a monster dreaming out her fire in the dark below. The fire itself came from deeper still. Far underground the earth held pockets of gas, and where a crack ran up to the surface, the gas seeped out into the air, and once it had caught it, never failed, for there was always more of it rising up behind. It was among the oldest flames anywhere on earth, fed by nothing but the slow breathing of the ground. In China, the same great beast wore an altogether gentler soul. The dragons of the north had been hoarders and burners, things to be crept up on and put to the sword. The dragon of China was a giver, and no one in their right mind would have dreamed of raising a blade to it. It belonged to the water and the weather and the wide grey vault of the sky. It was a strange and beautiful shape, this eastern dragon, sewn together out of many creatures, and yet somehow whole. It had the antlers of a stag, and the long body of a great snake, the scales of a fish along its length, and the talons of an eagle at its feet, and a soft beard drifting about its face. It had no wings at all, and needed none. It rose and swam through the open air as easily as through a river, winding among the clouds, and wherever it went, the rains came following after. In a land where the rains meant the whole difference between a full harvest and a hungry winter, such a creature was welcome above all others. It stirred in the deep pools, and the rivers and the seas, gathered the storm clouds together, and led them out across the dry fields. And so the people loved it, and looked for it, and were glad when it passed overhead. In time, it came to belong most of all to the emperor. The throne itself was the dragon throne. The emperor's own face was called the dragon face, and the beast was worked in gold thread upon his robes, coiling and clawed, a sign that the man who wore it ruled with the blessing of heaven. The emperor was, in his way, a dragon walking upon the earth. Even the wisest of men bowed to the creature. There was an old story, set down by the historians, of the day the teacher Confucius went to seek out the sage Laozi. Afterward, his students asked what he had made of the old man, and Confucius, who was seldom lost for words, confessed himself thoroughly outdone. Birds he understood, he told them, for a bird could be snared, and fish, for a fish could be netted, and the beasts of the field, for they could be trapped. But of the dragon he said, I cannot tell how it rides upon the wind and the clouds, and ascends into the sky. And then, of the sage he had only just met, he added, Today I have seen Laozi, and he is like a dragon. And so, while other lands set out to hunt their dragons down, this one was left to drift overhead in peace, trailing its reign across the fields. Wherever people had settled beside deep water, the serpent had settled there too, and the two ideas had grown so tangled together, serpent and water and life, that no one could quite say which of them had come first. In the old stories of India, the rivers and the underworld belonged to the Nagas, a race of great serpents, part snake and part something wiser, who guarded the springs and the deep pools and hoards of treasure in the cool dark below. Greatest of all of them was Shisha, so vast that his coils held up the whole of creation. He floated upon the endless milk-white ocean that lay between one age of the world and the next, and there, cushioned upon his own loops, with a canopy of serpent hoods spread above him, the god Vishnu lay asleep. The world rested while the god dreamed, and when at last the god awoke, a new age began, and the serpent bore it all upon his back, and never once complained of the weight. Off the shores of Japan, the sea itself answered to a dragon. Ryujin was his name, and he lived in a palace built of red and white coral, far down on the floor of the ocean, with fish for his courtiers and turtles for his messengers. In his keeping he held two great jewels, and by them he ruled the tides. When he raised the first, the sea drew back and left the wet sand bare for miles, and when he raised the second, the water came rushing home again. The fishermen and the sailors, whose whole lives rose and fell upon those tides, spoke his name with care. Across the great dry heart of Australia, a story so old its beginnings are lost was being told and told again. In the time before time, when the land lay flat and unformed, an enormous serpent woke beneath it and began to move. Where it pushed up through the ground, it raised the hills, and where it dragged its long body along, it carved out the beds of the rivers, and where it sank down at last, to rest it left the deep waterholes behind. It carried the rains upon its back, and after the storm, it arched across the sky in bands of colour, and in the dry season it lay watching from the green pools, and was best left undisturbed. And in the cold north, in the dark peat-brown water of a long highland loch, the very same shape was said to move. The oldest telling of it went back more than 1,300 years, to a life written of a wandering holy man called Columba. In it, he came down to the banks of the river that ran out from the loch, where a beast in the water had just seized a man, and as it turned back for another, the account said, Columba lifted his hand and commanded it, "Go no further, and do not touch the man." And the beast fled as though hauled backwards on a rope, and sank away into the depths, and troubled that crossing no more. Yet it never truly left the water, and the water never truly gave it up. Across the great western ocean, beyond the last of the islands and the setting sun, the peoples of the Americas had raised up dragons of their own, and theirs came robed in feathers and crowned with wisdom rather than dressed for war. Among the Aztecs, and among the older peoples whose temples they had inherited, the greatest of these was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a snake arrayed in shimmering green plumes. He was the breath of the wind and the light of the morning star, and the stories held that he had given humankind its most precious things. He had brought the maize up out of the heart of the mountain to feed the people, and he had taught them the cutting of stone, and the counting of the days, and the making of books, so that a man might set down his thoughts, and hand them on to those who came after. He had opened his hands, and given all of it away. In the green country of the Maya, that same feathered serpent went by the name of Kublai Khan, and there the people built him something extraordinary. They raised a great stepped pyramid, and they set its stairs and its angles with such care that twice in the year, as the day and the night came into balance, the falling sun cast a line of light and shadow down the northern stair. Step by step, the shadow joined into the shape of a long serpent's body, and at the foot of the stair a carved stone head lay waiting, so that for a little while the feathered serpent seemed to come gliding down out of the sky to touch the earth, and then, as the sun went down, to slip away once more. Out upon the wide grasslands, the Lakota kept the memory of a very different creature. Unchagila was her name, a vast-scaled monster of the deep water, long and terrible, and where she passed the land was troubled, and people went missing and did not come home. High overhead ranged the thunder beings, the great birds of the storm, and between the monsters of the water and the birds of the sky, there was an ancient and bitter war. In the end, the water monsters were struck down, and their huge bones were left behind, buried in the earth of a strange, broken country of bare ridges and dry hollows. So the feathered serpent of the west took its place beside all the rest, and the beast had reached clear round the world, from the cold fjords of the north to the dry heart of the south, from the rivers of India to the shores of Japan, and on across the last wide ocean, the same great serpent had risen up. All the while, something had been waiting in the ground. Long before there was any word for a creature such as a dinosaur, and long before anyone had dreamed the world was old enough to have held one, people cut into the earth and brought up bones, enormous bones. A single thigh the length of a grown man, a skull as big as a boulder, teeth that matched no living animal, and ribs that curved like the timbers of a ship. Whoever turned them up drew the one conclusion that made any sense. Something huge and terrible had died in this place, long ages ago, and the shape of what lay there in the soil looked for all the world like a dragon. It happened nearly everywhere the ground gave up its ancient dead. In the dry hills of Greece, great bones were taken for the remains of giants and monsters slain by the heroes in the first days of the world. Along the northern coasts, a strange skull might be hung above a church door as proof that a dragon had once been beaten there. The bones were real, solid, and heavy in the hand, and a dragon seemed the plainest reason for them. Nowhere was that belief older or more settled than in China, where such bones had a name and a use. They were dragon bones, and ground fine into powder, they were reckoned among the most valuable of all medicines, sold across the counter in the apothecaries of every town. For hundreds of years, the farmers gathered them from the hillsides and the riverbanks and carried them in to be sold, and no one thought to ask too closely what manner of animal had left them behind. Then, well over 100 years ago, a scholar in the north fell ill, and dragon bones were brought to him as part of his cure. He was a learned man, deep in the study of the most ancient writing of his country, and as the bones were set before him, his eye was caught by something upon their surface. Marks and faint scratches, ordered and deliberate, and to his practiced eye plainly a kind of writing, stranger and older than any he had ever seen. He began to buy up every dragon bone he could lay hands on, and other scholars followed after him, and the trail led back in the end to the fields above an old and long-buried city. The inscribed bones, as it turned out, had never been any giant's remains at all, nor any medicine either. They were the shoulder blades of oxen and the shells of turtles, and more than 3,000 years before, the diviners of a forgotten dynasty had scratched their questions into them and held them to the fire and read the answers in the way the surface cracked. The questions were still upon them all that time later. Questions about the harvest and whether the days ahead would go well or badly. It was the oldest writing anyone in that land had ever found, older by far than any memory of it, and it had lain forgotten in the medicine drawers under the name of the dragon. Some of the dragons had needed no dreaming at all, for they were flesh and blood and already walking the earth. Along the Nile there lived a monster cased in ridged and pebbled hide that slid without a ripple into the brown water and could drag a full-grown beast under in a heartbeat. The people of Egypt knew the crocodile far too well to doubt it, and so they made a god of it and set its likeness in their temples. In the hot forests, a serpent grew as thick as a man's leg and longer than a room, coiling down out of the branches, able to wrap around a deer or a wild pig and swallow the whole of it down. Out of the deep sea, a stranger thing would sometimes rise, a fish all of silver, thin and flat as a ribbon, longer than several men laid end to end, with a red crest running the length of its head. It would break the surface glinting beside a boat, then slide away again into the dark, and on a scattering of far islands in the eastern seas there lived a true dragon, though the wider world was slow to credit it. Sailors and pearl divers brought back tales of a great lizard that ran down grazing beasts and carried the certainty of death in its very bite. For years the tales were set aside as sailors' talk. It was only in the last century that an officer finally went out to see the thing for himself, and he came home not with a story, but with the creature itself, a hide and a set of bones far too large to argue with. The great lizard of Komodo was real, 10 feet of it from nose to tail, the largest living dragon upon the earth, and it had been going about its business on those islands long before the wider world ever thought to look. Then there was one dragon that bled, though it had never once drawn breath. Far out in the ocean, upon a lonely and wind-scoured island, there grew a tree unlike any other in the world, its bare limbs spread wide and turned up at the ends like a great umbrella caught in the wind. When a knife was set to its bark, the tree wept. A thick, dark resin welled up out of the cut, and it was the same deep red color of blood. The old traders who sailed all that way to gather it had no doubt at all what they were looking upon. Here was dragon's blood, spilled in some battle long ago and dried into the living wood, and they carried it home across the seas to serve as a dye, a medicine, and a treasure in its own right. At the very last, there was a dragon that no story could reach and no explanation could ever bring down, for it had been set among the stars. High in the northern sky, wound between the two bears, there lay a long trail of faint stars that the old watchers had joined together into a serpent and named the dragon. Night upon night it wheeled slowly round the pole of the heavens, and never once dipped below the horizon, never set, never sank to rest, but turned forever about that single fixed point, while the rest of the sky rose and fell around it. In ages long gone, its coils had held the very center of the turning world, and the builders of the first great tombs had sighted along their stones to a star within its body, and called that their north, their one sure mark in a moving heaven. And though the slow wheeling of the ages had since carried that guiding star away from the pole, so that later travellers steered by another star altogether, the dragon itself wound on unbroken between the bears. Empires had come and gone beneath it, and still it kept its slow and steady round, exactly as it always had. Then there were times when a dragon seemed to reach down and take hold of the sun itself. Now and again, in the middle of an ordinary day, the light would begin to fail. A bite would go out of the sun, and then a second, and the world would turn dim and cold and eerie, and the birds would break off their singing as though night had somehow come at noon. In more than one land, the same fear rose up to account for it, that a great dragon in the heavens was swallowing the sun, and might yet swallow the whole of it. And so the people would pour out of their houses, and beat upon their drums and their pots, and raise the loudest din they could, all of them together, to frighten the beast away. And every single time, the sun slid back out of the shadow, whole and bright as ever, and the dragon loosed its hold and stole away again into the dark. The drums, it seemed, had never once failed. There was one dragon last of all, the oldest shape of any of them, and by far the calmest. Somewhere in the deep past, a hand had drawn a serpent curved right round upon itself into a ring. Its tail was brought up to its own mouth and held gently there. So it had no beginning that anyone might find, and no ending to it either. Round and round it went forever, swallowing itself with the close of each turn, the opening of the next. It had been laid in gold in the tomb of a boy king, and turned over in the minds of seekers ever since, and always it had carried the same untroubled meaning, that all things returned again in their season, that the old year gave way to the new, and the tide that drew out came flooding back, and the sun that was swallowed always returned. So the story of the dragon ends as it began, no nearer to being caught than when we first embarked on our search. It lies in the great bones turned up out of the ground, or in the crocodiles sliding through the shallows. Much of it can be accounted for that way, piece by piece. The flame on the hillside, the serpent in the river, the bones in the clay, and yet the whole of it always slips the net. So the dragon remains where it has always been, vast and half-glimpsed, somewhere out in the dark, and as far from being captured or understood as ever before. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of William Wallace. Not the roaring warrior depicted in blockbuster films like Braveheart, but the real man behind the legend, whose life was deeper, stranger, and in many ways far more compelling than what made it to the big screen. There were no kilts during Wallace's time, no blue face paint, and no forbidden romance. And Wallace wasn't a peasant plucked from the fields. He was the educated son of the lesser nobility, fluent in Latin and shaped by the echoing stone halls of Paisley Abbey, long before ever lifting a blade in anger. The real story is certainly one of courage, but more than that, it's one of strategic brilliance and a careful coaxing of a smouldering resistance. Wallace rose in a Scotland that had lost its king and very nearly its voice, a land subdued but not settled, its freedom stifled beneath a foreign hand. And from that growing unrest, he emerged. First as an outlaw, then as the leader of a growing rebellion. During that time, Wallace would defeat a far larger English army at Stirling Bridge, and for a brief while hold the title of Guardian of Scotland, ruling in the name of an imprisoned king. But his was a story of reversals as much as triumphs, where allegiances shifted like the winds across the highland bracken, and every decision carried with it the risk of betrayal. But William Wallace wasn't chasing glory. He sought no throne. He was hunted and doubted, and at times nearly forgotten, yet he endured. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Wallace through shadowed forests and hidden glens, and discover how an unlikely leader became an enduring symbol of Scottish identity and defiance that endures to this very day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the waning years of the 13th century, Scotland was a kingdom without a centre. Its previous king, Alexander III, had died suddenly, falling from his horse down a steep embankment on a coastal road one dark and storm-blown night. With no adult heir to follow him, and only a young granddaughter in distant Norway left to inherit the throne, the country slipped into uncertainty. And it was here that Edward I, King of England, saw his opportunity. Not at first with open force, but with the weight of paperwork, envoys, and promises. He offered to judge Scotland's succession dispute, to help her choose a new king from the competing claimants, which he did. Selecting John Balliol, a noble of good blood but uncertain backbone. Balliol, now seated but not sovereign, found himself bound to Edward by terms that weakened his every move. Scotland had a king once more, but one who ruled with Edward's hand on his shoulder. The mood across the lowlands and borderlands grew colder. Edward's sheriffs enforced foreign laws with unfamiliar accents. Nobles were asked to send men and coin for English wars abroad. And in villages, Where the church bell had always been the loudest sound, now came the tread of foreign boots and strange new banners. People carried on, of course, but a sense lingered that something had tilted beneath their feet, and not in their favour. Among the smaller estates west of Glasgow, near the village of Elderslie, lived the Wallace family. They were not peasants, despite what many have claimed. They held land and bore a modest coat of arms, a white lion on a red field. William Wallace was the second son of Sir Malcolm Wallace, a minor landholder. This placed him in that curious space between the powerful and the poor, educated enough to read and write, trained enough to carry a blade, yet far enough from real authority to know its limits. His older brother was set to inherit the estate. William, by contrast, would be sent to the abbey. He grew up in a land full of murmurs. Elders whispered about kings who were no longer kings. Traders brought stories of new taxes, missing cattle, letters that now required seals from both Scottish and English courts. And Wallace, tall even as a boy, observed everything with a keen, restless mind. He was a child of a Scotland not yet at war, but already weary of being watched. Before he ever held command or bore the title of rebel, William was simply a second son, shaped by the slow rhythm of bells and parchment. He studied at Paisley Abbey, a sprawling stone complex, just a half-day's ride west of Glasgow. It was a place where candlelight flickered over carved arches, and scripture echoed softly beneath vaulted ceilings. Here, boys of good, respectable families, though not necessarily nobles, were given the tools of a different sort of power. It was expected that someone like Wallace might train to become a clerk, perhaps even take minor orders. The abbey taught him Latin, almost certainly, and possibly some French, the language still used in royal courts. He would have learned to read the Gospels, to recite prayers by heart, and to write in the careful, looping hand of monastic scribes. But beyond the lessons, Paisley offered something subtler, a sense of structure, of discipline, yes, but also of layered authority. Yet even in such a place, the outside world pressed in. Letters arrived bearing news of levies demanded by the English crown. Priests spoke openly of the weakening of Scotland's independence. And while Wallace took in his lessons, he was also absorbing the growing discomfort of a land slowly being hemmed in by foreign will. Though obedient in many respects, Wallace did not take easily to deference. What little survives hints at a young man who questioned more than he was meant to. Some sources speak of him leaving Paisley earlier than expected, whether by choice or persuasion. In either case, this much is clear. Wallace learned much from the abbey, but he would not be moulded by it. When he returned home, he did so as a young man able to read the laws imposed on his people, and able to see when those laws were not just. He had the words now, not just the feelings. He knew how power cloaked itself in process, how rules could be used to serve the strong while binding the weak. And perhaps more importantly, he had begun to understand something else, that if he were to have any future in a land where inheritance and titles meant everything, he would have to make it for himself. The road to open resistance does not often begin with fanfare. For Wallace, it began with damp weather, a restless mind, and a single act that would ripple across the kingdom. The town of Lanark, nestled where the Clyde runs narrow and cold, was little more than a market town, modest dwellings clustered around a wooden bridge and stone parish church. It was here, under the watchful gaze of an English-appointed sheriff, that Wallace made his first decisive move. By now, the young man had already been marked, not yet famous, but known. He had refused to swear fealty to Edward I when other landholders bowed. He had been seen arguing with tax collectors, skirting the roads less travelled, and speaking carefully in public, but with fire behind the eyes. There were rumours he had already struck out at soldiers along the western marches, small, isolated encounters dismissed as thuggery by English chroniclers. But it was seen differently by those who lived beneath that rule. In Lanark, Wallace killed William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of the town. Some say it was in revenge for the killing of Wallace's betrothed. Others suggest it was less personal, more political, a deliberate challenge to English authority. The truth may lie somewhere in between. This was no fit of rage. Wallace did not linger after the act. He disappeared into the surrounding woods before reinforcements could be summoned. To those in power, it was murder. But to many Scots watching from behind shuttered windows, it was something else entirely. It was the first breath of open defiance. In the days that followed, patrols doubled and proclamations were issued. But Wallace was gone, riding through the wet fields and low wooded hills of Clydesdale. Those who sheltered him did so at great risk, yet more than a few were willing. A baker might offer a crust without speaking. A stable hand might turn his back for just long enough. Already the legend was beginning, but almost imperceptibly, and with more fear than fire. There were no grand armies yet, no banners or charges, just rain in the gutters, the distant toll of a bell, and rumours of a man the sheriff's men couldn't lay hands on. Wallace had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, and the Crown knew it. From then on, Lanark would be remembered as a place where silence gave way to action. From this point onward, his life became a pattern of evasion and emergence. No fixed base, no standing army, just movement, message, and the slow gathering of trust. If rebellion was to grow, it would do so carefully, under the cover of deep forests and ancient stones. Much of Wallace's early organizing took place not in halls or castles, but in the open. Forest clearings served as council chambers, and those who joined him were not mercenaries, but farmers or tradesmen with little to lose. They came in twos and threes, some on foot, others leading worn horses. Many brought weapons handed down by fathers or fashioned by local smiths after dark. Few had matching arms or formal training, but they had purpose. Camps were set near ancient standing stones or deep within familiar glens, places where stories already held power. What drew them was steadiness, a man who did not blink under pressure and did not need to raise his voice to be obeyed. As word spread, raids grew bolder, targeting supply convoys, outposts, and tax depots. English officials responded with warrants and patrols, but Wallace remained one step ahead. At times, his men would vanish for days, only to strike suddenly miles away. These were not victories won with numbers, but with precision and daring. It was around this time that Wallace joined forces with Andrew de Moray, another leader rising in the north who shared his cause. Moray had led his own rebellion near Inverness, and their combined strength was now drawing attention far beyond the borders. Their forces were still uneven, their resources thin. The English crown dismissed them as rabble. But then came Stirling. The bridge at Stirling was narrow, just wide enough for two to pass abreast, and flanked by marshy ground. It was here, in the late summer of 1297, that Wallace and Moray chose to make their stand. English forces under John de Warenne and Hugh de Cressingham approached with heavy cavalry and supplies. Wallace, studying the lay of the land, saw what others did not, that this bridge, not the battlefield beyond it, would decide the day. As the English began to cross, Wallace waited. Only when a portion of their forces had moved past the halfway point did he strike. The trap was swift, brutal, and strategically flawless. Those caught on the bridge had no room to maneuver. Many fell into the river, others turned back too late. The rest never crossed at all. Moray fell wounded in the fighting, and within weeks he was dead, leaving Wallace to carry the cause alone. The victory at Stirling was not just a blow to English arms, it was a message. Wallace, once a fugitive, now stood as a commander capable of defeating a larger, better-equipped force. His name moved from whispered tale to spoken fact. But even as celebrations spread through the hills, victory brought attention, and attention in a land still divided could be as dangerous as defeat. In the days after Stirling, Scotland held its breath. The unexpected victory had sent tremors through the English ranks and stirred new energy among those who had once kept to the shadows. But with triumph came expectation, and soon eyes across the land, noble and common alike, turned to William Wallace. In October of 1297, Wallace was named Guardian of the realm of Scotland, ruling in the name of the imprisoned King John Balliol. It was not a royal title, but it carried enormous weight. As Guardian, Wallace was tasked with defending the kingdom, administering justice, and speaking on its behalf abroad. It was a role usually reserved for high-born nobles, men with lineage, influence, and deep political ties. Wallace had none of these. What he did have was momentum and clarity. It was a strange honor, one that placed him not above the people, but awkwardly among the ruling class, who had until recently ignored or opposed him. Many nobles resented his sudden rise. Few offered more than lukewarm support. In meetings of the realm's council, Wallace often stood alone, surrounded by titles, but lacking allies. Still, he acted. From the small stronghold of Scone, and later Perth, Wallace issued proclamations in the name of Scotland's freedom, though always in restrained legal terms. He sent letters to cities in Germany and the Low Countries, most famously to Lübeck and Hamburg, announcing that Scottish ports were open once again for trade. It was a bold move. Scotland, he was saying, had not been broken, but there were signs of strain. Supplies were short. Loyalty among nobles wavered. The church offered tepid blessing, and the English crown, far from defeated, had begun preparations for a renewed campaign. King Edward I, now returned from his continental wars, was determined to reclaim what he saw as his rightful dominion. Wallace, meanwhile, faced a growing dilemma. He had men who believed in him, soldiers, farmers, and craftsmen who had tasted something rare, the feeling of standing on their own ground. He knew that feeling alone could not win the future, but he also knew there was no going back. And so, as the days shortened and winter drew near, Wallace raised his banner with resolve. He sent messages to outlying regions, called for grain and arms, and mapped the roads southward. His next move would be a calculated risk, one meant to show the world that Scotland could act, not just react. He would march into England. The decision to cross the border was not made lightly. Wallace knew the risks. His forces were lean, drawn mostly from the central lowlands and the lands north of the Clyde. Supplies were limited, and winter crept ever closer. But in late 1297, he led a bold incursion south into Northumberland and Cumberland, English soil. This was not conquest, it was pressure. Wallace's aim was strategic: to weaken English morale, disrupt their preparation, and perhaps compel the nobility to think twice before committing more forces against Scotland. His movements were swift, sometimes harsh, but deliberate. He targeted garrisons and supply depots, not cathedrals or sacred sites. While chroniclers in England described burning towns and desecration, this was not the reckless pillaging of a marauder, but the deliberate work of a commander who understood battle tactics. Hardship followed them all the same. The campaign pushed Wallace and his men through hard country, moors, hills, frost-laced valleys. Snow came early that year, soft at first, then relentless. Roads became streams of mud, and the foraging parties returned with little more than thin oats and smoked fish. They made camp in ruined villages and abandoned steadings. Fires burned low, more for smoke than warmth. It's thought Wallace kept to himself during these nights, studying maps, listening to scouts, speaking only when he had to. It was in this bitter season that his men began to call him more than commander. They called him steadier things: protector, guide, sometimes simply him. But even as they pressed further south, Wallace must have sensed what was waiting in return. England was stirring. The time for delay was over. By early 1298, Wallace knew his men could not remain in the south. The land, scoured and barren, could no longer sustain them. He gave the order to return, and so they retraced their steps. They were worn and thinned, but largely intact. They had achieved what they set out to do, reminded England that Scotland could still strike. But Wallace also knew that warning bells had been sounded. The next time he faced the English, they would come in force. As he crossed the border once more and rode back toward the lowland farms, Wallace must have felt a strange sense of foresight. He had bought time, but he had also invited the full weight of the crown. The fields around Falkirk were soft in the early summer of 1298, grass just tall enough to sway in the breeze, the ground firm from weeks without rain. But beneath that calm surface, something heavier hung in the air, an unease that had nothing to do with weather. Wallace knew the English were coming. More than that, he knew Edward was coming. The king himself had crossed the border with one of the largest forces Scotland had yet faced. In the weeks prior, Wallace had tried to prepare. He issued fresh calls to arms, re-established field positions, and watched for movements in the south. Yet the deeper challenge lay not in the enemy's might, but in Scotland's own fractured leadership. He chose his ground near Falkirk carefully, placing his infantry in schiltron formations, tight circles of spearmen designed to hold firm against cavalry. His men dug shallow ditches, drove wooden stakes into the earth, and prepared for the worst. The English arrived in overwhelming force. Knights in armour, archers from Wales, foot soldiers hardened by years of campaign. Edward had brought nearly 2,000 cavalry alone. It was, in every sense, a reckoning. The battle, when it came, did not last long. The English archers broke the schiltrons from a distance, their arrows finding the gaps that even the tightest ranks could not fully seal. Cavalry surged in, cutting through the weakened lines. The Scottish nobles, many of whom had held back at the rear, gave little support. Most fled early, the rest simply watched. Wallace's forces held as long as they could. There was no collapse, only erosion, a slow, tragic unraveling of men outmatched and under-supported. When retreat became the only option, Wallace withdrew his remaining forces in order, protecting as many lives as he could. He did not die at Falkirk, but something else did. In the aftermath, Wallace resigned as Guardian of Scotland. It was not a gesture of defeat, but of clarity. He had seen the limits of his position, the ceiling placed upon him not by the enemy, but by his own countrymen. Without unity, there would be no lasting resistance, and if others wished to lead, he would no longer stand in their way. He withdrew from public life without ceremony. Only the fading sound of hoofbeats and the long quiet that follows a cause, caught in the hands of too many. Falkirk was not the end, but it was a turning point. The legend might live on, but the man, now stripped of title and command, would continue his journey alone. When the dust of Falkirk settled and Wallace relinquished his role as guardian, he did not return home, because in truth, he no longer had one. His name was now both shield and target, known across the kingdom, praised by those who saw him as Scotland's only true voice, and condemned by others who preferred order, even at the cost of independence. What followed was not well recorded. These years of Wallace's life slip through the grasp of history, mentioned only in fragments, stray letters and vague reports. And yet, It is in this absence, this misted chapter, that we find perhaps the truest version of him. A man moving by instinct, never staying long, always watching. He passed, it is believed, from glen to glen, taking shelter in the hills above Loch Lomond, the pine woods near Tindrum, and the twisting paths of Glen Nevis. Despite his isolation, Wallace had not given up. He travelled beyond Scotland, perhaps even to France, seeking support from King Philip IV. Records suggest he carried letters with him, formal declarations from Scottish clerics or remaining councilmen requesting aid against Edward's encroachment. Some say Wallace hoped to travel to Rome to lay Scotland's case before the Pope. Whether he reached the Holy See remains uncertain, but the effort itself speaks to the kind of resolve he carried, a belief that even from the margins he could still shape the fate of his country. Back home, however, the tides were turning. With Wallace absent, new leaders emerged, nobles more acceptable to the political class, some of whom had once ignored or opposed him. Treaties were signed, compromises made. The cause for which he had risked everything was still alive, but it had changed shape, less about open resistance, more about negotiation, diplomacy, cautious steps rather than bold leaps. In many ways, Wallace had become a symbol more than a man. Songs were sung about his courage, tales spread of his escape through icy burns, his sword still gleaming despite the snow. And yet, in truth, he remained a wanderer, unseen, his thoughts likely far less grand than the ballads made them out to be. It's likely there were nights, long ones, where he sat beside a low fire, wrapped in wool and damp from the bracken, and wondered whether his choices had truly mattered, whether the freedom he had chased was now just a banner someone else would carry, or whether it had slipped into the fog like so many of the voices that once pledged to follow him. He moved, listened, planned, and perhaps that, more than anything, was what made him dangerous. Not what he commanded, but what he still believed. It was near Glasgow, they say, that it happened. After years of shadowed travel and narrow escapes, Wallace was finally captured, not on a battlefield by English knights, but through betrayal. The man who turned him in was Sir John de Menteith, a Scottish noble and once ally, who had aligned himself with the English crown. The details are sparse, but the effect is clear. No fight, no chase, just a trap, sprung with unnerving precision. We don't know exactly what Wallace felt in that moment, if there were words exchanged, if he suspected it before it unfolded. What is known is that he was seized, bound, and delivered to English custody. From there, he was transported south under heavy guard. It was a long journey, taking him from the wild hills of Scotland through English towns where his name was more accusation than legend. He passed through Carlisle, then through smaller villages, the faces at the roadside curious or hostile, depending on what they'd heard. Wallace bore no crown, no banner, no parade of loyal men. He was chained, cloaked in the dust of the road, and stared down by those who had once feared the mention of his name. When he arrived in London, the city was swollen with the heat of summer. Its streets were loud with commerce and rumour, Word of Wallace's capture spread quickly. He was held in the city to await trial at Westminster Hall. For the English crown, this was a triumph, a symbol that the rebellion, or at least one version of it, had finally been quelled. But even here, in the heart of his enemy's domain, Wallace did not bend. When brought before the court, he acknowledged no guilt. He denied the charge of treason outright, stating simply that he had never sworn loyalty to the English king. So how, then, could he betray him? For Wallace was a man of principle, who saw himself not as a criminal, but as a man who had defended his homeland from foreign control. In that moment, stripped of power, he still held to the one thing no one could take from him, his conviction. The trial was short, the verdict predetermined. He was condemned to death. Yet history remembers little of those who presided, and much of the man they hoped to erase. In the days before his execution, Wallace was held under close guard. We can imagine the moments he must have passed in reflection, alone in the cold stone of his cell, the sounds of London beyond the walls, the knowledge of what lay ahead settling in with clarity. He had lived as a hunted man for years, and now, at last, he was still. There would be no more glens to retreat into, no more hidden allies or forest paths. Only the closing chapter, and whatever dignity he could carry into it. But though the final hours were his alone, what came after would not be. Word of Wallace's death would travel far, across Scotland, into the courts of Europe, and through the halls of monasteries. Not because it was unexpected, but because of what it meant, that a man could defy the greatest power in his world, and face the end without apology nor bitterness. There are no known last words, no letter from the Tower, no final account from William Wallace himself. What remains is silence, the deep, historical kind that follows when a life ends, but its meaning lingers on. After his execution in late August of 1305, Wallace's name was meant to fade. The sentence had been carried out with spectacle and severity, designed to erase not just the man, but the idea of him. His body was quartered, his remains sent to various towns across England and Scotland, warnings nailed in wood and iron. But ideas, unlike flesh, do not scatter so easily, and in Wallace's case, it was not just the idea of resistance that survived. It was the idea of endurance, of a man who stood not because he believed he would win, but because he refused to kneel. Within Scotland, his legacy took root unevenly at first. The nobles who had once distanced themselves from him found his absence a useful symbol. Later uprisings, most notably those led by Robert the Bruce, who had once opposed Wallace's methods, drew quiet strength from his memory as the wars for independence deepened. In abbeys and among the clergy, his name was kept alive in small ways. Notes in margins, mentions in chronicles, the occasional prayer spoken with care. Across Europe, the letters Wallace had once sent from his position as guardian were preserved in archives, rarely studied at the time, but not discarded. The Hanseatic ports of Lübeck and Hamburg still held his letters in their archives. It was not until generations later that Wallace's story took fuller form, retold, reimagined, sometimes adorned. The truth, though simpler, is no less powerful. He was a man born into a time of confusion and uncertainty, who chose a path most would have avoided. But even in defeat, he remained constant, believing truth and justice are worth fighting for. And perhaps that is why his memory remains. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Titanic, the most magnificent ship of her day, helmed by a steady-handed seamaster who foresaw nothing in this routine Atlantic crossing but smooth sailing and a triumphant final chapter to his 40 years at sea. They called Edward John Smith the millionaire's captain. The wealthiest travelers chose their crossings just to sail with him, so the owners of the Titanic set their most reliable man upon their new flagship. Over 60, and bound for retirement, Captain Smith took the helm, only to see the vessel safely to New York on her maiden voyage. His decades at sea he summed up in one word: uneventful. Never once wrecked, never in peril of disaster. Yet beneath the polished decks, shadows were gathering. There were lifeboats for barely half aboard. Ice warnings arrived by wireless, but were overlooked or waved aside. And the sea lay smooth as a dark mirror, beguiling the night watch into a dangerous complacency while concealing the breaking white water that would otherwise have betrayed the invisible hazards adrift in the dark. But the most unsettling thing was not aboard the ship at all. Some have long pointed to a novel written 14 years earlier. In it, the largest ocean liner ever built is deemed unsinkable, but then strikes an iceberg in the Atlantic without enough lifeboats aboard to save its thousands of passengers. And the name of that ship, which he called the Titan, almost seems beyond the boundary of mere coincidence. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step onto the deck of the Titanic on her maiden voyage across the Atlantic. The warm lamplight, the sea air, and the great ship easing into the dark, with every heart aboard confident she would carry them home. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The morning came bright and ordinary over Southampton, the sort of April day that promised nothing but blue water ahead. Along the quayside, the crowds gathered thick, craning their necks, for the ship at the dock was so vast that no single glance could take her in. She rose above the sheds and the rooftops like a moving piece of a city, her 4 great funnels set just so against the sky, and the people who had come to see her off fell rather still at the sight of her. On her bridge stood the most trusted man in the whole company. Edward Smith was his name, though the wealthy who booked their passages around him knew him more fondly as the millionaire's captain, for they liked to cross the ocean in his care and no others. He had a white beard and a steady, unhurried way about him, and a reputation for safety that had followed him for years. There was a pleasing tale hidden beneath all that gold braid. He had been born far inland, the son of a potter, and from those modest beginnings he had risen, ship by ship, all the way to the grandest vessel ever to leave an English port. This crossing was to be the crown of the whole long climb, the last voyage of his career before a well-earned retirement ashore. And then, before the great ship had even cleared the harbour, the sea offered a small and almost comic warning of its own. As she moved slowly out along the water, her enormous hull pushed aside such a weight of the harbour that the sea itself went sliding after her. Nearby, tied snug at her berth, sat a smaller liner called the New York. The sudden pull of all that shifting water snapped her mooring ropes one after another, the heavy cables parting with a crack that carried across the docks, and the stern of the New York began to swing loose, drawn out into the channel and turning slowly toward the passing giant. For a long moment, the 2 ships drifted closer together, and the watching crowd held its breath. A collision right there in the harbour, before the voyage had truly begun, seemed almost certain, but quick work by a nearby tug and a timely order to the great ship's engines checked her motion just enough. The gap held. The New York was brought back under control, and the 2 hulls slid past one another, with only a narrow stretch of water to spare. It had been the near miss of a few feet, and no more. The passengers at the rails laughed it off, as people often do in such circumstances. A band was playing somewhere below. Stewards moved along the corridors with their trays and their warm smiles. The whole floating world of her went on about its comforts, certain of a smooth passage home. The word followed the ship wherever she went. It was printed in the papers and murmured along her promenades and set down in the trade journals, and that word was unsinkable. Not merely strong or grand, but unsinkable, as though the sea had been asked its opinion and had agreed. There was iron beneath the word, and that was what gave people such comfort. Far down inside her, below the chandeliers and the grand lounges and the wide staircases, the ship was carved into 16 great rooms, one behind another, the whole length of her, and between each room and the next stood a heavy door of steel. A man on the bridge had only to turn a single handle, and all through the depths of her, those doors would come sliding down together and seal each room away from its neighbors. Let the sea break into one of them, or two, or even four, and the ship would ride on as though nothing had happened, holding the water in its box and carrying everyone home to tea. Passengers were shown the trick of it and went away delighted. The comfort had a small shadow in it, though few noticed and fewer minded. The steel walls between those rooms did not climb all the way up. They rose a little above the waterline, and then simply ended, open at the top, and any water that ever filled one room past the brim would spill over the wall and slide down into the next, the way water tips from one hollow of an ice tray into the one beside it. On a flat and easy sea, there seemed no way on earth for such a thing to happen. So the shadow lay where it was, unregarded, and the ship went on being unsinkable in everyone's mind. The captain shared the faith as fully as any man aboard. Some years before, stepping ashore in New York from another fine new liner, he had stood among the reporters on the pier and spoken of what shipbuilding had become. He told them that he could not imagine any condition which would cause a ship to founder. He was not a boastful man when he said it. He was white-bearded and courteous and careful, the sort of captain who had grown old at sea without ever frightening a passenger, and he simply believed, as nearly everyone believed, that the days of ships being lost had passed into history. Long before any of this, in a cramped study far from the water, an American author named Morgan Robertson had leaned over his desk and dreamed up a ship. He made her the largest afloat and the last word in luxury. He sent her out across the North Atlantic on a cold April crossing, and he ran her into an iceberg in the dark, and because he had given her too few boats, he let most of her people go down with her. He wrote all of that 14 years before the great ship's maiden voyage, and the name he had painted on the bow of his imagined liner, the great doomed ship of his story, was the Titan. Up on the boat deck, the lifeboats sat in a long, handsome row, snug beneath their canvas covers, swung out ready on their iron arms above the sea. Passengers walked past them in the salt air and thought no more about them than about the deck chairs or the railings. There seemed plenty of them. There were nowhere near enough. The rule book that decided their number was a tired old thing, written in the days of far smaller ships and never brought up to date since. It counted a vessel, not by the people she carried, but by her weight, by her bare tonnage, as though what needed saving were the iron and not the souls. And because the great liners had swollen larger and larger, while the rules stayed still, the ship met that ancient law with room to spare. She carried more boats than the letter of it asked of her. On paper, she was not just safe. She was better than safe. The paper did not go to sea, though. The people did. And if ever the whole ship were called to those boats at once, the mothers and the porters and the millionaires and the men shoveling coal far below, they would have found places along the benches for about one soul in every two, and the rest would have stood at the rail with nowhere to go. It had not always been meant to be so few. When the ship was first drawn up on the designer's board, there had been more of them in the plan, rows enough to carry a great many more of her people off into the night. But boats took room. They wanted heavy iron arms to swing them from, and those arms crowded the long, clean promenade where the first-class passengers liked to stroll and take the view, and a deck cluttered with lifeboats was thought a gloomy, fretful sort of sight for people paying so dearly to feel carefree. So the extra boats were rubbed off the plan, one row after another, until only the handsome few remained. A fine open deck had been chosen over a crowded one, and no one at the time had felt the loss. Nor did anyone feel it now, gliding westward under a mild spring sky. The boats were there after all. Anyone anxious could count them and be soothed, and the ship beneath them was the unsinkable one, the ship the whole world trusted, and an unsinkable ship hardly needed boats at all. They were there for the look of the thing, a kindness to nervous old ladies, and a row of quiet shapes to tip a hat to on an evening walk. All through that last full day at sea, while the passengers dozed in their deck chairs and took their afternoon tea and wrote their cheerful letters home, the air all around the great ship was alive with warnings. They came in the crackle and stutter of Morse code, tapped out by the wireless men of other ships scattered across the same cold waters. Vessel after vessel had met the ice, great fields of it drifting down from the north, and pale mountains of it riding low and dangerous in the dark. One after another, they sent word of what lay ahead, the positions of the bergs and the reach of the drifting pack, a steady scattering of caution passing invisibly through the air. Some of those messages reached the great ship. Several of them did not travel on to where they were most needed. For the two young men who worked the wireless set aboard were not, strictly speaking, the ship's own men at all. They were employees of the Marconi Company, and their true trade was a commercial one. All day and late into every night, they sat in their cramped little cabin with the instrument chattering away before them, and the work that filled their hours was the private traffic of the passengers, the steady stream of personal telegrams that wealthy travelers so loved to send from the middle of the ocean. Greetings and birthday wishes, instructions to distant offices, and small boasts about the fine ship they sailed upon. All of it had to be tapped out letter by patient letter and sent along toward the shore. It was paid work, and there was a great heap of it waiting, and it kept the two operators bent over their key for hour upon weary hour. The ice warnings, arriving in the thick of all that, were a kind of interruption. Some were carried faithfully up to the officers on the bridge. Others were laid on the desk to be seen to later, or half heard, or lost altogether in the sheer press of paid messages awaiting their turn. There was only a young man now bent over his key, hour after hour, his partner asleep in the bunk beside him, sending on the messages he had been set to send, the wires humming, and the heap beside him never going down, and no earthly reason yet to feel afraid. And late that evening, one more warning came, from very close at hand. A ship not far off, stopped for the night amid the very ice that lay ahead, tried to break in to say that she was surrounded by it, and had halted where she stood. But her signal came through loud and jangling, right in the ear of the great ship's operator, as he laboured to clear his backlog toward the land, and the answer that went back to her was short and sharp and weary. The other man was told, in so many words, to keep out and cease his chatter, for the operator was busy. Stung, or perhaps simply obedient, the wireless man on the nearby ship set down his headphones a little while later and took himself off to bed. The sea went strange and beautiful that night. The wind fell away to nothing, and the long ocean swell sank down and smoothed itself until the water lay flat and black and still as poured ink, without a ripple anywhere upon it. There was no moon. The stars came out in their thousands, hard and bright and doubled in the glass of the sea, so that the ship seemed to be sailing through the middle of the heavens. Far up the forward mast, in the little iron nest where the lookouts kept their watch, two men leaned into the cold and searched the dark ahead. They knew what they were hoping to catch. An iceberg on the move wears a soft white collar where the sea breaks against its foot, a ring of pale water that a good pair of eyes can find in the blackness while the berg is still a long way off. But the sea broke against nothing that night. Flat as a floor, it gave back no foam and no fringe of white, and so the great mountains of ice that drifted somewhere out in front of them lay low and dark and hidden, showing no edge against a black ocean under a star-lit sky. The two lookouts had asked for their binoculars and had not got them. The glasses were aboard, right enough, shut away in a locker where they could do no good, and the key to that locker had gone missing in the oddest way. In the last days before sailing, an officer had been shifted off the ship at short notice, and he had carried the little key away in his pocket without a thought, and stepped off down the gangway and taken the train home. So the men in the nest had nothing but their own eyes to lean on, and their eyes met only the dark and the great sweep of stars and the flat, unbroken water sliding under the bow. And the ship did not slow. She ran on through the freezing night at very near her top speed, her engines beating steadily far below, driving her forward at better than 20 knots on toward the ice itself. Yet the night was fair, and the ship was sound, and on the North Atlantic, runner Captain kept up his speed and trusted his lookouts to catch the danger in good time, and so she was allowed to run. The old man on the bridge had given his whole life to the sea. Near 40 years he had sailed, and never once been wrecked, and never, as he had said himself, been in any peril worth the telling. Nothing in all that long and easy career had taught him to be afraid of a calm and starlit night. So the great ship swept on, smooth and swift and certain, across the dark and silent water. In the warm cabins below, her passengers slept without a care. On the bridge, her officers watched ahead into the dark. And ahead of her, low upon that mirror sea, showing nothing, giving no warning, and drawing nearer with every beat of her engines, the ice waited in the night. For all the still evening, the great ship had run on through the flat dark. Then, 20 minutes before midnight, One of the lookouts, staring forward into the cold, saw the night thicken. A shape was rising out of the blackness dead ahead, darker than the dark around it, and growing larger with terrible speed. He reached for the bell above him and struck it 3 times, hard, and called down to the bridge that ice lay straight in the ship's path. Down below, the order went instantly to the wheel and to the engines. The great ship began to answer, swinging slowly to one side, for a vessel so vast could not turn as a small boat could. For a moment, it seemed she might yet slide clear of the iceberg, and then, along her starboard side, deep beneath the waterline, the ice touched her. It came as no great crash. There was no thunder of impact and no violent blow. Most of those aboard felt only a faint shiver run through the ship, a long, soft grinding somewhere far below, over almost before it began. A few who stood out on the forward deck saw the black wall of the berg glide past above them and drop lumps of ice onto the planking, and some of them laughed and gathered it up and tossed it about like snow. Down in the smoking rooms, the card players barely glanced up. The engines fell still a little while later, and the strange new steadiness was almost pleasant. Whatever had happened, it plainly had not been much. But far down in the belly of the ship, below the waterline, the sea was already coming in. The ice had opened her along a long seam in her side, a scattering of gashes rather than one clean wound, and through those openings the cold Atlantic was pouring into room after room in the dark. The captain came to the bridge, and word was sent for the one man aboard who knew the ship better than any other, the man who had drawn her lines and watched her built and come along to see how she behaved. He went down into her with a few others to look, and he walked back up knowing. The great ship had been made to live through a good deal. She could carry on with the first of her rooms open to the sea, but too many had been torn at once, and the water pouring into them would soon rise to the tops of those low walls and spill over, room into room, forward and down, and nothing that any man could do would hold it back. He said it plainly to the captain. She had only a few hours left in her, and no more. Not many miles off, another ship lay stopped for the night. She was a smaller vessel called the Californian, and her captain, wary of the same ice floes, had halted her there to wait for morning rather than risk the dark. Her single wireless set stood silent, for that same operator had gone to bed an hour before, and now lay fast asleep. Had he sat there a few minutes longer, he would have heard everything. He did not, and so the Californian lay there deaf. Up on her deck, though, her officers could see. Out across the still water, there stood the lights of a great liner, and as they watched, a curious thing began. Rockets rose from the distant ship, one after another, climbing high and bursting into white stars that drifted slowly down. The men of the Californian looked on and puzzled over them. They tried their signal lamp, flashing across the dark, and made nothing of the answer. Some thought the stranger was merely showing off, firing off company signals for the fun of it. No one aboard guessed that a great ship was dying out there under those falling stars, and calling with every light she had for someone to come. And so, the Californian watched the rockets fade, and turned in, and did nothing at all. Far away in another direction, a different ship heard the call. She was the Carpathia, bound the other way entirely, and it was only by good fortune that her wireless man happened still to be at his set, when the first desperate signal came stuttering in. He carried it at once to his captain, who was roused from his bed and needed only a moment to decide. What that captain did was a fine and daring thing. His ship was far off, a good 4 hours steaming away, and the sea between was strewn with the very ice that had done the harm. He turned her about all the same, and drove her north as hard as her engines would run, faster than was safe. He set extra lookouts along her rails to watch for the bergs looming up, and he swung the ship this way and that as they were sighted, threading her through the dark at speed. All the while he made her ready. He had the doctors standing by, and every hand aboard readied to receive the cold and the exhausted and the frightened. Through the small hours she ran on like that, a single ship racing across a black and dangerous sea toward a light that was slowly going out. Her people worked and waited and watched the horizon for the first sign of the stricken liner. And though she flew through that night faster than any ship of her kind was ever meant to fly, the miles were long, and the ice was thick, and the ship she was straining to reach had far less time left than the time it would take to reach her. Back on the great ship, the covers came off the lifeboats, and the crew began the strange work of handing the living down toward the sea. The order was for the women and the children first, and so wives were parted from husbands at the rail, some believing they would meet again by morning, and some knowing better. The early boats went down half-filled, for it seemed madness to many that the grand warm ship beneath their feet was in any real danger, and they were slow to leave her for a little wooden boat swinging over the black water far below. And through it all, near the top of the grand staircase, the ship's musicians played. The bandmaster had gathered his men together, and rather than seek a place in the boats, they took up their instruments and went on making music hour after hour, so that the sound of it drifted out across the crowded decks and softened the fear a little. What tune was played last was argued over ever after, whether some gentle waltz or an old and well-loved hymn, but perhaps it was fitting that no one could say for certain. There were partings that night that would never be forgotten. One of the richest men in the world, finding no more use for a lifebelt, went and dressed himself in his evening finery instead, and a steward who lived remembered what he said. "We've dressed up in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen." An elderly couple who had shared a long life together were offered a place side by side, but the old woman would not take it. She gave her seat away and stepped back to stand at her husband's side, saying, as the story was always told, "Where you go, I go." The captain moved among it all in those last hours, and then, near the end, he walked the decks and released his crew from their duty, telling them they had done all that men could do, and the rest was every man for himself. What his final words truly were, no one could ever rightly say. There was an old and gallant phrase that would be handed down as his, though whether it ever left his lips was more than anyone could tell, and it may have been only a kindness the world told itself afterward. Toward the very end, she tilted down into the sea, and her stern lifted slowly, impossibly, up toward the stars. Her lights continued to burn almost to the last, a long bright row of them shining out over the water. And then the lights went out together, and with a deep and dreadful sound, the great ship reared high and slipped away beneath the surface, down into the cold and the dark, and the sea closed over the place where she had been. She had carried more than 2,000 souls out onto that ocean. When she was gone, the greater part of them were gone with her, lost to the freezing water under the calm and indifferent stars. The rest of that night belonged to the boats. They lay scattered across the black and glassy sea, a handful of little wooden shells under the enormous sky, and the people in them huddled together against the terrible cold and waited for a morning they were not sure would come. Some rowed slowly to keep warm. Most simply sat and watched the horizon and listened to the water lap against the sides. And then, at last, near the edge of dawn, a light appeared low in the distance. It was the Carpathia, come at the end of her long night's run, feeling her way in among the ice toward the drifting boats. One after another, they were rowed across to her, and one after another, the survivors were lifted up her steep black side, some climbing rope ladders, the smallest children hauled aboard in mail sacks, and the frozen and the fainting raised in slings and chairs. On her decks, they were wrapped in blankets and pressed with hot drinks and gathered in, while she searched the sea for any boat still out there in the growing light. Among the passengers of the first cabins, the great majority of the women and children had been saved. Among the men who had travelled in the crowded quarters far below, only a small handful ever saw the Carpathia's decks. The sea had made its choices that night, less by courage or by chance than by where a person had slept, and how near they had been when the moment came to the boats and the open air. Some who lived carried the strangest stories of all. There was a young stewardess who seemed almost beyond the reach of the sea. She had already been aboard this ship's elder sister when that vessel was struck by a warship and came limping home. She was aboard the great ship that night and went down into a boat and was saved. And some years afterward, she was aboard the third sister of the three when that ship too was lost, and once again she came through alive. 3 great ships, near enough identical, 3 disasters, and one woman who walked away from every one of them. In time, she was fondly nicknamed the Unsinkable One, which she wore with good humour to the end of a long life. And there was the smallest survivor of all, a baby girl of only a couple of months, carried down into a lifeboat, wrapped against the cold, while her father stayed behind. By the time the Carpathia turned at last for land, she carried some 700 souls, wrapped and warmed and safe upon her decks. Behind her, the sea lay smooth and empty and blue under the morning sun, giving back no sign at all of the great ship that had passed that way, or of the many who had gone down with her into the deep. Out of that one terrible night came a great many changes, deep and lasting ones, that kept countless other travellers safe in all the years that followed. Never again would a ship be sent to sea with boats for only half aboard. From then on, there had to be a place for every single soul who sailed, no matter the weight or the grandeur of the vessel. The wireless rooms, too, were changed forever, kept manned and listening through every hour of the day and the night, so that no call for help would ever again go into an empty room. And out upon the northern ocean, a patrol was set. A watch kept season after season over the great fields of drifting ice, charting the bergs and warning the ships away. That watch was being kept there still, far out on the grey Atlantic, through all the long years that followed. The ship herself passed out of the world and into legend. For more than 70 years she lay where she had fallen, lost and unvisited, far beyond the reach of any diver, and the sea kept her secret well. People wondered where exactly she rested, and whether she had gone down whole, and no one living could say. Then, at long last, she was found. Deep in the darkness of the sea floor, more than 2 miles down, where no light had ever reached her, the beam of a small exploring craft picked her out of the black at last. For a long while, the little craft moved over her in the blackness, its small lamp sliding along the vast rusted flank of her, past the rails where the passengers had once stood, and the great anchors still resting in their places. Everywhere about her lay a deep and perfect stillness, mile upon mile of dark water pressing gently down, and nothing stirred but the slow drift of specks caught in the light like falling snow. And there an old mystery was answered. The great ship had not come to rest in one piece. In her final hours she had broken in two, and her bow and her stern had drifted down separately through all that cold water to settle a good distance apart on the ocean floor, still and silent, slowly becoming part of the sea. She lay there still, tended by nothing but the deep, and though it was a sad place, there was something gentle in it too, for she had found a kind of peace at last, and the sea that took her had folded gently over her. Every ship that had crossed those waters safely since, and every family carried home to harbour who might once have been lost, owed some small debt to her, and to the souls who went down on that April night, whose loss had taught the whole world to take better care. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Pierre Picaud, a humble French shoemaker whose seemingly quiet life was suddenly shattered by betrayal, and whose methodical, deliberate path to revenge became the origin story for one of literature's most enduring legends, the Count of Monte Cristo. In the early 1800s, as the fires of Napoleon's ambitions flickered across Europe, Pierre was engaged to be married and full of hopeful dreams. But within the shaded corners of his life, jealousy stirred. Pierre was falsely accused by trusted friends, who out of envy denounced him as a spy for England. Picaud was arrested and left to languish in the shadowed depths of a remote fortress, high in the Italian Alps. His sentence would last for nearly a decade. His beloved fiancée would not wait for him, and though the world outside the prison forgot all about him, Pierre did not forget. He remained waiting and vigilant. But inside that cold stone prison, a chance meeting with a fellow prisoner, an ailing old priest, changed everything. In hushed voices, and over many months, the old man shared secrets of a hidden fortune and of a wider world beyond the cell. When freedom came at last, Picaud emerged a man transformed. He could have chosen a peaceful path. Instead, he set his mind to one thing: justice. What followed was a calculated unfolding, an intricate, unrelenting plan to settle the score with those who had tried to erase him from the face of the earth. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we follow the deliberate footsteps of a man once wronged, who emerged from the shadows not with blind fury, but with a plan. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Pierre Picaud was born in the southern city of Nimes. It was a place of Roman ruins and sun-washed stone, nestled between low, sun-baked hills and the Mediterranean winds. He came from modest roots, neither rich nor desperate, the son of an honest tradesman, raised among the narrow lanes and limestone facades of a city that valued hard work, diligence, and strong hands. From an early age, Pierre followed in his father's path, learning the gentle craft of shoemaking. His work was careful, his manner steady, and he moved through life with the simple grace of a man at ease in his station. But fortune, it seemed, had chosen him for more than tools and leather. In his mid-20s, Pierre became engaged to marry a young woman of significant wealth and elegance. Marguerite Vigarou was spoken of in her day with admiration, beautiful, poised, and from a family of far greater means than Pierre's own. And yet, she had chosen him, not for his coin, but for his kindness. The match surprised many, but it was genuine. Love in its rarest form had found them both, and for a time, life bloomed. Picot's days were filled with gentle routine, shaping fine shoes for wealthier residents in Nîmes, tending to his modest home, and preparing for the life he would build with his beloved. Friends gathered often, sharing wine and conversation beneath the stone arches of the town's arcades. Pierre was well liked, trusted, admired, and considered fortunate by many. But even then, threads of envy had begun to curl through the edges of his happiness. Not everyone rejoiced in his good fortune. Among his circle were 3 men he called friends, men who had stood beside him through the years, whose smiles now masked something darker. Their names would soon be etched into his memory with unshakable weight, for in hushed conversations behind closed doors, they began to speak his name with suspicion and imagine what it would mean to bring him down. Pierre, for all his sensitivity, did not see it. Or perhaps he saw and chose to believe otherwise. That friendship, once forged, could not so easily turn. And so, as the sunlit days of Nîmes carried him gently toward a future he could nearly touch, Picaud remained unaware that the world he'd built so carefully was already beginning to fracture. The men who would destroy Picot's life had once shared his wine, his laughter, and his trust. There was Lupien, a fellow tradesman, bold, confident, and outwardly charming, yet restless in Pierre's shadow. Then Solari, the innkeeper's son, clever but always watching from the edges, where envy brews without noise. And finally, Chaubard, quieter than the rest, but no less moved by the slow, smouldering pull of resentment. All 3 had walked beside Pierre in easier times. They had dined at his table, toasted his engagement, and offered congratulations with smiles that were beginning to crack. To them, Pierre's engagement to a wealthy heiress felt like a leap too far, a challenge to the natural order. They did not see love or virtue in his success. They saw only what they believed had been stolen from them: wealth, honor, opportunity. And so it was that on an ordinary day, with no warning, their long-harbored jealousy gave way to action. They denounced Pierre to the authorities, accusing him of something deadly in the climate of Napoleonic France: espionage. They claimed that Pierre had been secretly working for England, passing information to France's ancient enemy across the Channel. It was a lie, of course. Yet the times were dangerous, and the state was on edge. France, still gripped by war and suspicion, took such claims seriously. A whisper could become a chain. And so the wheels turned quickly. There was no trial, no chance to plead his case. One moment, Pierre was walking freely through the market streets of Nîmes. The next, he had vanished. The betrayal struck Pierre with a force no stranger's accusation could ever match. To be accused by strangers would have been one thing, but these were friends, men he had trusted with his time, his thoughts, his loyalty. The pain of it, perhaps, outweighed even the fear. In the days that followed, no word reached his fiancée. No explanation was given. Pierre was simply gone. Taken under armed escort, he was moved far from the warmth of southern France, toward the looming mountains that marked the Italian border. There, hidden in the remote heights of the Alps, stood the Fenestrelle fortress, cold, isolated, and vast. Pierre Picaud had stepped into the long silence of exile, left to carry not only the weight of false charges, but the even heavier burden of betrayal. And his life, once so full of promise, now narrowed to stone walls, iron doors, and the memory of 3 familiar faces. Fenestrelle Fortress rose like a jagged crown against the grey folds of the Italian Alps, vast, brooding, and utterly detached from the living world. Built into the mountainside, it sprawled across terraces and stone ramps, its corridors echoing with the weight of generations. For Pierre, it would become his entire horizon. He arrived in shackles, tired and stunned, as if the world had suddenly changed languages and turned its face away. The fortress held no comfort, not in its stone cells, nor in the cold that seeped up through the walls at night. The seasons passed with little distinction. Summer's warmth barely reached the mountain heights, and winter came early, biting at the fingers and lungs of those trapped within. His cell was small, more hole than room, with only a narrow slit for light and a straw mat that smelled of damp years. There were no visitors, no news from the outside world, just stone, iron, and the long, slow ache of being forgotten. The days stretched without form. At first, Pierre kept count, scratching notches into the wall, trying to hold on to some sense of time. But after the 100th day, or perhaps the 200th, the numbers lost their meaning. Time had bent. Each morning arrived like the one before, each night just a darker version of the day. There were others in the fortress, murmurs from down long hallways, shuffling feet, an occasional cough in the dark, but no one to speak to directly. Isolation wrapped around him like a second skin. He did not know if his fiancée had searched for him. He did not know if she still believed in him, or if she'd been told he was dead, or worse, guilty. And then there was the cold. Not simply the weather, but a kind of internal freezing, a stilling of purpose. He had been a man on the cusp of a beautiful life, and now he was no one, a name on no list, a ghost who hadn't died. But even in that grey silence, something held. Pierre did not unravel. He endured. He turned inward. Memory became both wound and anchor. He thought often of the faces of the men who had accused him. Their betrayal had shaped his new world. And while the fortress held his body, it had not taken everything. Not yet, and not forever. Years had passed. The stone walls had grown familiar now, though never welcome. Picaud had learned to live within them, to breathe with the rhythm of the fortress, and to carry his thoughts like embers, silently, but no less alive. And then, one day, without warning, a new prisoner was placed in the adjoining cell. He was older, this man, gaunt, with a trimmed white beard and eyes that burned with a curious light. His name was Father Torri, a priest once, before the state had turned its suspicions even on men of the cloth. The guards spoke of him with indifference, but Picaud sensed immediately that there was something unusual about the man. In a place where time dragged and conversation was rare, the two began, cautiously at first, to speak. Their words passed softly through a small vent in the stone, a breath of companionship in the stale air of confinement. Father Torre spoke not only of scripture, but of politics, of cities Pierre had never seen, of ancient philosophers and old stories. He carried knowledge like a candle in the dark, and Pierre, long starved of conversation, leaned toward the warmth. As seasons shifted beyond the fortress walls, the priest began to trust Pierre with more than reflections. He shared a story, at first vague, then startlingly precise. Many years before his arrest, Father Torre had been entrusted with knowledge of a hidden fortune, a vast treasure concealed beneath a ruined house in Milan, left by a nobleman who died without heir or claim. The priest had never used this knowledge. His vows had bound him to secrecy. But in prison, with his health fading and death approaching, he felt that passing it on was the last thing left for him to do. At first, Pierre listened with measured disbelief. A fortune buried beneath a crumbling estate, spoken of by a dying man. It sounded like myth. But Father Torre spoke plainly, offering details with remarkable clarity, names, locations, markings on the cellar floor, and the twisted logic by which the treasure had been hidden. There was no boast in his voice, no feverish glow, just a slow, careful gift, given freely. And then, one night, not long after, Father Torre was gone. The guards said nothing, simply sealed the adjoining cell, as though its occupant had never been. Pierre sat awake in the dark for many hours, repeating the priest's words over and over, fixing them in his mind like sacred scripture. It was then, perhaps, that the shape of a new life began to form, not as a plan, not yet, but as a seed. He had lost nearly everything, but now he held something more than memory. He held a secret. By the time the 10th year neared its close, Picaud was no longer the man who had once walked the warm streets of Nîmes, whistling as he stitched fine shoes, or smiled beneath the stone arches with his bride-to-be on his arm. That man had vanished with the first clank of the prison gate. What remained was leaner and more inward. Not broken, just changed. The years moved slowly in Fenestrelle. Some prisoners aged fast, worn thin by despair. Others faded in silence. But Pierre had found something else. A reason, however distant, to keep himself whole. With every passing day, the memory of Father Torre's words deepened their hold. And more than just remembering, he trained himself. Not physically, the cramped cell allowed little movement, but in mind and spirit. He began to recall every detail of those who had betrayed him, the words they'd spoken, the tone in their voices, their habits, their vices, their weaknesses. He imagined the world outside, where they still walked freely. He did not hate them loudly. He simply studied them. He also listened. To guards, to snatches of conversation between cells, to footsteps and patterns and silences. He became part of the stonework, unseen, unnoticed, but watching. Time for Pierre was no longer an enemy. It was a tool. He had no calendar, no clock. But somewhere in the back of his mind, he sensed the slow accumulation of years. A growing certainty told him that his release would come. Perhaps by decree, perhaps by oversight. And when it did, he must be ready, not just to survive, but to become someone altogether new. Someone with a name no longer spoken in grief or pity, but in wonder, perhaps even fear. He began to plan, and while the guards believed he sat idle in his cell, wasting away in obscurity, Picaud was building something, quietly and in the dark, planning his every move. After nearly 10 years behind stone and iron, the world beyond Fenestrelle had become, to Pierre, half myth and half memory. But one cold morning, without ceremony or explanation, the gate clanged open, and he was told he was free. The guards offered no reason. Perhaps the charges had been suddenly dropped, or lost in the shuffle of changing administrations. Perhaps someone in Paris had finally questioned the length of his detention. But no apology came, no compensation, just release. He stepped beyond the fortress walls, with little more than the clothes he wore, and the weight of years behind his eyes. The light hurt at first, not just the sun, but the color of things, the sky, the moss, the distant pines. Everything looked unfamiliar, as though the world had kept moving without him, leaving him to catch up at his own pace. The journey southward was long and solitary. He traveled on foot at first, avoiding major roads, taking work where he could, laboring under false names, listening more than speaking. The priest's map, etched into his mind, remained unshaken. The memory of Milan pulled at him relentlessly. When he finally arrived in the city, it had changed. Buildings stood where fields once were. Faces had turned, but the streets still bent in the same crooked lines, and he found, eventually, the neighborhood the priest had described. At the edge of the city, shaded by tall trees and flanked by walls grown over with ivy, sat the old house, now abandoned, its shutters weather-beaten and crooked, its gate rusted nearly shut. Pierre waited until nightfall before slipping through. The house groaned with age. He moved slowly, not out of fear, but reverence. Every creak beneath his foot was part of the priest's story unfolding. He found the cellar door beneath a cracked stone in the kitchen floor. The hinges protested, but it opened. In the flickering light of a single candle, Pierre descended into the damp, earthen dark. The air was thick with mildew and dust, and there, just as Tori had described, behind a false wall of rotting wood and loose stones, was a small, iron-banded chest. He paused. After all the years, the hunger, the silence, the betrayal, this moment should have felt grand. But it didn't. It felt quiet, certain, as if the world had simply kept its promise. He broke the lock. Inside were golden coins, fine jewels, silver plate, and scrolls of noble lineage, wealth that could carry a man into any life he chose. But Pierre did not smile. He only exhaled, long and slow, and sat there a while, his fingers resting on the edge of the open box. This treasure was not the end of his story. It was the beginning of something far more deliberate. In the months that followed his discovery, Pierre Picaud vanished, not in body, but in name, in trace, in presence. In his place, a new figure began to form, cultured, refined, and impossibly wealthy. He now had the means to re-enter society, not as a shoemaker, but as a gentleman of fortune. He moved like a chess player, thinking many moves ahead, patient with every piece. From Milan, he traveled north, adopting a new identity, drawn from the noble documents buried with the treasure. Titles once forgotten were revived. A name with roots in Italian aristocracy, not Picaud, gave him entrance into drawing rooms, banks, and business affairs. He acquired property under aliases, developed partnerships, wrote letters in fine hand to officials who never knew they were replying to a man once left to rot in a fortress cell. All the while, he gathered information. His betrayers had not scattered. Lupien, the most ambitious of the three, had married Marguerite, Pierre's own betrothed, who had long since believed him dead, and with her families standing behind him, secured a position in trade and lived handsomely. Solari had inherited his father's establishment in Paris, and Chaubard had faded into clerical life, the kind who folds easily into the grey corners of government service. None of them, it seemed, had ever faced question for their accusation, and none had thought Pierre would live to see the other side of a prison gate. But now, the pieces were in place. He traced their movements, their family connections, their financial vulnerabilities. Every step was calculated, not for cruelty, but for symmetry. The punishment, when it came, must fit the betrayal. He moved through the salons and back streets of Paris under a name that no one questioned, shielded by wealth and the practiced air of nobility. But he wasn't there to be seen. He was there to see. He watched them, Lupien, Solari, and Chaubard. Each man had built a life atop the lie that ruined him. Some threads took months to follow, others years, but he had time. The longer he waited, the more precise his understanding became. He befriended a merchant who handled Lupien's shipping contracts. He employed a servant whose sister worked in Solari's inn. He gained the trust of a clerk in Chaubard's office, who grumbled too easily after wine. Each step drew him closer, not to confrontation, but to comprehension. Pierre began to leave subtle marks. An anonymous letter slipped beneath a door. A whispered rumor passed to a banker. A single forged document, delivered at just the right time. Nothing to alarm, just enough to shift the balance. They began to feel it. Lupien grew anxious in meetings, his confidence fraying. Solari grew curt with guests, snapping at shadows. Chaubard began to look over his shoulder, pausing before he signed anything at all. Pierre watched as unease bloomed in their lives like a slow illness. He never appeared before them, never spoke their names aloud, but he was always there, in the letter that arrived without a sender, in the business deal that fell apart at the last moment, in the mirror that caught a flicker of movement, just a heartbeat too late. This was not vengeance delivered in fury. It was justice, orchestrated with care. The kind that arrives so slowly, one doesn't realize it's begun until it's already far too late. Lupien, once the most outwardly successful of the three, was the first to feel the cracks deepen. Pierre uncovered details of a risky business merger, one delicately balanced on unspoken debts and fragile trust. With a single forged note, traced to a banker's assistant Pierre had bribed, Lupien's reputation was called into question. The deal collapsed. Creditors, long patient, came knocking. His assets dwindled. His wife, learning of the financial ruin he'd concealed, left with their children. By year's end, Lupien, once a man of status, was selling off furniture to settle lawsuits he barely understood. His downfall came not in fire, but in dust. Solari had lived for pleasure, gambling, women, and a daily rhythm of excess. Picaud allowed that indulgence to bloom unchecked, feeding it gently from a distance. A tip passed to a crooked card dealer. A whisper dropped at the ears of Solari's lender. Pierre ensured that Solari's debts deepened faster than he could drink them away. One day, the inn changed hands, sold without Solari's knowledge, the paperwork long since transferred behind closed doors. He woke to find himself a tenant in his own home, with no money and no friends left to turn to. There was no confrontation, only a letter, unsigned, folded beneath the inn's new door, that read, "This is the price of a lie." Chaubard was the most cautious, the most dull, and yet the most corrupt of the three. Pierre had the hardest time reaching him. But corruption leaves a trail, and Picaud, ever patient, followed it. Over months, he gathered receipts, coded ledgers, falsified entries, small transgressions that, when collected, painted a far larger crime. With the help of an anonymous tip, Chaubard was summoned before a judicial inquiry. He denied everything, but the evidence was there, and it was undeniable. He was dismissed, fined, and disgraced. Not imprisoned, but publicly ruined. A man once hidden in paper, now buried beneath it. None of these men ever learned who had orchestrated their undoing. To the outside world, it was coincidence, a market shift, a scandal revealed, or a friend who talked too much. But to Pierre, it was justice. He had dismantled 3 lives with the same care he had once used to craft a perfect pair of shoes. And yet, as the final piece fell into place, he felt no triumph, only stillness. The work was done. With his purpose fulfilled, Pierre Picaud did not return to his old name, nor did he seek applause or recompense. He simply stepped out of the lives of the men who had once betrayed him, just as silently as he had entered them. Some say he moved south again, to the quieter corners of the countryside, far from Paris and far from the past. Others whispered of a final disguise, a nobleman who rarely spoke, who lived modestly in a small villa with more books than guests, and who watched the world with a kind of detached serenity. What became of him precisely is lost to time, but his story was not. In 1839, nearly 2 decades after Pierre's final act of justice, a Parisian police archivist compiled a report titled Memoir on the Revenge of a Betrayed Man. In its pages was the detailed account of a man imprisoned without trial, betrayed by those closest to him, and transformed by time, cunning, and an unlikely treasure into a figure of retribution. The story, striking in its twists and haunting in its tone, made its way into the hands of the writer Alexandre Dumas. Dumas, known for his appetite for adventure and deep curiosity for stories of transformation, was immediately taken by the tale. He saw in Pierre's life a structure far greater than mere biography. He saw poetry, he saw myth, and with the liberties of fiction, he would expand upon it, building castles, duels, escape tunnels, and shipwrecks, but always keeping the soul of the man intact. In 1844, The Count of Monte Cristo was published, the story of Edmond Dantes, falsely imprisoned, mysteriously enriched, and determined to right the scales of fate. Readers were spellbound, and though most never knew of Pierre Picaud by name, they came to know his journey. In time, Pierre's life faded into legend, his memory preserved not in records or grave markers, but in the pages of one of the world's most enduring novels. A man who never sought fame, whose vengeance was silent and precise, would be remembered forever, not as a shoemaker from Nîmes, but as the shadow behind a literary giant. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Stonehenge, an ancient megalithic monument whose creators and their purpose for building it have remained shrouded in mystery since these massive stones were raised to the heavens many thousands of years ago. Our story begins with a grieving king called Aurelius, lamenting over the graves of his noblemen, all murdered under a broken truce. A wizard called Merlin tells him of a collection of great stones in Ireland that would make a monument worthy of his fallen warriors, for the stones were carried out of Africa by giants in the deep past and held miraculous healing powers. These are just stories, of course, though the truth is much stranger, because the sick really did come for healing. Dig up the bones of the people who traveled here, and you find the lame and the ailing. All around the monument, the ground is scattered with chips, hacked from the stones by desperate hands obsessed with whatever lay inside. But they were not the only ones who believed it. The 6-ton altar stone at the heart of Stonehenge came from the far north of Scotland, much further away than the legends suggest, and brought to Stonehenge by ancient methods that predate the wheel and remain unsettled to this very day. Then there are the Druids, those robed figures with their fire-lit solstice rituals and white beards, their mistletoe and magic. Hold on to this imagery if you like, but know these supposed sorcerers came along thousands of years after the stones were already raised, and their association with this sacred ground is one of the strangest turns in the whole story. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll uncover the centuries of human hands transforming the landscape at Stonehenge. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Under a wide, pale sky, the plain lay open, the new grass coming green over the mounded earth, and the wind moving across it in slow waves like ripples on a pond. The larks came back to that plain before the king did, and they were singing over the 460 men who lay beneath the sod as though the ground held nothing but roots and stones. His name, as the old legend goes, was Aurelius Ambrosius, and the men in that ground had been his. They had gone up onto the chalk unarmed, under a flag of truce, to sit down with the Saxons and talk terms. The Saxons had come with long knives in their boots. It was finished before the British lords understood what was happening. But before it was over, they all lay dead. The king had spent the years since taking the country back, and he had taken it. The Saxons were beaten. The crown sat steady on his head, and he stood over the burial ground, with none of it worth anything to him, and he wept, and he asked how a man might mark such a thing, so that it would never be forgotten. The masons had nothing for him. The archbishop had nothing either, though he had a name. There was a young prophet in the west, known as Merlin. The king sent for him, and when he arrived, Merlin announced that the monument was already made. It only needed fetching. There were stones in Ireland, on a mountain called Kilaraus, standing in a ring that was old before anyone alive could remember it. Giants had brought them up out of Africa and set them where they stood. There was a power in them. Wash water over the stone, and pour it into the baths, and the sick would come out well. Mix that water with herbs, and it would close a wound that would not heal. The king laughed at the idea of shifting them. The wizard did not. So Uther Pendragon, the king's own brother, sailed for Ireland with 15,000 men. The Irish king met them in the field, but it was over before the afternoon met evening. So the road up the mountain lay open, and there, in the grass in front of the ring, these 15,000 men came to a full stop. They ran cables round the uprights. They raised scaling ladders against them. They built winches and hung their whole weight on the ropes, and hauled and swore and hauled again, but the stones sat exactly where the giants had put them. They simply would not budge. The wizard stood at the edge of the field and watched an army fail and laughed at them. Then he had them stand aside and took the stones down as easily as a man lifting plates from a shelf. Then they sailed home. On the plain above the graves, he raised them again in the same pattern and the same order they had held on the mountain, and it was done. In time, the king was buried inside the ring, then his brother. Then, long after Uther's son Arthur was gone, a king called Constantine, laid in the same ground within the same ring of stone. A churchman called Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote all of that down about 900 years ago, and every serious man who came after him called it a fairy tale, and they were right. He invented the wizard. He invented the giants and the 15,000 men, and nearly everything the king ever did. And then he put 4 things down about those stones that no man alive in his century had any way of knowing. He said they came out of the west. He said they were lifted from a ring that already stood. He said people believed the stones healed the sick. He said kings were buried inside them. And the strange part, the part that comes later, is how much of it turned out to be true. 5,000 years ago, there was nothing standing on that plain at all. The chalk lay a few inches under the turf, white as bone, and men opened it with the antlers of red deer. They prized them off the skull or gathered them in the woods after the stag had dropped them, and they used the points as picks and the shoulder blades of cattle as shovels, and they cut a ditch in a great circle 100 paces across and threw the earth inward to raise a bank. When it was finished, it could be seen for miles, a white ring glaring on green grass like something dropped out of the sky. They dug it badly. The ditch ran deep here and shallow there, and stopped and started, as though gangs had been handed a stretch each and had gone at it their own way and met in the middle. Inside the bank, they cut a ring of 56 pits, evenly spaced all the way round, and into the pits, and into the ditch, and into the bank went the burnt bone of the dead. They had been burned somewhere else and carried here. The pieces were small and clean and white, and they went into the ground in tidy heaps, hide or leather or something like it, holding them together, long since rotted off. Something in the order of 150 people ended up in that ring, and some counts run higher. 150 is not a population. Britain held tens of thousands. Whoever went into that ring, somebody chose them. For a long time the ashes said nothing. Burnt bone was a dead end, and everyone knew it. Then somebody tested them anyway. A metal called strontium seeped out of the rock and into water and grass, and whatever ate the grass, and it settled into a man's bones and stayed there. Fire was supposed to burn that away, but it made it permanent. 25 of the Stonehenge dead went under the machine. 15 had lived on chalk, on the plain, and at home. 10 had not. Those 10 carried old, hard rock in them, the sort that did not exist within 100 miles of Salisbury, and the nearest match to it lay far west, in the hills of Wales. The wood gave them away as well. Part of the signal came out of the pyre itself, out of whatever timber had burned that day, and that timber was not local either. They had been burned in the west, and gathered up in the west, and carried the whole way east as ash. That was all it was, at the beginning. A white ditch full of ashes, brought in from a long way off by people who thought the walk worth making. And it stayed that way, with not one great stone standing in it, for about 500 years. Nobody had used a spade or a pickaxe inside Stonehenge since 1964, and in the spring of 2008, 2 men were handed permission and a fortnight, and they went in with a television crew standing over them. The trench was 8 feet by 11. Timothy Darville and Geoffrey Wainwright had spent the best part of a decade walking the Preseli Hills in the far west of Wales, out where the small dark stones at the heart of the monument had been quarried, and what they had found out there was water. The outcrops were ringed with springs, and those springs had been held to cure the sick for as long as anyone in that country could remember. The rock and the healing came up out of the same ground. The blue stones were easy to miss in a photograph, and so named because when wet or freshly broken, they turned a deep blue-grey with white flecks all through. Smaller than the great grey sarcens around them, darker, and standing in the middle where the eye slid past them. The earth around them was full of chips, thousands of them, knocked off with hammerstones by people who wanted a piece to carry, and they had been at it for centuries, one after another. 3 miles away, under a housing development, a digger turned up the man who sat at the middle of it. He went into the ground rich, gold worked into his hair, copper knives at his side, archery gear laid at his hands. The chemistry in his teeth said the Alps. He had grown up hundreds of miles east, in the cold, across a sea and a continent. He had been injured years before he died. He had lost his kneecap, and the bone had grown a great ugly knot where it had once been. The man had apparently walked, or limped, or been carried the whole way. Every step of it hurt. He died around 2300 BC, within a couple of centuries of the blue stones coming east. Darville and Wainwright said it plainly, and both of them had reputations to lose. The place had been a prehistoric lord's, a place the sick went to be made well. Men and women had come to it broken and gone away, believing they were mended, and some of them had crossed half of Europe to do it. 80 stones came out of the Preseli Hills, the lightest of them a ton, and every one of them had to cross 150 miles of Britain to reach Salisbury Plain. There was no wheel on the island, no horse to pull anything, no metal at all. Between the hills and the plain lay rivers, estuaries, marsh and hill country under heavy forest, and however it was managed, on sledges and rollers overland, or by boat around the Welsh coast, or by some mixture of the two, it was managed roughly 80 times, and whoever did it walked home afterwards and went back for the next one. There is a hollow up in those hills called Wan Morn, and 4 stones lie in it. They lie on the arc of a circle that is not there any more. Dig round them, and the sockets come up empty, evenly spaced, running out on a ring 100 paces across, near enough to the pace, the same ring as the white ditch on Salisbury Plain. One of those sockets was cut to take a stone with an odd 5-sided foot. There is a blue stone standing at Stonehenge with an odd 5-sided foot. The shape fits. The rock, when they went back and tested it, did not. They did not quarry a monument. They pulled one down. Whether these particular stones went east is still fought over, and the men who dug the hollow now say probably not. But somebody up in those hills was taking a circle to pieces in the same century Stonehenge went up. The great grey uprights had a shorter road and a heavier one. 15 miles north, up on the Marlborough Downs, in a wood, and nobody knew which wood until 2020. They only found out because a man had drilled a core out of one of the stones during the repairs in 1958 and kept it and carried it to America and handed it back 60 years later. They read the chemistry off that core, and it came up westwards. 25 tons apiece and 15 miles of it, and nothing to pull with but people. The blue stones were the light ones. Then there was the slab in the middle. 16 feet of grey-green sandstone, 1.5 feet thick, 6 tons of it, lying flat on its face and pinned under a fallen upright, so battered and so plain that a man could stand on it without knowing. Somebody in the 17th century looked at it and guessed it was an altar, and the guess stuck, and it was the altar stone from then on. For 100 years, everybody agreed it was Welsh. It was in the books. It was taught. In 2024, a doctoral student in Perth, Australia, got hold of 2 small fragments of it and had the grains dated. His name was Anthony Clark, and there was a nice piece of chance in him, because he had grown up on a farm in southwest Wales, in the country the bluestones came from. Sandstone was built out of the wreckage of older rock, and every grain in it carried the age of whatever it had broken away from. The grains came back staggeringly old, well over 1 billion years. Nothing in Wales looked like that. Nothing in England did either. The match was a red sandstone that ran from Inverness up to the top of Scotland and out under the sea beyond it. The team said afterwards they had not believed it. The numbers did not move. 430 miles in a straight line, and no stone was ever known to have travelled further to any monument in Neolithic Europe. A glacier could have dragged that slab south and dropped it in a field, and then it wanted nothing more than somebody finding it lying there. 2 years later, they tried this theory. They fingerprinted the mineral grains washed down by the rivers around Salisbury Plain, hunting for the mark a glacier left after it had ground a country flat, and the mark was not in them. Then they built the ice sheets inside a computer and ran them and watched where the ice went. It reached a drowned country out in the North Sea. It could have carried the stone that far. It could not carry it 1 mile past. It never came near Wiltshire, not once, and not in any run of it, which left men, on foot or by boat or both, the length of an island, hauling a thing that weighed as much as a lorry. Nobody did that for a calendar. Whatever they believed was inside that rock, they believed it hard enough to spend lives on. 2 miles from the stones, on a slope above the river, 38,000 animal bones came out of a rubbish heap. 9 in every 10 were pig. Most of the rest were cattle. There was next to nothing else in there, hardly any deer, barely a fish out of a river running past the door, and very little grain, and none of it was the leavings of people getting on with their lives. It was meat, in a quantity that only made sense if an enormous crowd had arrived at one moment and eaten. They had lived on top of the heap while they did it. Hundreds of small square houses with chalk floors packed along the hillside. More people gathered in one place than anywhere in Northern Europe at the time, thrown up and gone again inside a generation. It rose while the great stones were rising. The people in it were the people who put them up. The pigs gave up the season. A pig's teeth came through in a known order at known ages, and a jawbone would tell the animal's age at death within a month or 2, and almost every jaw in that heap said 9 months. Pigs were born in the spring. 9 months on from spring was the black of the year, and it was the same answer in jaw after jaw after jaw for centuries. They came in the dark. That was the point of it. And the pigs had not been reared on the plain. Their teeth had grown on rock that was not the plains, north and west and north again, to Wales, to the northeast of England and to Scotland. Some had come the better part of 500 miles. Somebody drove a herd of pigs the length of Britain in winter, and a pig did not drive. It wandered, it rooted, and it lay down in the road and declined. Every family that came brought its own regardless, on foot, in the cold, because it mattered enormously that the animal was theirs and had walked from home. The fires went up on the bank, and the feasting went on for days. Then they came down off the hill and along the river and up the avenue and stood at the ring. In 2022, engineers built Stonehenge, a 1/12 of full size, every stone printed and set where it had stood when the ring was whole, and they put it in an acoustic chamber and made a noise inside it. The ring held the sound. Voices came back off the uprights stronger and clearer than they went out, and hung in the air a moment, and made a small warm room out of open ground. And none of it got away. It did not carry to the bank. It did not carry to the field. It did not carry to the crowd. So they walked from Scotland in midwinter with their pigs, and stood in the cold and the dark on the edge of the greatest gathering of their lives. And whatever was happening in the middle of that circle, they could not hear a word of it. 1,000 years went by, and the stones stood. Nobody living had known a world without the ring. It had always been there on the plain, the way a hill is always there. Whoever had hauled it up out of Wales and Scotland and the Marlborough Downs had gone into the ground and out of the talk, and the men walking up to it now carried bronze on their belts. They came anyway, and they brought hammers. Into the face of the Sarsens they cut axe heads, the flat-bladed sort, wide at the mouth and narrow at the handle, the shape a man saw every day of his life, hanging at another man's side. Over 100 of them, and daggers among the axes, hammered into the grey stone by hand, until the outline sank clear into the surface. Weather closed over the marks, and lichen came in behind, and the whole thing went flat to the eye, and men leaned on those stones, and photographed them, and wrote books about them, and never knew. 3,500 years, and one man ever caught them, a dagger, on stone 53 in 1953. The other 100 stayed in the rock for another 60. Then lasers went over the surface, reading it down to fractions of a millimeter, and the axes came up out of the rock, like writing coming up in a fire. Weapons, cut into a monument by people who had not built it, and had walked there to leave the mark anyway. And after the carving, there was one last idea. Outside the ring, out where the ground opened away toward the burial mounds, someone began digging pits, 2 great rings of them, wide circles set beyond the stones, dug deep and dug properly. Whatever was meant to go into them was going to be enormous. It was the last rearrangement Stonehenge was ever going to have, and somebody had planned it, and got the gangs together, and got them started. The holes never took anything. The picks went in instead. Antler, stacked neatly at the bottom of the pits, laid down the way tools are laid down by men who mean to come back for them in the morning. Then nobody came back, and the chalk washed in on top of them on its own. No burning, no wrecking, nothing thrown down. The last men to work that ground for 1,500 years put their gear away tidily and walked home. The first men on that plain had laid their picks down in the bottom of the ditch the same way, 1,400 years before. It was the first thing anyone ever did on that ground, and it was the last thing done on it for 1,500 years. It wasn't long before the grass came. It came up through the chalk and over the old diggings and around the feet of the stones, and the paths that ran to the river went soft and closed, and the great houses on the hill above the rubbish heap had long since rotted into humps in a field. The plain went back to being a plain. Sheep worked across it. Rain got into the sockets, and the frost split what it could. One upright leaned and stayed leaning. For 1,500 years, nothing new was raised there, and the ring stood on the hill in the weather. The Romans came up the plain in the 1st century and found it standing there, and to them it was already older than they are to the world now. 2,500 years lay between the men who raised the stones and the men in hobnails walking past, longer than the whole run from the legions to the present day. Rome looked at Stonehenge the way a modern eye looks at Rome, and further back still, and none of it explained. When the 20th century got its trowels into that ground, it pulled out Roman artifacts by the sackful. 1,500 objects and more, so many that the diggers took them for granted and shoveled past them to reach the prehistoric ground beneath. There was more Roman material in Stonehenge than prehistoric. Some of it was dropped by people wandering up for a look, no doubt. But a coin here and a brooch there does not run to 1,500. And in the last decades of Roman Britain, with the province coming apart and the coast under raid, somebody went into that circle with tools and cut deep shafts down into the ground. Sightseers do not sink shafts. Whoever it was had intent. Then there is the hole in the record. Every age at Stonehenge left something: Neolithic ash and antler, Bronze Age carvings and abandoned pits, Roman coins by the hundred, Saxon graves, medieval breakage, Georgian souvenir hunters with hammers hired from the village. Down through 5,000 years, the ground holds the fingerprints of every century that passed. There is always something, that is, in all but one, several centuries of nothing, not a shard, not a coin, not a scrap of charcoal, not a single object anybody has ever pulled out of that chalk. The record goes clean and stays clean, and then it picks up again, straight through the age of the Druids. Whatever those priests were doing in Britain in those years, they were not doing it here. These Druids, the one people in all of history whose name is welded onto these stones in the popular mind, are the only people who left no trace at them whatsoever. The Saxons came, and they looked at it, and what they saw was a hanging. The upright stood in pairs with a beam laid flat across the top, and any man who had watched a criminal go up at a crossroads knew that shape at once. 2 posts and a lintel. They called it, after the thing it resembled, the stone hangings, and the word went into the language and stuck fast, and it is the word still, worn down by 1,200 years of tongues into Stonehenge. The name was not idle. In the 7th century, they brought a man up onto that plain. He was in his early 30s. He had grown up on the chalk of southern England, near enough that somebody had walked him there rather than shipped him in. He was put on his knees inside the earthwork with his head forward. One blow did it, from behind, and it was clean, which says something for the man swinging it, and there was no second cut, and no sign of any struggle before it. Then they buried him badly. The hole they had dug was short. His body would not lie flat in it, so they folded him to make him fit and push the earth in over the top. He came out of the ground in the 1920s and went off to a museum in London, and in 1941 the bombs came down on the store where he was kept, and he was written off as lost with everything around him. He stayed lost for 58 years. Then, in 1999, somebody going through a collection found a box that should not have been there, and the Stonehenge man was in it, and the science that had not existed when he was dug up went to work on him at last, and gave back his age, his home, and the manner of his going. It gave back nothing about why. Whether he was a thief, a traitor, a killer, a man on the wrong side of a bad year, or a man simply owed to somebody, the ground kept that to itself. Only that, for a stretch of years, the Saxons of Wiltshire had a place they took men to be executed, and the place they chose was the old ring on the hill, standing there since before anyone's reckoning, with a name on it that meant gallows. In August 1905, 650 Druids came up the road to Stonehenge in coaches and motor cars, and they meant business. They brought wagons of food, barrels of drink, a tent big enough to hold the lot of them, an anthem composed for the occasion, and they strung barbed wire round the ground and put sentries on it who would not let a man pass without the password. A reporter from the Morning Leader turned up and was refused at the wire. He argued. He was told that the ceremony was for initiates only, and then, after a pause, that if he happened to have the money about him, they might strain a point and initiate him on the spot. 258 novices went in blindfolded that day, led by the elbow into the circle, and one of them was the man who owned the place. 5 years before, he had set the police on the Druids and had them thrown off his land. Ronald Hutton put his finger on it long afterwards. The archaeologists were at that very moment turning the ancient Druids out of Stonehenge for good, and the modern ones walked in through the front gate as it happened. They never left, and 70 years on, a crowd that had never heard of them turned up at the same fence and wanted in too. It became a free festival on the plain, and the free festival became a city, 30,000 people in the fields at midsummer, and the state decided it had gone far enough. On the 1st of June 1985, 1,300 police stopped 600 travellers 7 miles short of the stones in a bean field, and what happened in that field was bad enough that English Heritage's own account of it now calls the policing overzealous. Then came the wire. 4 miles of roadblocks round the monument, every solstice, razor wire, helicopters up, exclusion zone. For 15 years, nobody walked to the stones in June. And for 15 years, every single solstice, one man walked at them anyway and was arrested for it. He had been a soldier and a biker and a builder, and he had legally changed his name to King Arthur Uther Pendragon, and he carried a sword, and he came back every year without fail, and every year they took him away. He took his government to court over it, then to Europe. His argument was that the stone circle was his church, and that a man may not be fenced out of his church, and he argued it in a courtroom in a robe with the sword left outside. The wire came down in the year 2000. They opened the stones at the solstice, and the people walked in, and they have every year since. And now we return at last to where this curious story began, with the wizard called Merlin. He had said Ireland. It was Wales, the wrong island, the right direction, and closer than a man inventing the whole thing had any right to be. He had said the stones were lifted from a ring that already stood, taken down and carried off, and raised again somewhere new. And far out west, in the hills, the small stones came from. The ground still held the empty sockets of an older circle, its stones pulled up and long gone, as though something there had indeed been taken apart and moved. He had said they healed, and the lame and the sick had come to that plain in their hundreds, and hacked splinters from the stones to carry away, and laid their broken bodies down in hope of it. Nothing in the rock ever cured a soul, but the belief was real and old and already ancient by the time the first stone went up. He had said kings lay buried in the ring, and the ring was full of the dead, brought there burnt and carried from a very long way off, though whether any of them had ever worn a crown, no spade will ever say. 4 things, set down 900 years ago by the man who made up a wizard to explain them. Not one of them quite true, not one of them quite false. And the strangest thing was the one he never claimed at all. that the grey slab lying at the heart of it had come from the top of Scotland, hauled the length of an island by hand, from so far away that the men who finally proved it were sure their instruments had broken. 900 years on, the ring still stands on the plain, and the man who made the whole thing up is still the nearest anyone has come to explaining it. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Álvar Núñez, Cabeza de Vaca, a Spanish nobleman and explorer whose journey across the wild interior of 16th century North America became one of the most astonishing feats of endurance in history. Born 2 years after Columbus first set sail, de Vaca grew up in a world that, for Europeans, was suddenly larger, wilder, and ripe with promise. He began with grand intentions, seeking fortune and fame to claim the vast and uncharted lands of what the Spanish referred to as La Florida. But what was meant to be a glorious conquest unraveled into a nightmare. Storms scattered his ships, starvation set in, and almost all of de Vaca's 600 men were lost to the swamps, the heat, and disease. From the low, marshy shores near present-day Tampa Bay to the rugged highlands of northern Mexico, de Vaca and his 3 remaining companions traveled more than 3,000 miles over 8 long years, unarmed, half-starved, and often at the mercy of strangers who spoke a language they could not understand. Along the way, de Vaca shed the trappings of a conquistador and began to see the world differently, eventually returning to Spain, not as a triumphant conqueror driven by greed, but as a man utterly transformed, humbled, and determined to speak for those whose stories were seldom told. But what did he discover out there, so far from everything he knew, that the conquerors before him never could? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in his footprints, through tangled forests, vast plains, and sun-scorched canyons, tracing the quiet strength of a man who crossed the unknown through patience, learning, and a curious grace. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the final years of the 15th century, Europe stirred with the thrill of new discovery. Maps were being redrawn, old certainties were loosening, and rumors of distant shores reached even the quiet stone lanes of Castile. Into this shifting world was born Álvar Núñez, Cabeza de Vaca, just 2 years after Columbus had been commissioned by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to sail westward. De Vaca came from a family of modest nobility, proud of its lineage, but not wealthy. His forebears had earned honor on the battlefield, and that legacy followed him throughout his youth. As Spain expanded its reach across oceans and empires, men like De Vaca were taught to believe in their own destiny, as if greatness might be found simply by stepping into the unknown with the king's seal in one hand and a sword in the other. He served briefly in Spain and abroad, learning discipline, gaining rank, and proving himself as both a soldier and a man of courtly bearing. But behind the formal training and polished manners, a restless energy stirred. He was not born to idleness, nor content to wait for glory to come knocking. When an opportunity arose to join an expedition bound for the unexplored reaches of La Florida, he accepted without hesitation. It was to be a grand conquest, a sweeping claim over lands unseen, with riches whispered on the wind and honors sure to follow. De Vaca was named treasurer and second in command under the appointed governor. It was, by all accounts, a respectable post for a man of his standing. In 1527, they set sail from Spain with nearly 600 men, several ships, and dreams that gleamed too brightly to question. There were dangers, of course, unknown peoples, treacherous waters, and the ever-looming spectre of failure. But such hunger for glory tends to silence such concerns. The journey was slow. Weeks at sea gave way to months among the islands, repairing and resupplying, until at last they could press on. From the Caribbean, they turned north, toward the unsettled lands along the Gulf. De Vaca stood on the deck, watching the green ribbon of the Florida coast grow near. If only he had known what lay beyond it. The shoreline was deceptively tranquil as they stepped ashore near present-day Tampa Bay. The sea behind them lapped gently against the sand, but the land ahead breathed a different rhythm, dense, humid and humming with life. They arrived in early spring of 1528, guided more by royal orders and ambition than by any real knowledge of where they were. They stepped onto the shores of La Florida, a name given years earlier by the famed explorer Juan Ponce de Leon, who had only briefly explored its mist-covered, unfamiliar coast. They expected the land to bow before them, but nothing here would come easily. The landing was followed by confusion and delay. Governor Narvaez made a fateful decision to split the expedition, sending the ships along the coast, while the majority of the men, including de Vaca, marched inland in search of a fabled native kingdom said to be rich with gold. It was a decision that would sever them from their supplies, their communication, and any real hope of reunion. They pushed into the interior, into cypress swamps and tangled forests, through sharp palmetto and ankle-deep mud. The heat clung to them, their food spoiled, and the native communities they encountered did not cower. They resisted. They vanished. They offered false directions, or none at all. The Spaniards, with their fine titles and polished steel, were now intruders in a place that refused to be claimed. Weeks passed. Their supplies thinned. So did their resolve. The land gave little. The rain came hard, and yet they marched, searching for something they couldn't name, and slowly realizing they had no true idea where they were headed or how to get back. At last, when their bodies grew too weak and their spirits too thin, they turned southward, hoping to find the coast again. But the sea, like the land, had become elusive. By midsummer, the once proud expedition had become a scattered procession of hollow-eyed men, trudging through knee-deep water and mosquito-thick air. Their polished armor, so carefully strapped on in Spain, now hung rusted and slack. Rations had long since vanished. Horses, once symbols of command and prestige, had been eaten. The forest closed in around them, green, endless, and unforgiving. They had expected resistance, perhaps even battle, but they had not expected this, a landscape so vast and unknowable that it swallowed maps and swallowed men. Each turn led to more confusion. The rivers curved in ways they hadn't imagined, and the inland terrain offered no landmarks they could understand. De Vaca kept careful records, trying to impose order where there was none, but even his notes could not hold back the disintegration. Illness soon followed. Fevers rose quickly and took men without mercy. In the morning, a man might march without complaint, keeping pace with the rest. By evening, he would fall wordless and sweating into the muck. Others simply walked away into the trees, silent and lost. Some drowned trying to cross swollen streams. De Vaca tried to hold them together. As treasurer, he had little authority, but he bore himself with steady discipline. He knew the cost of letting fear take root. Still, Even he began to question whether survival was possible. When they finally stumbled back toward the coast, the ships were nowhere to be seen. The agreed rendezvous had passed. Either the ships had moved on, or they had been lost to the Gulf, and in their place stood only the wind and the rising tide. There was no shelter, no food, and no way to send word. They could not stay where they were, but they could not go forward as they had. They worked in silence, or close to it, bones showing beneath their skin, hands blistered and shaking. Vaca and the remaining survivors felled trees with rusted tools, stripped bark, and scavenged nails from broken gear. There was no true shipwright among them, no canvas and no tar, only desperation and the slow understanding that if they stayed on land, they would perish. 5 rafts were built in total, lashed together from green wood. It was a final gamble. Now they would try the sea. The men had very little food and water, and no real means of navigation. They loaded what they could and pushed off into the Gulf, hoping the current might carry them to Spanish settlements in the west. What followed was a drifting unlike any they could have imagined. The sun beat down during the day, merciless and absolute. Salt dried on their skin, lips cracked. They rationed water in thimblefuls. At night, the wind would rise, and the rafts creaked and groaned as waves lifted and dropped them like toys. One by one, the rafts fell out of sight, lost to currents, to storms, or to the slow collapse of their makeshift frames. Among them was the raft carrying Narvaez himself, swept out to sea and never seen again. On de Vaca's raft, they caught fish with bare hands when they could. They chewed leather to keep their hunger at bay. Some slipped quietly beneath the waves, too weak to hold on. Others whispered prayers and clutched their knees until the sea took them. Then one day, land suddenly appeared. Not the rolling coastlines of civilization, but a thin, low ribbon of sand. The raft broke apart in the surf, and the men dragged themselves ashore with what strength remained. Only a handful were left. They had reached an island near present-day Galveston. Which way the mainland lay, or how far, none of them could say. All they knew was that they were still alive, and that this strange new land would offer no welcome. The place was desolate. Low dunes, scattered brush, and the cry of gulls overhead. They had washed ashore weaponless, starving, and lost. They could no longer imagine rescue. The waves had given them back to the land, but at a cost few could bear. Soon they were found. The people who emerged from the forest were cautious, watching the strangers from a distance. They spoke no Spanish, and the men had no words for them in return. But the island's inhabitants knew what starvation looked like. They offered them food and a little warmth. and in return they observed. The Spaniards, proud men who had once marched under the king's banner, now bent their heads and ate without speaking. But survival came with terms. Over the coming days, the balance shifted. The survivors, too weak to leave, were absorbed into the rhythms of the people around them. Some were taken in, while others were enslaved. Vaca, separated from his companions, now lived as a captive, stripped of the command he once held, subject to new customs, and dependent on others for his life. The land was unfamiliar, but it was not empty. He was now a guest, or perhaps a prisoner, in a world that had no interest in the titles he once held. Over time, he would learn its patterns. He would come to understand the language, the cycles of food and weather, and the expectations placed on him. And though he would suffer still, through illness, isolation, and grief, he would not die. Something in him had begun to change. In time, he learned to carry what was needed, to gather what was useful, and to disappear when it was safer not to be seen. He moved between groups along the Texas coast. Sometimes he traded, sometimes he was allowed to stay, but always he was aware of how little control he truly held. He thought of escape, but there was nowhere to go. The interior was vast, and the coastline stretched endlessly in both directions. Vaca observed carefully. He learned to distinguish plants, to follow water, and to read the weather in the trees. And slowly, his presence shifted from burden to asset. He became a trader of goods between communities, trading shells, hides, pigment, and flint. He knew who had what, and what could be exchanged. He was allowed to move more freely, and in that movement, he found a kind of deep purpose. But more than that, he began to heal, not just in body, but in the way he was seen. He learned of herbs and rituals, and when he treated the sick, however humbly, some recovered. News of these recoveries traveled between camps. In places, he was welcomed not as a prisoner, but as a healer. People came to him with ailments. He blew gently across wounds. He spoke soft blessings over the fevered. He did not know whether it worked, only that those who believed it did. And perhaps, in that belief, something sacred stirred. He moved with them, ate with them, slept under the same wide sky, and came to understand that survival was not something one did alone. It was a lesson he would carry for the rest of his life. Years had passed. He no longer dreamed of galleons or gold. Instead, he thought of water sources, safe shelter, and which direction the herds were moving. The empire he had once served felt impossibly far away. And then he met others like himself. It happened far in the interior, perhaps by chance, or perhaps, according to them, by providence. Vaca crossed paths with 3 other survivors of the Narvaez expedition. Like Vaca, They had lived among various indigenous groups, surviving because of their usefulness and humility. Their reunion was not triumphant, but it was profound. Together, they resolved to try for Mexico, not by sea, but overland, through thick forests, vast plains, and sun-baked deserts. They relied on the goodwill of those they encountered and the growing reputation that followed them. Word had spread far ahead of 4 strange men who healed the sick, who came unarmed and asked only for passage. They followed rivers when they could, used mountain ranges as guides, and stopped only when the land demanded it. And always, Vaca walked at the center of it. By now, the 4 men were no longer seen as outsiders. They were travelers of great renown. Their Spanish names meant little to the people they met, but their presence stirred whispers. They were said to carry healing with them. They spoke many tongues, or at least enough to be understood. And unlike the soldiers who had come before, they brought no harm. They crossed vast stretches of what is now northern Mexico, Durango, Chihuahua, and Sonora, where the land rose and fell in dusty ridges and scattered thorn brush. In some villages, people came forward bearing gifts, woven mats, handfuls of maize, or gourds filled with water. Their journey became less a flight and more a passage. At times, they were joined by small bands of people, moving alongside them for a day or two, sometimes longer. It was a far cry from the expedition they had begun with, now just a slow movement through land that no longer seemed foreign, and among people who no longer seemed strange. Vaca saw these communities not as subjects or obstacles, but as stewards, keepers of knowledge, survival, and of memory. He listened closely. He watched the way children were taught, the way disputes were settled, and the way plants were gathered only with thanks. And somewhere deep within, he began to understand that the world was not shaped solely by those who held power, but also by those who held patience. They were drawing nearer now to Spanish territory. The mountains whispered of it. The language began to shift. But Vaca was no longer sure what return meant. He had traveled so far, in distance and in spirit, that he no longer knew if he could step back into the life he once claimed. Still, they kept walking. It was in the foothills near Kublai Khan that they met the first Spanish settlers, armed men on horseback, their helmets gleaming beneath the sun. The moment should have felt like salvation. And yet, Vaca hesitated. The soldiers were stunned. Before them stood 4 figures draped in woven garments, sun-darkened and barefoot, with no armor, no horses, no sign of rank, only the slow, sure bearing of those who had endured. They were not what Spain remembered. The men were taken in, given food and clothing, and ushered toward the colonial outposts of New Spain. From there, they were sent to Mexico City. There were questions, there was disbelief, and in the months that followed, Vaca gave his account to the authorities. He described the journey, the suffering, and the deaths of all but 4 of the 600 who had set out. But he also spoke of the people they had lived among. He spoke of their kindness, their customs, and their strength. He told of healing, of cooperation, and of the land's unyielding rhythms. Eventually, de Vaca sailed back to Spain. The crossing was smoother this time, but his heart was unsettled. Home felt altered, or perhaps it was he who had changed. The court received him with some respect, but also with suspicion. He had not returned with riches. He had not claimed new territory. He had only survived. He would later be sent to govern in South America, but even that post ended in controversy. He never again wielded real authority. His last years were lived in the shadows of greater names, and his death passed without much notice. In the long annals of conquest, Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca remains an anomaly. There were no cities named in his honor, no empires built upon his return. He left no monuments, but he left a voice. In La Relación, the account he later wrote, de Vaca reflected on a journey that had tested him, reshaped him, and taught him what power could not. And perhaps that is why we remember him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Genghis Khan, an outcast from an obscure clan who rose to carve out a land empire so vast it would dwarf that of Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, or any other conqueror in all of history. The oldest chronicle of his people says the future Khan was born to a minor chieftain of the northern steppe. Bearing a fateful omen, the elders believed all but guaranteed he would grow into a formidable warrior and great leader of men. But fate did not relinquish such a promise willingly. When the boy's father was assassinated by a rival clan, the future Khan was cast out of his tribe and left to the mercy of the open steppe. Years of misery and near starvation passed in this way, until the very clan that had abandoned him, sensing the boy was a growing threat, hunted him down and locked a heavy wooden yoke about his neck. But it would not hold him for long. Soon, he would unite the feuding tribes of the steppe beneath a single banner. In time, his rule would stretch from the Sea of Japan to the Caspian, and from the black forests of Siberia to the towering mountains of Tibet. And yet the great Khan did all this with a fighting force, barely 100,000 strong, swallowing empires with millions. All because fear rode ahead of him like a herald. He made such a grim example of any city that dared resist, that soon the rest flung their gates open at nothing more than a rumor of his coming. But for all the terror, this supposed savage gave many of his people their first code of law, their first written script, and a peace so complete that a lone traveler could journey across the empire without escort. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Genghis Khan from those windswept plains to lordship over an empire without equal. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Long ago, on the cold grass of the northern steppe, a boy was born to a wandering clan sometime in the middle of the 12th century. In a year, no one can now fix with certainty. There was no writing yet among his people, and the day was never set down, so the date slipped away into the grass, along with 1,000 other forgotten days. The land into which he came was vast and unforgiving, a country of endless horizons and of wind that rarely rested. The people there lived in tents of felt and followed their herds across an ocean of grass, and they counted their wealth in horses and in loyal men. They raided one another as well, and a family's whole fortune might turn on the luck of a single season. The boy's father was a chieftain named Yesugei, a man of modest standing and considerable courage. In the days before the birth, he had ridden to war against a neighboring people called the Tatars, and he had come home victorious, with a captured enemy of some renown riding bound in his train. His wife, Hoelun, gave birth to her first son, while the triumph was still fresh in the camp. The child arrived with his small fist clenched tight, and folded within it lay a clot of blood about the size of a knuckle bone. The elders came to look upon the strange thing. A knuckle bone was an object they knew well, a small bone cast upon the ground in their games to read what fortune held in store, and here was a newborn who seemed already to grip his fortune in his hand. Among the people of the steppe, a child born clutching such a clot was a child marked to grow into a warrior, and so the elders murmured over the boy and told his mother what the sign foretold. When the time came to give the child his name, Yasuge looked upon the beaten foe he had carried home, and he gave the boy that captive's name. And so the child was called Temujin. He grew as the children of the steppe grew, on mare's milk and open air. There were brothers and a small sister in the tent, herds to be watched, and the slow round of the seasons turning over the grass. He learned to sit on a horse almost before he could walk, and to read the weather in the color of the morning. For 9 years, the boy knew something close to peace, a chieftain's son with his father's arm to shelter him, out on the open plain beneath the enormous sky. Temujin was still a child when the first great blow fell. His father had taken him riding to his mother's people to seek a bride for the boy, as the custom was, and there a girl named Berta was promised to him. On the long journey home, Yasuge stopped to rest among a band of Tatars. They offered him food and drink, as travelers on the steppe did for one another, and he sat and ate with them. But these were Tatars, and they knew his face, and they had not forgotten the wars of years before. Something had been worked into what they gave him. Yasuge rode on, but by the time he reached his own tents, he had fallen gravely ill, and within a few days he was dead. With the chieftain gone, the family's world came apart. Yasuge had held his followers together by the strength of his own name, and now that binding was cut, the clan looked upon his widow and her small children and made a cold reckoning. To them, a woman and her children were nothing more than mouths to feed and offered little in return. And so one morning, the people struck their tents, gathered their herds, and moved off across the grass, and they left Hoelun and her children behind with almost nothing. What came after was survival worn down to the bone. Hoelun walked the riverbanks and the hillsides and gathered whatever the land would give up. There were wild onions and roots prized from the hard earth, berries and the small fruits of the steppe, and little fish drawn from the cold streams. She fed her children on what the river and the hillside gave, and she would not let them sink. Hunger sat at the edge of every day, but the family endured, and the children grew tall and lean and watchful. In the camp with them was Begta, Yasuge's son by another wife, and as the boys grew, a friction rose between him and Temujin, over food and over the small spoils of the hunt, and over which of them might one day lead. It sharpened month by month until it came to a head. Out on the grass one day, Temujin and a younger brother named Kasar took up their bows, and together they turned upon Begta, taking his life. When Hoelun learned what her sons had done, she was seized with fury and with grief, and she berated them without pause, mourning the boy who was lost and fearing the hardness that had come into her own tent. It was a lesson he never unlearned, and when in later years he came to make his laws, no Mongol was ever again to spill Mongol blood over food or a woman. Word of the growing boy began to travel, and it reached the ears of those who wished him ill. A clan called the Taichiud, who had been among those that abandoned the family, grew uneasy at the thought of Temujin coming to manhood with his father's blood in him and old scores to settle. They resolved to deal with him before he was full grown. A party of their riders came down upon the family's camp, and Temujin fled, but they ran him down and took him captive. About his neck they fastened a heavy wooden yoke, a frame that held a man's arms apart, and marked him for a prisoner, and they carried him back to live among them in shame. He bided his time. On a night of feasting, when the watch had grown careless, he struck the man set to guard him and slipped away into the dark. He came to a river and lowered himself into the cold water until only his face showed above the surface, and there he lay, while his captors searched the banks and called and passed him by. When they had gone, he made his way back over the open steppe to his mother's tents, free once more, and harder than the boy who had been taken. In the years after his escape, the young man set about building a life from the little he had. Temujin now rode to claim that old promise. He found Berta grown and willing, and she became his wife. She brought with her a dowry of rare worth, a long coat of fine black sable, the kind of garment a great lord might envy. He was still a man of almost no standing, with a bare handful of followers and few horses to his name, and he knew he could not climb alone. So he took the black sable coat and carried it to the most powerful lord within his reach, a steppe ruler named Togrul, who years before had sworn brotherhood with Yesugei. Temujin laid the coat before him as a gift and asked for his protection in return. Togrul was pleased by the offering and by the young man's boldness, and he promised to gather Temujin's scattered people and to hold him as a son. A wedding coat had bought the friendship of a king. There was another bond, dearer still. In his boyhood, Temujin had loved a companion named Jamuka, and the two had sworn to one another the oath of blood brothers, a vow the steppe held sacred above almost all others. As boys, they had traded gifts and sworn themselves to each other for life, and now, grown to young men, they renewed the oath and rode and camped together as brothers born. Then came the morning that broke the peace. Before dawn, a thunder of hooves came down upon the tents. The riders were merchants, and they carried an old grievance. For years before, Yesugei had stolen Hurlun away from a man of their people, and now the merchants had come to repay the theft in kind. In the darkness and the scramble to escape, Berta was seized and carried off into the grasslands, and Temujin, outnumbered and unready, could only flee and watch her go. He would not leave her lost. He went to Togrul, and he went to Jamuka, and he called upon both bonds at once, and both men answered him. Between them they raised a great host of warriors, far more than Temujin could ever have summoned alone. The gathering of it was slow, and Berta had been the better part of a year in merchant tents, before at last they rode hard against the merchants and fell upon their camp. Temujin rode through the confusion, calling Berta's name, and out of the fleeing crowd she heard him and came to him, and they held one another amid the wreck of the raid. She was his once more. But she came back to him carrying a child, and before long a son was born, and the boy was given the name Yochi. Whether he had been fathered by Temujin before the raid, or by a merchant during it, no one could rightly say. Temujin took the boy up and raised him as his own, and spoke no word against him. Yet the doubt was never wholly answered, and it settled somewhere in the marrow of the family, a matter left unspoken among them for many long years. For the moment, though, there was gladness in the tents. His wife was restored to him, a great lord stood as his protector, his blood brother rode at his side, and the name of Temujin was passing from mouth to mouth across the plain. For a time, the two blood brothers lived as one people, sharing the work of leadership as once they had shared the games of childhood. Their tents traveled together, their herds mingled, and to the tribes around them they seemed a single rising power. But a coldness crept in between them over the seasons, slow and hard to name, and the old warmth began to thin. The break came on an evening when the two camps were on the move together. As they looked for a place to halt for the night, Jamuka said, "Let us camp by the mountain, and the horse herders will have their tents. Let us camp by the river, and the shepherds will have their food." Berta turned the words over and read in them a shadow, for Jamuka was sorting the two of them, one high and one low, and she urged Temujin to part from him at once, that very night. And so, under cover of darkness, Temujin gathered his people and his herds and drew away from his sworn brother, and after that night the two never rode as friends again. From then on they stood apart as rivals, and the scattered tribes of the steppe began to gather, some behind the one and some behind the other. Jamuka, proud and gifted in war, drew to himself many of the old and noble families. Temujin drew the restless and the overlooked, the men who prized loyalty and a fair share of the spoils over the accident of noble birth, and he bound them to him with a plain and even-handed justice they had not known before. In one of those battles, he came very near to death. In the heat of the fighting, an arrow flew from the enemy ranks and struck down the war horse beneath him. The great animal fell, and Temujin went down among the trampling hooves. The shot had been meant for him, and it had missed him only by a hand's breadth. When the battle was won and the enemy scattered and taken, the prisoners were brought before him. Temujin asked them plainly which man among them had loosed the arrow that had felled his horse. For a long moment, none of the captives dared to speak, for such a confession seemed a certain road to death. Then one man stepped forward out of the crowd. He said that the arrow had been his, that he was the one who had loosed it, and that Temujin might do with him whatever he wished. He stood there in the open and waited for his end to come. But Temujin looked upon the man who had chosen to own his deed rather than hide among his fellows, and something in that plain courage moved him. Rather than order his death, he took the fellow into his own service, and he gave him a new name as well. He called him Jabi, a word that meant the arrow, after the very shot that had so nearly ended him. And this Jabi repaid the mercy 100-fold, rising in time to become one of the finest generals that Temujin would ever command, carrying the Mongol banners into far countries that had never known them. Men heard of such things, and they came. For years the balance swung between the two. The Tatars were broken, and the Merkits, and the proud tribes of the West, and battles were won and lost, alliances made and broken, and more than once Temujin was beaten down almost to nothing before he gathered himself and rose again. Slowly, the years began to favor him. His following grew steadier, his enemies fewer, and one by one the great tribes of the plain came over to him, some beaten by his warriors, and some won by his welcome. One man still stood above him, Togrul, who had taken the sable coat and called him son, grew jealous of the young man's rising, and at Jamukha's whispering, he turned against him. In the end, the two of them met in open war, and after 3 days of fighting, the old lord's people were beaten and scattered. Togrul rode west with almost nothing, past the edge of everything he had ever ruled, and at the Naiman border, a patrol pulled him from his horse. He told them who he was. They had never heard of him. Only Jamukha was left. His allies fell away from him, his strength drained into the grass, until he was a lord almost without men, a hunted figure crossing the wide lands he had once seemed born to master. His fall was finished by his own followers. The few men still with him seized their master and carried him bound to Temujin's camp, thinking to trade him for reward. But Temujin had no love for men who would sell their own lord, and he had those betrayers put to death in front of the very man they had hoped to give up. Then he turned to Jamukha, the brother of his boyhood, and offered him back his life and his friendship and a place at his side. Jamukha would not take it. He had lived as a great man, he said, and he had been beaten, and 2 sons could not share a single sky. He asked instead for the death owed to a nobleman of the steppe. He asked only that his going be clean, and that his bones be laid to rest with honor. Temujin, grieving for the friend he had truly lost long before, granted what was asked. Jamukha was given the bloodless, honorable death he had wanted, and his body was laid to rest. Temujin turned his horse for home. Behind him, the last rival of his own people was gone, and the wide grasslands lay open beneath a single hand. The tribes that had spent whole lifetimes raiding and feuding had all been brought under one ruler. In the year 1206, they marked it with a great assembly. They met by the headwaters of the Onon River, in the heart of the old grazing lands, and there the chieftains and the warriors and the heads of the great families came to raise Temujin up above them all. A revered shaman stood before the gathering and declared that the eternal blue sky, the vast heaven the Mongols honored above everything, had given this man the right to rule. Temujin was seated upon a broad felt carpet, and the greatest lords of the steppe took hold of its edges and lifted him high, and the plain rang with the shouting of his people. There, in that hour, he laid down the name of his boyhood. He would no longer be Temujin, a dead chieftain's son named for a beaten foe. From that day, he took a title instead, and the title was Genghis Khan, as his own people said it, the name the wider world would come to know as Genghis Khan. The words carried the sense of a fierce and universal ruler, a lord as wide and as boundless as the sea. It had not been given to him at his birth, nor handed down from any father. He had made the name himself, across 40 years of hunger and struggle and war. He set about binding his people into something they had never been. The old tribal names, which had for so long set man against man, he pushed aside, and in their place he raised a single people who answered to him alone. He forbade the old raiding among his own, so that no Mongol might carry off another's herds or women. He broke apart the old tribal bands and set his warriors into fresh companies of tens and hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands, each with a captain who owed his place to the Khan and to his own merit, rather than to the blood in his veins. A herdsman's son might rise to lead 10,000, if he had the worth for it. He gave the new nation laws as well, a body of rules the Mongols called the Yasa, and by them he bound high and low alike, so that men learned his word, once given, would hold. Under his hand, the fractured plain, which had known nothing but warring camps, became a single ordered realm. Now that the whole of the steppe answered to him, his rule held a breadth that startled those who knew him only by the terror of his name. Among his people there lived followers of many faiths, worshippers of the eternal sky, and Buddhists and Christians and Muslims alike, and he let every one of them keep to their own way unhindered. He declared that all religions should be free within his lands, and he lifted the weight of taxes from the priests and the monks and the holy men of every kind, so that they might tend to their prayers in peace. He gave his people, too, a thing they had never before possessed. In all their long history, they had carried their laws and their old tales only in memory and in speech, for they had never held any letters at all. In the last of the tribal wars, his warriors took a learned scribe who kept his records in a borrowed alphabet, and the Khan saw the worth of the thing at once, and he had that script set to the sounds of the Mongol tongue. So his people gained a way to set down their words and keep them, though the Khan himself never learned to read a single line of it. He bound his wide dominions together with roads and with riders. All across the vast reach of the empire, he set out a chain of way stations, each a hard day's ride from the last, kept always stocked with fresh horses and food and shelter. A rider bearing the Khan's word might gallop from one station to the next, hand on his message, or climb upon a waiting mount, and press onward without rest, so that news could fly across thousands of miles in only a handful of days. Along the roads of this great relay, there moved not only the messengers of the Khan, but merchants and envoys and travellers out of many lands, so that word and goods passed between the far ends of the earth more swiftly than they ever had before. He laid the first lines of it himself, and his sons would carry it to the far edges of the world. First, he turned east. Beyond the desert lay the Tangut kingdom, and beyond that the great realm of the north, and his horsemen, who had never in their lives seen a walled city, learned to throw down walls. The Tangut king paid him tribute. The northern capital was taken and burned. The settled world now knew the Khan. For all the wars that he had waged, the Khan did not always reach first for the sword. Far to the west of his grasslands, there lay a great and wealthy realm, a land of famed cities and rich caravans, ruled over by a mighty Shah. The Khan looked toward it and saw the promise of trade rather than a foe to be fought, and he sent out to the Shah a vast caravan of merchants, some hundreds of men with their camels laden down with silver and silks and precious goods, bearing his wish for open and peaceful commerce between the two great realms. The caravan came in time to a frontier town called Otrar. There the governor of the place, a grasping, suspicious man, looked upon the great wealth that these strangers carried, and he declared them to be spies sent to prey upon his master's lands. On his word alone, the merchants were seized and killed, very nearly every one of them, and all of their cargo was taken. When the news of it came to the Khan, he did not answer straight away with war. He sent envoys to the Shah to protest the killing and to ask that the guilty governor be handed over to answer for what he had done. But the Shah, proud and unwise, would not so much as hear the plea. He had the chief of the envoys put to death, and he sent the others away shamed and disfigured, and by that act he slammed shut the very last door that might have held back the storm. After that, there could be no turning back. The Khan gathered up his armies and turned the full weight of his power to the west, and what followed was among the most terrible reckonings the world has ever known. The great cities of the Shah's realm, Bukhara and Samarkand and all the rest, were surrounded one after another and thrown down into ruin. The Shah himself fled away before the onslaught, driven from place to place across his own crumbling kingdom, until he died broken and friendless upon a small island in a cold grey sea. The heaviest cost of it all fell upon the ordinary people of that land, and it lay far beyond any counting. Whole cities were emptied of their inhabitants, and the fields that lay all about them were left with no living hand to tend them. In some places, the loss ran so deep that the farms and the watercourses, which had been carefully kept for hundreds of years, fell into ruin and were taken slowly back by the wild. Grass and then forest crept over what had once been ploughland. The Khan withdrew from that ruined country, his long vengeance finished, and his name grown darker still in the memory of the world. The insult offered at Otrar had been repaid many thousands of times over, and the greed of one governor had in the end been answered for by great multitudes who had never once heard his name. The years pressed steadily on, and the Khan, who had taken so much of the world for his own, could not take the one thing that he most desired. He was growing old. The body that had carried him through a whole lifetime of hard living had begun to fail him, and the shadow of his own ending lay upon his mind, as it comes to lie upon every man who is given time enough to see it drawing near. Word had reached him of a holy man in the distant lands of China, a Taoist master named Chiu Chuji, who was said to be wondrously old and very deeply wise. It was whispered by a great many people that this ancient sage had somehow learned the secret of long life, and perhaps even the hidden way to live forever. And so, the Khan, from the far side of the world, sent word that the old man should be brought to him. The sage was already well past 70 years of age, and the road that was laid before him was a hard and a bitter one, thousands of miles across burning deserts and high mountains and empty plains to reach the Khan's far distant camp. Yet he took it up all the same. For months, and then for years, he journeyed on through wild and lonely country, a frail old man, borne ever onward toward his meeting with the master of half the world. When at last the sage stood before him, the Khan received the old man with warmth, and put to him the question that had drawn him across the earth. He asked him for the medicine of immortality, for the secret draught that would let him go on living and never come to die. And the sage, who might so easily have flattered the mightiest man alive with a soft and a comforting lie, gave to him the plain truth instead. He had no such medicine, he told the Khan, for there was no such thing to be found under heaven. He could offer only ways to guard the health and to lengthen out a life by a little, through calm and through moderation and through the careful tending of the body and the spirit. Yet in the end, he said, death would surely come, as it came for all. It was not the answer the Khan had brought him across an empire to hear, yet he did not rage against the old man, nor did he punish him for the hope that he had so gently taken away. Instead, he honored the sage for his honesty, and he kept him near at hand, and he listened with real respect to the plain and simple wisdom that the old man offered him. For a while the conqueror and the sage spoke together of how a man ought to live, and of what he must in the end let fall away. The Khan came to hold the old master in a deep and lasting regard, and when their time together was done, he sent him home again with honor and with thanks. And the most powerful man in all the world went on his way from there, carrying a truth he had never been able to seize by force, that there were some things no army could ever win, and that death, alone of all his many foes, would never once yield to him. In the year 1227, away on campaign once more against the stubborn and defiant Tangut, the great Khan came to the end of his long road. He was an old man by then, and yet he was still in the saddle, still leading out his armies, as he had done through all the days of his life. Just how death came for him, no one has ever been able to say for certain. The tale most often told is that some months before, while he was out hunting, he had been thrown down from his horse and badly hurt, and that the injuries of that fall festered slowly within him, and never truly mended, so that his great strength drained away through the season that followed. Only this much is truly sure, that in the August of that year, somewhere far out in the field, the master of the greatest empire yet built by a single man drew in his final breath. What his people did in the days that followed was as strange and as secretive as anything in that long and singular life. His death was kept hidden from the world, while his body was carried home across the grass to the northern steppe that had first borne him. There, close by a holy mountain, they gave him back to the earth, and they took the most extraordinary care of all, that no man should ever look upon the place where he lay. The old accounts tell that the men of the funeral escort cut down every person that they chanced to meet upon the road, so that none might live to speak of the way the body had passed. When the grave itself had been closed over, it is said that a great herd of horses was driven back and forth across the ground until the soil lay beaten flat and showed no sign at all of what now rested beneath it. Some of the tales tell that a river was turned aside from its own bed to run forever above the resting place, and others that a forest was allowed to spread across it until the last trace of it had been swallowed up entirely by the land. The death of the Khan did not bring any end to the great thing that he had built. In truth, it had scarcely yet begun. The doubt over Yochi never died, and when the Khan came to name an heir, he passed over his eldest son, and the empire fell to another. But his sons and his grandsons took up the banners that he had left behind for them, and they bore them outward across the world in every direction, riding farther even than he himself had ever ridden. Under the hands of those who came after him, the empire swelled until it reached unbroken from the shores of the Pacific in the Far East to the very edge of Europe in the West, the largest continuous stretch of land that any single people had ever held. Great realms that had never once so much as heard his name were brought beneath the sway of his heirs, and for a long and settled season, a lone traveller might pass across the whole vast breadth of Asia in safety, beneath the ordered peace that his descendants kept. His mark upon the world ran deeper still than any map could ever hope to show. Long after the empire itself had crumbled away into memory and into legend, the traces of his own blood endured in the most remarkable fashion of all. A line of descent, carried today by perhaps 16 million men, may run back to him. So very far and so wide had his sons and their sons scattered themselves across the lands that he had won. Near enough, one man in every 200 alive on earth. And in the land of his own birth, once his name was free to be spoken again, he was never the villain that far-off peoples remembered. To the Mongols, he remains the father of the whole nation, the man who gathered up a scattering of warring tribes and made of them a single people and set them upon the wide stage of the world. His face is featured on both their money and their stamps, and far out upon the open steppe, about an hour from the capital, there stands a vast statue of him, seated high upon his horse, clad in gleaming steel, and rising 40 meters into the open sky. 8 long centuries have gone by since that far-off day. Empires beyond number have risen up and crumbled, and the whole wide face of the world has been remade many times over. And still, in all of those long years, not one single soul has ever found the tomb of the Khan. Somewhere beneath the wide grass of Mongolia, close by the mountain that he held sacred, he lies just where his people laid him down, undisturbed and unmarked, exactly as it seems that he had wished to lie. Of everything that he seized and held and lost across the length of his life, the secret of his own resting place is the one thing he has managed to keep. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Sir Ernest Shackleton, an intrepid explorer who led a band of brave souls to attempt the impossible, traverse the whole of Antarctica, the most hostile, ice-bound continent on Earth. The year was 1914. While the rest of the world was slipping into war, Shackleton and his men sailed into the frozen fog of the unknown, where drifting floes, cracking ice, and the ghostly wails of albatross were muffled by the white and desolate expanse. As their sturdy ship Endurance journeyed deeper into the ice, the drifting pack eventually closed around her, crushing the vessel and leaving 28 men stranded, entirely alone, and more than 1,000 miles from the nearest settlement. For months they lived on the shifting ice, watching it splinter beneath their feet. And yet, against all odds, Shackleton brought every last man home alive and largely unscathed. By any ordinary measure, the expedition was a failure. Antarctica was never crossed, and the men never even set foot upon it. But in truth, what Shackleton accomplished was something far greater. It was a confident and unwavering kind of leadership, tested not in moments of triumph, but in the long and uncertain spaces in between. When every plan collapsed, when hope thinned and the cold deepened, Shackleton remained steadfast, committed to the lives in his care. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the low and thunderous groan of breaking ice, but on the quiet strength that carried them through, and the man who led them safely home. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. As Europe held its breath in the last quiet weeks before the Great War, an expedition unlike any other was preparing to set out for the ends of the earth. Now in his 40s and hardened by years at sea, Shackleton set his sights on a goal that had been forming in his mind for as long as he could remember: to walk across the whole of Antarctica. His ship was christened Endurance, a name drawn from his family's motto: "By endurance we conquer." She was a sturdy wooden sailing ship, built with a reinforced hull to withstand the ice, a ship of strength and purpose, made not for speed, but for survival. Many had answered his call for men willing to face hardship in pursuit of something greater than comfort. This was not a voyage for the faint-hearted. It was for those who sought something deeper, a test of the self, far beyond the reach of the modern world. They departed London in August, sailing south past Lisbon, the Canary Islands, and then the coast of South America. From there, they sailed to the whaling station on South Georgia Island, the last outpost of humanity before the Antarctic ice. Grizzled Norwegian whalers warned Shackleton of a heavy ice season in the Weddell Sea. The warning hung in the cold air, But the expedition moved forward, too committed now to turn back. In December 1914, Endurance pushed away from South Georgia and entered a sea that turned colder and thicker. Icebergs floated by like drifting cathedrals of ice, ghostly in the pale southern light. By January, they had reached deep into the Weddell Sea, and the ice began to tighten. What started as loose and broken plates of frozen sea drifting across the water, or ice floes, as they were often called, soon became a slow-moving vice. The ship pressed on cautiously as the men watched the water narrow into pathways of white. And then, on the 18th of January, Endurance was finally caught. The floes closed in gently, almost politely. There was no great crack or crash, just a firm stillness, as if the sea had simply decided to hold them. They were now passengers on a frozen ocean. But Shackleton did not panic. He adjusted methodically and began shifting the mission in his mind from triumph to survival. Endurance sat nestled within the tightening arms of the Weddell Sea. Around her, the ice stretched in every direction, a wide white silence, broken only by the low groan of shifting floes. At first there was hope that the ship might break free. The men watched the ice with cautious optimism, believing the southern summer might still open a path to shore. But the days slipped by, and the pressure built. Endurance was no longer sailing. She was drifting, a captive, in a frozen current that paid no heed to plans or poles. Yet life aboard the ship carried on, and Shackleton made sure of it. He understood that survival was not just a matter of rations or shelter. It was morale, routine, and purpose. Each man had his duties, the dogs were exercised, and every meal was prepared with care. On Sunday evenings, the phonograph played gentle tunes, and the men gathered for readings, games, or conversation. Frank Hurley, the expedition's photographer, wandered the ice with camera in hand, capturing the strange beauty of their imprisonment. His images would one day become the visual memory of this frozen world. Sails rimmed with frost, men silhouetted against the white horizon, Endurance standing like a relic of another age. Shackleton, always composed, rarely spoke of fear. He moved among the men with quiet intent, observing their moods, sharing small jokes, and stepping in when tempers flared. By March, the Antarctic night had at last arrived. Temperatures dropped, darkness lengthened, and the ice no longer softened. Endurance creaked and moaned under the strain, her timbers bending against the slow crush of ice. Still she held, and still Shackleton waited. He understood something vital. Control was no longer possible, but composure was. And in that composure, he preserved not just order, but hope. By the time winter cloaked the Weddell Sea in early April, Endurance was no longer a ship, but a frozen shelter locked in the ice, utterly motionless, sealed in a white plain as far as the eye could see. Snow drifted silently around her, and the wind did not howl, but whispered, low and cold, across the vast stillness. Shackleton stood often at the helm, though there was nowhere to steer. He watched the patterns of pressure on the ice and listened to the deep groans and muted cracks rising from beneath the surface. On board the ship, routines held, though rations were beginning to tighten. The world changed slowly, and not in their favor. The pressure ridges rose higher. The ice was no longer content to sit still. Endurance began to list, her hull groaning under the strain of months locked in the ice. Shackleton inspected the damage each day. He knew the ship was strong, but the ice was older, patient, and absolute. By September, spring brought not release, but violence. The floes began to shift with a new energy, breaking, grinding, reforming. The ship shook under the strain, her beams splintering, her sides bowing slowly inward under the weight of the ice. The men were ordered to prepare to abandon ship, sledges loaded, supplies repacked, tents readied. Still, the order came with no panic. Then, in late October, with a deep moan and a shudder, endurance was finally breached. Water poured in through the hull. Shackleton gave the order with a level voice. "She's going, boys. We've done all we can." They set up camp on the ice. The ship, their shelter, their warmth, their link to the world, was left behind. She leaned further day by day, until on the 21st of November, she slipped beneath the ice. The men gathered in silence, watching the spot where she had vanished. Shackleton did not look back for long. The ship was lost, but now only one task remained: to get them home. They were 28 men on a drifting floe, with sled dogs, 3 lifeboats, dwindling supplies, and no certainty of when, or even if, they would ever touch land again. In the weeks before she sank, Shackleton had ordered everything useful stripped away: tinned food, lumber, tools, and the ship's Bible, from which he tore a few pages and left the rest behind. Among them was the passage, "Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee." The ice became their new home. They called it Ocean Camp. Tents were pitched, gear sorted, and a routine established. Even here, adrift and exposed, Shackleton emphasized structure. And yet the men played cards, told stories, and found what laughter they could. Frank Wild, ever Shackleton's right hand, kept the men from losing heart. For even in this slow-motion ordeal, purpose was preserved. As weeks passed, cracks began to appear in the ice, jagged lines creeping closer to camp. The floe that had cradled them began to betray them. Then in December, the men shifted to a new site they called Patience Camp. For months, the men lived on a slab of ice, riding a slow, uncertain current through the frozen belly of the Weddell Sea. Beneath their feet, the ocean moved invisibly, an unseen engine carrying them northward. The great continent lay behind them now, unreachable. Their world was ice and sky, sealed off from all that once was familiar. Food was rationed. Seals and penguins were hunted when they could be found. Each fresh kill meant more warmth, more calories, more days survived. Still, the drift was not peaceful. The ice shifted unpredictably. Several times the floe broke open beneath the camp, swallowing gear and threatening lives. Each time, Shackleton responded quickly, with firm commands and swift reorganization. He walked among them daily, listening, encouraging, and deflecting despair. Every decision, from meals to movements, he weighed carefully, not just for the sake of their bodies, but their minds. By early April 1916, the ice began to break more aggressively. The floe that had carried them across hundreds of miles now threatened to shatter entirely. Shackleton knew the time had come. They would have to abandon their frozen raft and commit to the sea. 3 lifeboats, the James Caird, the Dudley Docker, and the Stancombe Wills, were readied. Supplies were loaded, water casks filled. Then, on the 9th of April, they launched the boats. Elephant Island rose before them like a crumpled sheet of slate, a jagged, wind-scoured refuge jutting out from the coldest waters on earth. There were no trees, no settlements, no shelter beyond the haphazard folds of rock and scree. But to the crew of Endurance, it may as well have been a sanctuary. After 7 days adrift in open lifeboats, buffeted by sleet and salt, tossed by heavy swells, the men rowed the final strokes toward shore. Their hands were blistered and cracked, their faces raw from cold wind and salt spray, their strength worn down to the bone. They landed on the 15th of April, 497 days since they had last stood on solid ground. They scrambled ashore through the surf, dragging their boats onto the stony beach. Some kissed the wet stones. Others simply lay down and stared at the sky. The relief was not jubilant, but profound. They had escaped the ice, and for the moment they had survived, though it was far from salvation. Elephant Island was remote in the extreme, well off any shipping route, unmarked by human habitation. No rescue would stumble upon them, and Shackleton knew this. So after allowing the men time to recover, he began to plan again, not for the group this time, but for a breakaway team. If they were to survive, someone had to reach help, and that was going to mean sailing back into the storm. The James Caird, the strongest of their lifeboats, was selected for the journey. Shackleton chose 5 men to accompany him: Frank Worsley, the navigator with a mind like a compass; Tom Crean, loyal and unshakable; and 3 others, equally resolved to face the unknown. While the others constructed a crude shelter on the island, a low hut built from upturned boats and salvaged canvas, Shackleton oversaw modifications to the Caird. They reinforced her keel, added ballast, and raised a makeshift deck to shield them from the waves across 800 miles of stormy seas. Before departing, Shackleton spoke very little. He simply reminded Frank Wild, now left in charge, to get the men through until he came back. There was no promise, no false hope, just an unspoken trust. On the 24th of April, the James Caird was launched from the rocky shore, slipping back into the grey swell. Shackleton and his 5 companions were bound for South Georgia Island and whatever lay in between. The South Atlantic in winter was no place for a boat of her size. Waves towered like black cliffs, rolling out of the darkness without warning. The wind shrieked through the rigging. Salt spray froze into icy crusts along the boat's sides, threatening to sink her with the weight of accumulating ice. Shackleton, huddled with 5 men in the cramped interior, remained calm. His clothes were sodden, his skin raw from wind and salt. He rotated watches, kept spirits up with small murmurs of encouragement, and made sure the men drank and ate when they could, even when appetite was long gone. Frank Worsley, his eyes red from cold, guided their course by the stars when they were visible, and by dead reckoning when they were not. On most days, they saw only grey clouds and sea and wind, all folding into one another. Yet his skill held, and their course remained true. The cold was unrelenting, and sleep was near impossible. Ice formed on their blankets and clothing, their boots froze, and water seeped constantly through the seams. More than once, the Caird was nearly capsized by a rogue wave. More than once, they bailed for hours to stay afloat, and yet, through it all, Shackleton never let his men see despair. He cracked dry jokes and found a word of reassurance, but kept quiet when words were too heavy. On the 14th day at sea, a dark line appeared on the horizon. South Georgia. The island they had aimed for, in blind hope and skill, now stood before them like a miracle, rising sheer from the sea. But the sea was not finished with them. A sudden gale drove them past the island's southern coast, forcing a desperate landing on a rocky beach on the uninhabited side of the island. They were within reach, yet still impossibly far from the whaling stations that dotted the northern shore. The boat was wrecked, the men barely able to stand. Shackleton looked inland, not toward the sea, but toward the mountains that separated them from rescue. The journey was not yet done, and so, after resting briefly, he prepared for the crossing ahead. South Georgia was a place of wild beauty and brutal terrain, a narrow mountainous island sculpted by glaciers into ridgelines, ravines, and deep fjords. Shackleton stood on its southern coast, looking up at the snowbound peaks that separated him from the whaling station at Stromness. It was only 30 miles away, but the path had never been crossed, not even by the whalers who lived there. There were no maps, no trails, only cold, jagged stone and windswept ice. Shackleton selected 2 companions to go with him, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley, the 2 men he trusted most. The others, too weak to continue, would remain behind with the boat. Shackleton left them a promise. He would return. They set out before dawn on the 19th of May, with only a length of rope, a carpenter's adze, and a few biscuits tucked into their pockets. Their boots, held together with twine and nails, slipped on the ice. The cold gnawed through every seam. Wind roared across the ridges. At times, they had to retrace their steps, realizing a glacier led to a sheer drop or a dead end. They marched through 36 straight hours without sleep. Then at one point, they slid down a slope, uncertain what lay at the bottom, a gamble made not from recklessness, but because they had no other choice. Down they went into the darkness, but somehow the gamble held, and they reached the bottom unscathed. And then, through the fog, a faint sound drifted across the valley, a steam whistle. They stopped and listened, hearts pounding beneath layers of frozen wool. The Stromness whaling station was near. Down the final slope they stumbled, ragged and frostbitten. The men who met them at the station could scarcely believe what they saw. 3 figures, caked in ice and soot, emerging from the mountains like ghosts. It had been 17 months since anyone had seen Shackleton. He asked no questions. He made no speech. He simply asked for a boat, because though they had made it to safety, 22 men were still waiting on Elephant Island. The return to Stromness marked the beginning of another kind of journey, one not through mountains or ice, but through the weight of responsibility. Safe at last on South Georgia, Shackleton wasted no time. His thoughts were already with the men he had left behind, now nearly a month alone, with no way to call for help. He tried at once to secure a ship. The whalers offered what they could, and soon Shackleton was back at sea. But the sea resisted. Ice blocked the way, fuel ran short, and each attempt failed. Once, twice, a third time. Still, Shackleton did not give up. There was no frustration in his voice, only determination. He simply tried again. At last, with help from the Chilean government, Shackleton secured the Yelcho, a small steel steam tug. On the 30th of August, Shackleton sailed once more into the Southern Ocean. This time, the ice parted. As the coast of Elephant Island came into view, Shackleton stood on the bow, eyes locked on the shoreline. He raised his binoculars, scanning the beach. At first the shore was still and empty. Then, slowly, it came alive. Figures running down to the water, a flag waving against the grey. Every one of the 22 men had survived. Frank Wild had kept them together in Shackleton's absence, repeating the promise daily. He said he'd come back, and he will. Supplies had dwindled, spirits had worn thin, but they had endured. When the Yelcho arrived, they were rescued in less than an hour, without the loss of a single life. It was, in its own way, one of the most extraordinary rescues in maritime history. In the years that followed the Endurance expedition, Ernest Shackleton did not slow down, though his body bore the marks of his long ordeal: frostbitten skin, weary lungs, aches borne without complaint. His spirit remained unsettled. He returned to Britain to find a world at war, where tales of icebound survival were quickly overshadowed by the thunder of trenches and artillery. But still, he served. He was commissioned into the army in a diplomatic and logistical role. He spoke little of the Antarctic, and even less of hardship. The survival of all his men spoke louder than any retelling, but the draw of the southern frontier never left him. In 1921, now in his late 40s and visibly aged by years of strain, Shackleton announced one final expedition, the Shackleton-Rowett expedition. Its goal was loosely defined: scientific exploration, coastal mapping, and perhaps once again, a last communion with the edge of the world. Before reaching Antarctica, the quest put in at Rio de Janeiro, pausing for repairs. It was a time of gentle reflection, dinners with officers, quiet conversations, long walks along the coast. For Shackleton, Rio marked a pause between effort and departure, a moment to breathe and to consider all he had endured. Then, once more, he turned south. In early January 1922, the Quest, his final ship, arrived at South Georgia Island, the very place that had bookended his journey 6 years before. On the night of the 4th of January, he spoke softly with the ship's doctor about the future of the expedition. But in the early hours of the next morning, Ernest Shackleton passed away in his cabin. He was 47 years old. At the request of his wife, Emily, he was laid to rest there on South Georgia, beneath a simple granite headstone facing the sea, a fitting end for a man who belonged to the silence and the storms alike. He was not a man of monuments or great speeches. His greatness lay elsewhere. It lived in the loyalty he inspired, the calm he held through chaos, and the truth that even when the world turns to ice, steady hands and a steady heart can lead men home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story and the legend of King Arthur, a man remembered by some as the warrior king who rescued a crumbling Britain in the wake of Rome's departure, and by others as a man who wielded enchanted blades, took counsel from a wizard, and was served by knights of great virtue and valor. Our story begins with a young man who draws a sword from a stone and a kingdom that kneels before him. A powerful wizard named Merlin stands by his side. A pale arm rises from a lake and offers a second, even greater sword called Excalibur. Then at Camelot, Arthur seats his finest knights at a round table, so that no man might sit above another. This gallant fellowship will one day ride out after a holy relic and be scattered to the ends of the known world. The Arthur that history permits, however, is a plainer figure, a prominent warlord who made his name fighting the Saxons in the power vacuum left by the Roman legions. Though, to be honest, the record is thin at best, and the name Arthur is barely mentioned until hundreds of years after he is said to have lived. But in either case, almost none of it leaves a mark on the physical world. Not a stone or a blade, not even a grave, leading some to argue that Arthur may never have existed at all. But what we can say for certain is that the official story of King Arthur remains largely unsettled. For why else would treasure hunters and scholars still comb the hills and isles of Britain for his final resting place? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll explore both the legend and the man, and uncover, if we can, where one of them ends and the other begins. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. For nearly 400 years, Britain had belonged to Rome. Straight roads ran from one coast to the other, laid so well that long stretches of them would outlast the empire that built them. In the towns, there were bathhouses and market squares, and courtyards warmed from below by furnaces that breathed heat up through hollow tiles in the floor. A man might have wine from Gaul and oil from Spain, wrapped against the northern damp in the comforts of a realm that reached from the cold wall in the north to the deserts of Africa. It had come to feel like something that would always be there. Then, slowly, the warmth began to leave. The trouble had begun far away, on the great rivers of the continent, where the frontier that held the Roman world together was starting to give way. Tribes pressed in from the east, and the soldiers who had once guarded Britain were called off to fight nearer the heart of things. Each departure took a few more spears from the island and left a longer stretch of shoreline, watching an empty sea. By the opening years of the 5th century, the troops who remained were few, and the coin that paid them had all but stopped coming. Around the year 410, with the city of Rome itself ringed by a Gothic army, an answer came back to the Britons who had written to the emperor begging for aid. The emperor in distant Rome, it was said, sent word to the cities of Britain that from that day forward they must see to their own defense. And so the lamps of empire went dark across Britain. The tax collectors stopped their rounds. The workshops that had stamped out fine red pottery fell still. Coins wore smooth in people's hands and were never replaced, until buying and selling slid back toward the old barter of a chicken for a sack of grain. The grand villas, with their painted walls and their heated floors, were kept up for a while by families who remembered better days, and then, as the roofs began to fail, left to the rain. Grass pushed up between the paving stones of roads that no longer led to anyone in charge. And then, out on the grey water to the east, there were sails. They belonged to the peoples the Britons came to call the Saxons, seafarers from the northern coasts of the continent, out of lands that would one day be called Germany and Denmark, drawn across the water toward a rich island that had lost its shield. At first, they came in small numbers, some as raiders, and some invited in as hired swords, paid in land for their fighting. But more followed, and then more again, and the newcomers began to want the country for their own. Years into that long unravelling, a letter went out from the Britons to a powerful Roman general, and a monk set down its words long afterward. "The barbarians drive us to the sea," it read. "The sea drives us back to the barbarians." And between those two deaths, it said, there was no way out at all. No help came. This general had wars enough of his own. This was the world into which the man remembered as Arthur would have been born. A land caught in the half-light between one age and the next, its old order fading and its new masters not yet arrived, waiting on someone who might hold the darkness back for just a little longer. After the Saxons came, and the long wars that followed them, the memory of one man outlived almost everything else. Harpers carried it in the halls of Wales, and monks set down scraps of it in the margins of their books, and though the parchment was little and the years were many, the name would not quite fade. It was written down simply, Arthur. The oldest account of any weight was a list of battles, copied out by a Welsh monk long after the age it described. It did not name him a king. It called him the leader of battles, a war captain who fought at the side of the kings of the Britons rather than above them, and it counted 12 fights in which he brought them victory. In the first, the writer said he bore the image of the Holy Mother upon his shoulders through the whole of a long day, and the enemy was put to flight. At the last and the greatest, on a hill the Britons called Baden, the book claimed that 960 men fell before a single charge of his, and that no other hand but his laid them low. That was a great many to fall to one sword in a single morning, and no doubt the tally had swelled with each retelling. Stranger was the book that ought to have named him, and did not. The same monk who had set down that despairing letter, writing nearer to those years than anyone else whose words survived, told of that same long struggle against the Saxons, and of the British victory at Baden that had held the invaders back for a lifetime. He gave the triumph pride of place and praised it warmly, and yet, for reasons he never explained, he set down not one word of the man later said to have won it. The greatest victory of the age was remembered, and its champion was left off the page. Where the sober records thinned, the older stories poured in, and there he was anything but faint. In the deep well of Welsh tale, long before there was ever a shining Camelot, he was a giant among heroes. In one such tale, half sunk in shadow, he sailed his ship into the other world to carry off a wondrous cauldron. 3 shiploads of men went with him into that country beyond the edge of the world. Barely a handful came home again, and the old song that remembered the voyage never did say plainly what became of the men who did not return. In the earlier decades of the 12th century, in or about the town of Oxford, a cleric named Geoffrey sat down to write a history of the kings of Britain and change the story forever. He was a man of Welsh or Breton blood, learned and ambitious, and his book reached all the way back to a prince of fallen Troy, who he said had founded the island in the mists of long ago. Near the year 1136, he finished it. At its very heart, given the place of honour, stood Arthur. Here at last was nearly the whole shape that later ages would know. A father named Uther Pendragon, a strange and knowing counsellor named Merlin, a reign that rose out of a broken land to conquer half of Europe before it fell. Much of it had never been told before, and the cleric told it with the calm confidence of a man reading aloud from an ancient record. That, he said, was just what he had done. He had merely put into Latin, he explained, a very old book in the British tongue, lent to him by a learned friend, an archdeacon of that same town. It was a fine and reassuring source to name. No one else ever set eyes on the book. It was never found, nor copied, nor mentioned by any other hand, and in time a good many came to suspect there had been no such book at all, only Geoffrey himself, gathering up the old scraps of legend and stitching a great deal of his own invention between them. Whatever the truth of it, the book took hold as few books ever have. It went out across Europe like fire through dry grass. It was copied and carried from one monastery to the next, until more volumes of it survived than of almost anything else written in its day. Kings read it, and poets mined it, and a beaten people, pushed back to the western rim of their own island, were handed a golden past and a hero to call their own. Not everyone was charmed. A sharp-tongued churchman named William of Newburgh, writing some years later, would have none of it, and declared that the whole history had been made up. But the words did nothing at all to slow the tale, which had already spread far past the reach of any man who wished to call it back. It ran fastest of all in France. There the poets took up the British king and dressed him in the manners of their own courts, trading the mud and the iron of a dark age for silk and candlelight and the sweet sorrows of courtly love. The rough war band of the older stories softened into an order of gentle and honourable knights. New heroes were dreamed up and folded in among the old ones, and new quests invented for them to ride out upon. And it was one of these French poets, a man named Chrétien, who wrote for the court of Champagne, who let fall, almost idly, and only the once, the name of the place where the great king kept his court. He called it Camelot. He seemed to think the word of no importance at all, a single stone dropped into a pool and forgotten. Yet from that one small sound grew the most famous castle that was never built, its towers climbing higher in the mind with every passing century. Of all the figures who gathered about the king, the strangest came before him, and by the oldest accounts he had never been meant to serve the good at all. In one telling, that spread in the years after Geoffrey's book, a council of devils met together in anger. The powers of darkness felt cheated by the coming of Christ into the world, and they resolved to answer that great light with a darkness of their own making. They would raise a child of their own, born into the world of men, to carry their cunning unseen into the hearts of others. They chose a young woman, gentle and devout, and by a spirit of the night, a son was got upon her while she slept, without her ever having done any wrong. But the scheme slipped the grasp of its makers. She was a good and faithful soul, and the moment the child was born, she carried him to be baptized, and the holy water washed the darkness out of him before it could take root. What stayed behind was only the gift. From his shadowed father, the boy kept a knowledge of all things hidden and long past, and from the grace that had saved him, he was granted sight of things still to come. He grew wondrously quick and strange, speaking with the sense of a grown man, while yet a small child, and seeing what no one around him could see. His name was Merlin. Word of such a child travelled fast, and in time it reached a troubled king. This king had been labouring to raise a mighty tower upon a mountainside, and the work would not hold. Each day the masons built the walls up strong and high, and each night the stones slid down again into rubble, as though the ground beneath refused to bear them. His wise men gave him a dark remedy. The foundations must be watered, they told him, with the blood of a boy who had no father. So his riders went out searching through the land, and at length they came upon the fatherless child and carried him to the king. The boy was not frightened in the least. He told the king plainly that the wise men were fools, and that the real trouble lay far below their feet. If they dug, he said, they would find a pool hidden in the earth, and under the pool 2 great hollow stones, and sleeping within each stone a dragon. So the men dug, and it was just as he had told them. The 2 dragons stirred from their long sleep, one white and one red, and rose to grapple with each other in a terrible fury. The white beast drove the red back across the ground, and then the red gathered itself and drove the white back in its turn. And the boy, watching it all, spoke of what the battle meant. It was of an island long torn between 2 peoples, and of griefs and glories that lay still far ahead. Merlin's prophecies came true in their season, and out of those wars rose Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, who held the land for a time. When Uther died, he left no son that the lords would agree upon, and the land fell to quarrelling. Every great man pressed his own claim, and not one of them was strong enough to master the rest, so the realm drifted leaderless through a hard and uneasy season. Then, on a cold morning in London, a strange thing was found in a churchyard where no hand had set it, a broad stone, and upon the stone an anvil of iron, and driven deep through the iron a fine bright sword. Around it, cut into the metal, ran a line of golden letters. Whoever could draw this sword from the stone, they said, was the rightful born king of all the realm. The mightiest men in the country came and closed their hands about the hilt and heaved with all their strength, and the blade did not stir by the breadth of a hair. A great tournament was called, and the lords tried again and failed again, and still the sword held fast in the iron, until a boy chanced by, a young squire of no name worth speaking, sent to fetch a sword for the knight he served, and finding none other near to hand, he crossed the empty churchyard, took hold of the hilt, and drew the blade out as easily as drawing a knife from soft butter, never once dreaming he had done any great thing. And so the realm learned the name of its king, though it took a long while yet, and no small amount of grumbling, before the proud lords would kneel to a boy. That first sword carried him through his early battles, and in one of them it broke. In a hard single combat against another king, the blade that had crowned him met too fierce a stroke and shattered in his hand, and he stood there in sudden peril, with only a useless hilt to hold. His life was saved that day by other means, but a king could not go about without a sword, and so his old counsellor led him off in search of another, and here the tale turned strange and lovely. They came to the shore of a wide and glassy lake, held among the hills, and out in the middle of the still water the young king saw an arm. It was robed in gleaming white, and it rose straight up from beneath the surface, and in its hand it held a sword, upright and shining. A lady came walking toward them over the top of the water, the keeper of that hidden place, and she granted him the blade as a gift. He rowed out across the lake and took it by the hilt, and the arm drew back down below, without leaving so much as a ripple behind. This was the greater sword, the famous one, and its name was Excalibur. As they rowed homeward with the prize, the old man put a curious question to the king, asking which he loved the better, the sword itself or the sheath that held it. The king answered at once that he loved the sword, for a sword could cut and a scabbard could not. At that he was gently told that he had chosen unwisely. The scabbard, he said, was worth 10 of the blade, for so long as the king wore it at his side, he would lose not a single drop of blood, however deep his wounds might run. The bright sword was for his enemies, the plain sheath was for himself, and it held his very life within it. And though the years of retelling would slowly blur the two blades into one, so that many came to speak only of a single famous sword, there had in truth always been two. The knights had gathered, and the first trouble came at the table. In the great halls of that age, a man's worth was reckoned by his seat. The places beside the king were the places of honour, and the lower end of the board was left to lesser men, so that every feast became a fresh weighing of who stood above whom. Proud warriors, set down among sharp knives and strong wine, did not take a low place kindly. Words passed across the table, and the words grew hot, and more than once a quarrel over a chair ended with a hand closing around a hilt. One feast was remembered long afterward. At a high gathering held at Christmas time, a dispute broke out over who deserved the seat of greatest honour, and it ran down the benches faster than the wine could be poured. Men hurled bread and cups at one another. Then swords were drawn, and by the time the peace was won back, there were men lying dead among the rushes. A hall decked for merriment defiled with blood, over nothing greater than who should sit where. The king came upon that ruin in a cold anger, and he swore the shame of it would not fall upon his house again. Word of his trouble travelled, and it reached a craftsman, a worker in wood out of the country of Cornwall, who came before the throne and offered a cure. He would build a table like no other in the world. It would be one great ring of a board, with no head to it and no foot, where the mightiest lord and the humblest knight sat as equals, none set above and none below, and it would be broad enough to seat a whole company at once, and cunning enough in its making that it could be taken down and carried wherever the king had need of it. So the round table was built and raised in the hall, and the work it was made to do, it did. Around that circle there was no highest place left to be won, and so there was nothing left to fight over. The bickering that had spilled blood fell away. A man's honour came to rest no longer on his chair, but on his deeds, and the company that gathered at the board began to grow into something finer than a gathering of rivals. Among them were seasoned men who had served the king from the first, and eager young ones newly come to their spurs, and all of them held it the highest honour in the land to sit at that board. They were bound now to one another and to their king, sworn to ride to the aid of the wronged and the weak, and to keep faith with the fellowship as long as they lived. There was one seat, though, that stayed empty. It was called the perilous seat, and it was held for a single knight who had not yet come, the one man clean enough of heart to fill it. For any lesser soul who dared to sit there, the old tellers warned, the seat would be his undoing. Year upon year it stood vacant and waited. The court itself, in the tales that grew up after, was set within a city the poets called Camelot. There the towers rose bright above the river, and the halls were hung with banners, and the king held his high feasts at Easter and at Christmas, with all his knights about him. The greatest of all the knights came to the court as a young man out of a kingdom across the sea. He was the son of a king named Ban, whose realm had fallen to his enemies. When the child was still in his cradle, and his father's cause was lost, a strange lady had taken him up, and carried him away beneath the waters of a lake. And there, in a country hidden under the water, she had raised him and taught him and made him ready. From that upbringing he took his name, for men called him Lancelot of the Lake. When he was grown, she brought him to the court of the king to be made a knight, and from the first it was plain that here was something the hall had not seen before. There was no knight who could match him. In the tournament he unhorsed all comers. In the field he rode into odds that would have swallowed other men and came out the victor. He was faithful to the king, gentle to the fallen, and first into every danger, and in a little while he had become the foremost knight in all the land. But the greatest of the knights gave his deepest love where it could bring him no honour, and only grief in the end. For he loved Guinevere, the king's wife, and the lady of the court. She was gracious and lovely, and much beloved by all. Lancelot was her champion before the world, the knight who wore her favour and rode in her defence, and that much was open and fair. What grew between them underneath was not. For a time it lay concealed, and no harm showed. the feasts went on, and the quests went out, and the fellowship seemed as bright as ever it had been. One day, into the midst of a high feast at Camelot, a wonder came. The doors had not opened, and no one had entered, and yet all at once a beam of light poured into the hall, brighter than any daylight, and the whole company was struck still in their places. Into that light came a vessel, covered over with white silk, so that none could see the thing itself, and it passed through the air the length of the hall, while a sweetness filled the room, such as no man there had ever breathed. Every knight found his table laden with whatever food he loved best, and then the light was gone, and the covered vessel with it, and the hall was left in stunned silence. The knights rose from that feast, changed men. One after another, they stood and swore a great oath to ride out from the court and seek the holy thing, and not to rest until they had seen it plainly and unveiled. So the whole fellowship scattered from the hall, out across the land and over the water, each knight riding alone into the wild after a wonder he could barely name. What they had sworn to find was old, far older than that court, and it had not always been so holy a thing. In the earliest tellings, it was only a dish, a wide and precious serving vessel, borne glowing through the halls of a wounded king in a strange procession. And what it truly was, the old stories never plainly said. It was later tellers who lifted it into something greater, and named it the cup of the Last Supper, the very vessel that had caught the blood of Christ upon the cross, brought long ago to Britain and hidden away. And so, the humble dish of the older stories became the holiest relic in all the world, and the finding of it the highest quest a knight could take. It was a quest that broke most of those who rode upon it. The knights who had unhorsed every foe and ridden through every danger found that here their strength and their courage counted for little. The Grail did not yield to the boldest lance or the strongest arm. It showed itself only to the pure, and there were few enough of those, and one by one the great men of the fellowship failed of it, and turned for home no nearer than when they had set out. There was one, though, for whom the quest had been waiting. He came late to the court, a young knight without stain, and when he entered the hall, he went straight to that one seat that had stood empty all the years, the perilous seat that was death to any unworthy man. He sat and lived, and the seat received him as its own, and every knight there understood that the one they had waited for had come at last. His name was Galahad, and he was the son of Lancelot, born of another woman, the pure fruit of the greatest and most flawed of knights. Where the father had been the finest sword in the world, and had failed of the Grail through the flaw in his heart, the son was clean of any such flaw, and it was the son who would succeed. Galahad rode the long road of the quest, and 2 other worthy knights came at the last to ride beside him. In the end, they came into a far country and a holy place, and there the covered vessel was unveiled before them, and they looked upon the mystery no other eyes had been granted. What the young knight saw in that hour was more than a living man was made to hold. His one prayer was that he might pass from the world at the very height of it, and the prayer was answered, and he was taken up in a great light. Of the 3, one alone came home again, to carry back the tale of what had been found. At the far edge of the world, in the tales, there lay a blessed island where 9 sisters dwelt, wise women skilled in the old arts of healing. The chief of them was gentle and learned beyond the rest, mistress of herbs and of remedies, able to mend wounds that lay beyond any ordinary cure. It was into her keeping, the oldest stories promised, that a wounded king would one day be given. In the beginning, Morgan was a healer and a friend to the house of the king. But later, Hans would not let her stay so. Generation by generation, they hardened her, until the gentle mistress of the healing isle had become the great and subtle foe of the court, working in secret against the king, who was her own kin. And it was her hand that loosened the first thread of his undoing. She had come to covet the king's marvellous sword, the scabbard still more, for she alone knew the secret it carried. By cunning, she stole them both away. The sword was recovered in time, but the scabbard she flung into the depths of a still lake, where it sank beyond all finding, and it was never seen again. The king had his blade back, and did not know how much he had lost, for the guard upon his life was gone into the water, and would not be there in the hour he needed it most. While that loss lay hidden, a greater ruin was gathering. The love that Lancelot and the Queen had carried in secret for so long came at last into the light, and when it did, the fair court broke upon it. Old friends were forced to take sides, and the fellowship that had held together through every danger turned its swords upon itself. The king was drawn into war against the man who had been the finest of all his knights, and while he was away across the sea at that bitter work, treachery rose behind him at home. There was a young man named Mordred, born of an early wrong the king had long tried to forget, near to him in blood and dark in heart. To this man the king had left the care of the realm, and the man betrayed him. He seized the crown for himself, put out word that the king was dead, and moved to take the queen as well. When word of it reached the king, he broke off his war and turned his army home to save his kingdom from the false king. The two hosts met at the last upon a grey field, and there the long tale came to its close. It was a hard and grievous fight, and by the end of that day the flower of the fellowship lay fallen across the ground, and the bright age that had begun in wonder guttered out in the murk of battle. The king came face to face with Mordred amid the ruin, and struck him down, and took in that same moment a deep and mortal wound. Long ago, the sheath that would have kept his blood within him was gone. So now he bled. Yet he did not die upon the field. As the last light failed, a barge came drifting to the water's edge, and in it sat several women robed in black, with their hoods drawn low, and the sound of their weeping carried across the water. Among them was his sister Morgan, who had been his enemy for so long, and who now received her wounded brother with tears, the healer come again at the end. They laid him gently in the barge to bear him away over the water, to the vale of the Blessed Isle, that his grievous wound might be healed. And the barge drew out from the shore, and slipped into the mist upon the lake, and was gone from sight. The king was carried off across the water, and there the tale might have ended. But the world was not finished with him, and in the long centuries that followed, the living went on doing a great deal with the memory of a man who may never have lived at all. Some 700 years after his supposed age, at the Abbey of Glastonbury in the West Country, the monks made a startling discovery. A great fire had lately swept through the abbey and left it in ruins, and the brothers were poor, and the pilgrims who once brought their coin had grown few. And then, digging deep in the old graveyard, the monks announced that they had found a grave. In it, they said, lay the bones of a tall man whose skull bore the marks of grievous wounds, and beside him the bones of a woman with a tress of golden hair that crumbled to dust at a touch. Above the grave, they said there had lain a cross of lead, and cut into the lead were words that named the sleeper. Here lies buried the renowned King Arthur in the Isle of Avalon, so the old inscription was said to run. It was a marvellous find, and the timing of it was marvellous too. The pilgrims came again, and their coin with them, and the ruined abbey found the means to rise once more. Long after the monks, another man gave the legend the shape it would keep. He was a knight named Sir Thomas Malory, and he gathered up the whole vast sprawling tale, the French romances, and the English verses, and the old scattered stories, and set them down together in one great book in his own tongue. He did all this from a prison cell, shut away under a long and startling list of charges, and it was there that he wrote the finest telling of the Fellowship of the Round Table the English language had yet seen. Not long after his death, the book was printed on one of the first presses in the land, and so the tale that had passed for centuries from mouth to mouth and from hand to hand was fixed at last in ink and carried to more readers than the old harpers could ever have dreamed. And still the relics multiplied. On the wall of the great hall at Winchester there hung a vast round tabletop, shown for age after age as the very table of the legend. It was a thing of the Middle Ages in truth, made long after any Arthur could have sat at it. And when a later king wished to wrap himself in that old glory, the great disc was painted fresh for him. Round its rim ran the names of the knights. A Tudor rose bloomed at its heart, and above them all sat Arthur enthroned, his face a curious likeness of the young king who had ordered the work. So men buried him, and printed him, and painted his face to look like their own. And yet beneath all of it, the oldest hope had never quite gone out. For the truest heart of the story had always held that the king was not dead at all, but had only slept through the long ages, to come again in the hour of his people's greatest need. Malory himself set the hope down plainly, that some men said the king yet lived and would return, and the words the old tellers set over him were these: "Here lies Arthur, the once and future king." And so the story left its king sleeping on that far shore, waiting on the hour he was promised to wake. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, from the Sleepytime archives, the remarkable true story of Jacob Waltz, better known as the Dutchman, a solitary prospector whose secretive life gave rise to one of the greatest unsolved legends of the American West, and a hidden goldmine of untold wealth, its whereabouts unknown to this day. For more than a century, whispers have drifted through the arid winds of the Arizona desert, carrying tales of an elusive treasure concealed deep within the rugged folds of the Superstition Mountains. Rumors spoke of gold so pure and plentiful that even seasoned miners found themselves astonished by its brilliance. At the center of these stories stood Jacob Waltz, a quiet, enigmatic figure who lived on the outskirts of town. Few knew where he had come from or why he kept to himself. Each winter, Waltz would disappear into the mountains, only to return weeks later, his saddlebags heavy with gold. Waltz never revealed his path. He left no map, and those who attempted to follow him often disappeared without a trace. He guarded his secret closely, speaking of it to no one, until the very end. As his life drew to a close, Waltz entrusted some of his secrets to a young man named Dick Holmes. This ignited a legacy of treasure seekers who dedicated their lives, or even sacrificed them, to the endless pursuit of a wondrous fortune. This story isn't just about what lies hidden in the mountains. It's about the enduring mystery of America's most famous lost mine. A legend that has survived gunfighters, treasure hunters, and scholars alike, echoing still through the desolate canyons of the Superstition Mountains. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll journey gently into the fading light and lengthening shadows, following the footsteps of the Dutchman into the long desert night. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Arriving in the Arizona Territory in the 1860s, Waltz was lean and quiet. He was alone. He spoke little, but his accent betrayed him. Not Dutch as many believed, but German. His surname Waltz often softened in speech, until the locals called him the Dutchman. The name stuck. It suited him somehow. Foreign, distant, and hard to pin down. He settled on the outskirts of Phoenix, a dusty frontier town not yet tamed by time or law. He built a modest home, grew a small garden, and made just enough conversation to pass for another tired old prospector. But Jacob Waltz was different. Each winter, as the air cooled and the rains softened the land, he would vanish, alone, no fanfare, no announcement, just a pack mule, some provisions, and a slow ride east toward the Superstition Mountains, a place the local Apache had long held sacred, and others feared for different reasons. Stories clung to those peaks like mist. Men went in and didn't come out. Waltz always came back, and when he did, he brought gold. Not flakes or dust, but solid veins embedded in quartz, thick and heavy, so rich in purity it shimmered unnaturally in the sun. Those who saw it said it was nearly 1/3 gold by weight, an impossibly rich yield, unlike anything found in the region ever before. But no one could say where it came from. He never brought back maps. He never said a word about where he'd been. He lived frugally, never spent wildly, and never gave reason for suspicion. And yet, the gold kept coming. A few tried to follow him, but he always vanished into the hills, then reappeared weeks or months later, calm as ever, with just enough gold to keep himself comfortable for another season. To the townspeople, he was a curiosity, a local oddity. To the other prospectors, he was something more. Proof that somewhere in those mountains, somewhere among the buttes and ravines and ancient stone, was a mine so valuable it could change a man's life forever. Waltz never said a word to confirm it, but he never denied it either. He grew older, but he did not slow down. Year after year, he returned to the mountains, drawn like a moth to some unseen flame, and each time he returned a little more tired and a little more burdened. Those who saw him up close noticed it in his eyes, not fear exactly, but something colder, something he carried with him, like the weight of a story never told. Years passed, and Jacob Waltz became a fixture in Phoenix, a familiar figure with an unfamiliar life. He was often seen walking the edge of town, his gait stiff with age, his clothes plain and sun-bleached. To the casual eye, he looked like every other aging prospector who hadn't struck it rich. But Waltz had, and he had done it alone, mostly because no one could get close to him. But it wasn't for lack of trying. Shopkeepers, traders, and fellow miners would ask about his source. He'd smile faintly, offer nothing, and move on. He had become a man of riddles, not because he enjoyed mystery, but because he had no room for risk. His secret was too large to share. Still, one woman stood apart from the rest. Julia Thomas ran a small shop in town. She was a capable woman, independent and resilient, and she spoke German, Waltz's native tongue. In a town full of strangers, this gave her a foothold, and in time, A kind of connection formed between them. Waltz trusted her, at least a little, enough to speak freely now and then, enough to accept her care when his strength began to wane. Whether friendship or something more, their bond was one of the few human ties the old man allowed himself. In the spring of 1891, a massive rainstorm swept through Phoenix, turning the dry washes into surging rivers. Homes were destroyed, livestock drowned. Half the town was swept away, including the modest shack Waltz had called home. He was found afterward, cold and frail, his belongings scattered or lost. Julia took him in, setting up a cot in the back room of her shop, offering him warmth, food, and silence. But the flood had done more than take his house. It had taken his health. Waltz grew weaker by the day. His breathing thinned. The light behind his eyes began to dim. And still, he said nothing of the mine. Out in town, a quiet urgency began to spread. Those who had long suspected Waltz of hoarding a secret now wondered if he might die without ever revealing it. Some believed he had shared the location with Julia. Others believed he'd taken it to the grave already, locked behind weathered lips. But one man still watched from the edges, a man who had once tried to follow Waltz into the hills, a man who remembered a campfire story from years earlier about a mysterious old miner and a gold mine deep in the superstitions. That man was Dick Holmes. And as Waltz's strength ebbed in the back room of Julia's shop, Dick waited, not for gold, not for fame, but for a chance to hear the truth, before the mountain reclaimed it forever. It was October of 1891, and the Dutchman was fading. Jacob Waltz lay still in the quiet back room of Julia Thomas's shop, wrapped in a rough blanket, a single candle flickering against the wall. His breath came thin, ragged at times, as though each exhale might be his last. Outside, the town of Phoenix moved on. Wagons clattered down dirt streets, horses drank from muddy troughs, and the desert sun warmed the rooftops. But inside, time had slowed. Word had spread that Waltz was dying. Julia had done all she could, given him shelter, warmth, and a place to rest, but she couldn't be at his side forever. So one morning, when the old man took a sudden turn, she slipped outside to fetch a doctor. And that's when Dick Holmes appeared. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps he had been waiting. Whatever the truth, Julia saw him and asked if he might sit with the old man until she returned. Dick stepped quietly into the room, and for the first time sat face to face with the man he had followed from afar. The man he believed held the key to the most elusive treasure in the American West. He expected instructions, directions, something clear, but instead he received a confession. For nearly an hour, Waltz spoke, slowly, in fragments, often pausing to catch his breath or drift briefly into silence. What emerged was not a map, but a history. He told of a time, years earlier, when he had been stranded in the mountains, hungry, alone, and then, by sheer chance, he'd found a camp, 3 Mexican miners, strangers, who welcomed him cautiously. They had discovered a mine beyond belief, and they showed it to him without fear. What happened after was never spoken plainly, but he returned from those mountains alone. He described the gold veins nearly 2 feet wide, rich and unbroken, glowing with the weight of fortune. For years he had returned to that place, working it in silence, taking only what he could carry, keeping the secret sealed. But the secret hadn't stayed untouched. One season, 2 soldiers showed up in Phoenix with gold that matched his. Word was, they had found something in the mountains. Waltz went back, and soon the soldiers were never seen again. There were others. A lone prospector seen too close to the hidden trail. A nephew from Germany sent by his sister to help him in his final years, but the old man had grown suspicious. The mine had made him paranoid, isolated, and convinced that betrayal would find him if he let his guard down. So he acted. He described taking the young man's body to a place called Agua Escondido, far from where anyone might ever stumble across the grave. And then, with something like resolve, or perhaps surrender, Waltz gestured weakly toward a wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Inside, he said, was the last of his gold, enough to prove that the mine had never been a myth, and enough to honor a final request. If Dick were to take the gold, he must promise to send money to Waltz's sister in Germany, not for profit, for peace. The gold had taken many lives. Maybe it could still do some good. Dick agreed, and then at last came the directions. A canyon running north to south, a rock shaped like a man's face, and a house built of stone. From the entrance to the mine, Waltz said, one could see the tip of Weaver's needle, but from the trail, the mine itself would remain hidden. He was fading fast, and just before Dick could ask the simplest of questions, such as whether the water in the canyon ran north or south, the old man slipped away. Jacob Waltz, the Dutchman, was gone. He left behind no map, only riddles, and a chest of gold, sitting heavy in the corner of the room, glinting with the last light of a secret that had now passed to another. For Dick Holmes, the search had only begun. He had spent over a decade tracing the Dutchman's clues, combing the superstition range, canyon by canyon, wash by wash. He had seen the desert under moonlight and thundercloud, walked it under stars and punishing sun. But now his knees had stiffened, his body grown heavy, and the rides he once took with ease had become long and painful. The search had taken something from him, but it had also given him something, a kind of purpose that stretched beyond gold, a connection to the land, to the mystery, to the long thread of fate that had begun the moment he first heard that story by a campfire as a boy. Now it was time to hand it over. He turned to the one person he trusted with the truth, his son. George Brownie Holmes was 16, capable, observant, and already a product of the desert. He had grown up hearing pieces of the story, never the full version, but enough to feel the pull. Now Dick entrusted him with everything. The original directions spoken by Waltz on his deathbed, the places to begin the search, and most importantly, the knowledge that some who entered those mountains never returned. But Dick didn't just pass along the clues, he passed along his caution. The mine, he explained, was not only hidden, it was watched. Just as Dick had once tracked the Dutchman, and just as he himself had later been followed, Brownie too would be shadowed if he ever got close. The advice was simple but firm. If he ever found anything such as a landmark, a stone house, or even the mine itself, he must show no sign. He was to walk past it, leave it, and come back later when it was safe. The weight of this warning settled deep. It wasn't said with fear. It was said with experience. Together, they planned a trip into the mountains, father and son, side by side. But like so many things in this story, the plan frayed. From the moment they rode out, they sensed others on their trail, riders who moved like shadows, camps that appeared where none should be, eyes in the scrub brush, watching. Dick had seen it all before, and so they once again turned back. It was the last time Dick Holmes would ride into the superstitions. The mountains had taken their toll. His body could no longer bear the climbs, the heat, the constant sense of being followed. But in his son, the search would continue. Brownie now held the clues, and just as Dick had done before him, he began to walk the lonely path that stretched out into the desert. He took a job at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, nestled deep within the range. It gave him both access and cover. From there, he could ride freely through the canyons as part of his work, observing the land, watching the light, listening for signs. But he was not the only one. The legend of the Dutchman's gold had grown beyond Arizona. Now, every drifter and cowboy with a pickaxe and a dream had heard the tale, and many came to believe Brownie had something the rest of them didn't. Some offered trades, information, rumors, false maps, hoping Brownie might part with one of his own. He listened. Sometimes he nodded, but he gave away nothing of value. One cowboy told him he'd found a rock that looked like a man, just like the one described in Waltz's confession. He wanted to trade locations. Brownie declined. Not long after, the rock was gone. Some said it had been pried loose and thrown into a ravine. Whether out of spite or a desire to keep the secret buried, no one could say for certain. It was one more clue lost to time, but Brownie didn't stop. The mine was still out there, silent, sealed, and waiting. The trail was no longer just his father's. It was now his own. And like his father before him, Brownie would walk that trail for the rest of his life. For a time, the desert grew quiet again. Brownie Holmes kept to his rides through the Superstition Mountains, careful and watchful, always searching, but never speaking too much. He blended in among the cowhands at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, another weathered rider with calloused hands and far-off eyes. But the story never stayed quiet for long. In the summer of 1931, a man arrived in Arizona with something that hadn't been seen before, something dangerous and possibly priceless. His name was Adolph Ruth, and by all appearances, he was an elderly man past his prime, silver-haired, limping, and weary from long travel. But Ruth carried with him what he claimed was a document unlike any other. A map drawn in Mexico, handed down, he said, from a line of men who once knew the mine's location. To most, It sounded like another tale spun in search of fame. But one detail made people take him seriously. Waltz, according to the legend, had stolen the mine from Mexican miners. If the map was real, it could predate Waltz's silence. It could point directly to the treasure before it ever became a secret. Ruth made his way to the quarter circle U, asking the ranch hands for help reaching the mountains. The cowboys were used to dreamers and gold chasers, but something about Ruth gave them pause. He was open, too open, talking about the map, about the clues, about the mine. He shared his plans freely, unaware that secrecy was often the only thing that kept a man safe in those hills. Brownie Holmes met with Ruth, and the two men talked at length. No one knows exactly what was said, but Brownie later recalled that the conversation lingered on the Dutchman, on the mountains, and on the dangerous attention a man could attract when he claimed to have a map. Summer in the superstitions is no place for the unprepared. The heat alone can undo a man, and Brownie warned him. Others did too, but Ruth would not be turned away. When no one from the ranch would guide him, Ruth hired two lesser-known prospectors and entered the mountains with them. Days passed, then weeks, and finally, in December, 6 months later, a bloodhound led a search party to a spot near a well-traveled trail. There, resting upright in the dust, was a human skull. It was found not hidden, but placed, carefully, some said, as though meant to be seen. The rest of the remains were discovered nearly a mile away, scattered and sun-bleached, as if someone had moved them. The cause of death was officially listed as exposure, with damage attributed to animals. But the skull had two distinct fractures, and the map, the one Ruth had spoken so confidently about, was never recovered. Suspicion turned quickly to the two prospectors who had led him in. They had returned without him, saying little, but with no hard evidence, no charges were brought. The desert had covered its tracks once again. Among Ruth's scattered belongings, a notebook was found. Inside was one final entry, written in Latin, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Beneath it, a cryptic line, 200 feet across from the cave. To some, it was proof that Ruth had found the mine, but someone had stopped him before he could return. To others, it was just a final flourish, a man determined to say he had won, even as the desert claimed him. For Brownie Holmes, it was another reminder, not of gold, but of danger. The mine, if it existed, was no ordinary place. It carried weight, and not every man who sought it would live to tell the tale. The legend had roared back to life. Adolph Ruth's disappearance, the eerie discovery of his skull, the cryptic notebook entries, all of it breathed new fire into a story that had never quite burned out. Newspapers from coast to coast picked it up. The lost Dutchman's mine was no longer just Arizona folklore. It had become national obsession. In the aftermath of the Ruth incident, the Superstition Mountains were teeming again. Men flooded in with spades and theories, dynamite and half-truths, each one convinced they were the one to finally crack the code. And more than a few of them believed that Brownie Holmes knew something they didn't. They watched him, followed him. Some tried to befriend him, others tried to manipulate him. But Brownie had learned well. He spoke little, rode alone, and when asked about the mine, he smiled in a way that said nothing. Still, he searched. There were moments of hope. After his father passed in 1933, Brownie reviewed the old clues with fresh eyes, trying to correct what might have been misunderstood. One detail in particular haunted him. The reference to the old government trail. Waltz had mentioned it near the end, but Dick had never been sure which one he meant. There were multiple trails used by the military during the Apache Wars, each winding through the region in its own direction. Dick may have followed the wrong one, so Brownie struck out anew, following a different trail, and one day, something unexpected happened. In a stretch of ground rarely disturbed, the desert winds had blown away a layer of sand. Beneath it, burnt fabric, charred scraps of old clothing, lying just as Waltz had once described. Brownie remembered his father's words, passed from Waltz himself, that one of the victim's belongings had been burned to hide the evidence. It was a grim confirmation. Not far from that spot, Brownie found weathered timbers, unnaturally placed and half buried. Waltz had claimed he'd hidden the mine by building a framework over the shaft, then covering it with rock and sand until it blended perfectly into the landscape. He had even said a mule train could pass over it and never know it was there. Then, even closer still, there was a crude structure that matched Waltz's reference to a stone house, one of the landmarks supposedly near the mine. Then, in the winter of 1945, everything changed. Brownie was deep in the canyons, riding a route he'd taken 100 times before, when something spooked his mount. His horse, startled and wild-eyed, reared and came down hard, crushing his foot beneath its weight. The injury was severe. He would never again ride the high canyons or scramble across the broken terrain. His time in the mountains had come to an end. Still, the story had one more chapter to offer him. Unable to search alone, Brownie turned to a younger man named Clayton Worst, who took up the trail and never truly left it. For decades he rode the range, chasing the same landmarks, turning the old clues over and over in his mind. In time, he came to believe he knew where the Dutchman's gold might lie. But he never said, not out of fear, and not to carry the secret to his grave, but because to speak it aloud would send 100 men digging into those hills. And so, like every keeper of the secret before him, he held it close, one more silence in a story built of them. But he would not be the last. In the long shadows of the Superstition Mountains, where the air turns still and the wind moves like memory through the stone, the Dutchman's secret remains. Jacob Waltz had kept it well, so well in fact, that more than a century later, no one has ever confirmed they've found the mine he once described. Not Dick Holmes, who heard the story firsthand, not Brownie, who spent decades riding the canyons, not even Clayton Worst, who may have come closer than anyone. Each found pieces, scorched rags, hidden graves, shaped rock, lost timber, bones beneath stone, and gold, always gold, glinting just enough to keep the dream alive, but never the mine itself. Some say it never existed, that Waltz spun a tale from half-truths and hard luck, and that the gold he carried came from somewhere else entirely, stolen, traded, gifted. But those who saw the ore, those who held it, often said otherwise. It was too pure, too unusual, and always the same. Others believe the mine still lies beneath the desert, carefully hidden, just as Waltz said, beneath a layer of sand and stone, timbers buried deep enough that even the rains could erase every trace. The region has been blasted by dynamite, surveyed by aircraft, scanned by ground-penetrating radar. Men have searched for lifetimes, lost fortunes, lost hope. Some have never come back. Still, the pull remains. One man, through silence and sheer will, created a mystery so enduring that it has outlived every generation it has touched. Waltz never drew a map, never left a ledger. What he left behind was something more difficult to trace, a story, passed from memory to memory, like a secret just out of reach. Brownie Holmes died in 1980, having spent 72 years of his life searching. Clayton continued after him, moving carefully, never confirming too much. Even now, in the quietest corners of Arizona, there are those who still wander the canyons, watching the light shift across Weaver's Needle, looking for the next sign. A stone out of place, a trail too worn, a whisper from the past. They still search, because the Dutchman's gold has become something more than treasure. It has become a question. What lies hidden beneath our feet? What might we find if we follow the clues left behind by those who lived and died, chasing something they believed in? The answer, like the mine itself, remains buried and waiting. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well.